This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. As a student, when you look at this, especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's the challenge. I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come through one gateway, and there is one huge rock which cantilevers out with a big tree behind. And you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum. There is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something wonderful there, because it's a dream site for any architect to work on. So imagine that that structure doesn't exist there. So you come through this gateway, there is this big tree and a lake here. This ghat culminates into this small shrine. Imagine this structure not to be there, with this cliff as a background, cascading terraces coming down. You have the cliff on the back. That is the existing structure which you are supposed to demolish. Then there are these levels which cascade down right up to the water. This is a physical boundary of the site which sort of encompasses all this area. So just to give you an idea, this would be the extent of the site, including the small shrine, the edge of the water, the road going through. The road has absolutely minimal traffic, so it is pedestrian dominant road. So we want you to consider the extent of the site right up to the edge of the ghat. So it's more of an experiential kind of a site. Though your built zone would get restricted more towards the upper edge, you can create an intervention right up to the water. Now, there is a physical extent of the site, but if you see the visual extent of the site, it goes all the way up to the Buddhanath temple towards one end with the water in front. You have caves on the other side. And the third very, very important aspect is this pathway which leads up to the rocks. Now there is another gateway. In fact, there are series of gateways. And you experience this almost like a canyon kind of a structure. So you walk through these cliffs of rocks, and the way they turn, the way the light comes in, and way you climb through and discover those spaces, it's absolutely magical experience. And I had been there just after my college days, and I have such wonderful memories of that space, and which keep reoccurring. You keep remembering those spaces while designing, and consciously or subconsciously it has influence on your work. And as a student, when you look at this whole site and look at especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really sort of experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. So it's a multifaceted problem. It's not only about the site, it's about the context. It's about relating it to the water edge, relating to the temples which are far off. And there's something about materiality there. You have this beautiful yellowish brown rock which is available. So all the temples, whatever construction, what you see there is all about using that material stone which ages so well, because you see these temples of 5th century and 6th century and they still look so fresh. That material has aged so gracefully over the years. So we would like you to respond to all those elements. How do you use it? How you become sensitive to it, so the structure that you do belongs to that place. It becomes part of the environment. It's not something. So that's the decision which all of you will have to debate about, whether the structure, which the intervention that you are going to do there, does it have to really make a statement, or should it dissolve into the background and become part of the entire scenario? One more important aspect about experiencing this site is about change of eye level. If you start seeing your eye level changing, you really experience this entire bowl I would talk about in a very, very different way. When you are in these caves and looking down into the water, the whole thing looks totally different. When you are at the eye level at the site, the entire bowl looks totally different. Look at the eye level, look at the site conditions, look at the contours of the site, the trees there, the rocks there, the so many references that you have. And in all this magical space, you see the sunrise and sunset. and the way the light changes. So respond to all that and create something wonderful. All the best.
Badami, it is state of Karnataka. So in Bagalkot district located, and this is the Taluka headquarter. Badami, it is a main tourism point. In Badami, is very famous for the Badami caves. Badami, it is more than 1500 years old. It's known as in India the cradle of Hindu temple architecture. The Badami monument is divided by the two parts, South Fort and North Fort. In part of the North Fort, there is an archaeological museum, lake and lake temple, and some temples are there. And that North Hill on the mountain area behind the museum, we have one inscription belongs to the first Pulkeshi. Southern part, those are the main important things to see in Badami, those are the cave temples. The 4 cave temples are there. One is dedicated for Shiva, one for 2 for Vishnu, one is a natural cave for Buddha also, and one for the Jain also. 4 are man-made and one is natural. So in Ajanta, they will be introduced the caves with a painting. But first time these are the people, they introduce the caves with a sculpture. The September to February, it is a main peak time. So that time is the climate is very good and very nice to see also. But before the lockdown, the near about 1500 to 2000 are Indian tourists per day, and 50 to 75 foreigners, Europeans. And if you come to Badami, so we have 3 near airport. One, it is in Belgaum, just 180 kilometers from here, and one is 110 kilometers, that is in Hubli, there also, and just 125 kilometers we have one more airport, that is Hospet, that is called Jindal Airport, and we have lots of train facilities are there. We have train also, then the buses also. Temple architecture, we have 2 types, cave architecture and temple architecture. Cave architecture, it means the monolithic, and temple architecture means we can take some pieces of the stone and join it by one. So then we get the temple structure, that is a temple, but is everything they carved out in single rock. This is a red sandstone or sedimentary rock. It's not a metamorphic. This sandstone is a weathering with the nature, with the sunlight and water, it became a sand. the Agastya, the monk. He was came here and he will be did some meditation and he will walk around here according to his memory. So they will be known as a Agastya lake. It is a man-made lake. In Badami, if you get a half an hour or 1 hour rain, so there is opposite the rock, there is a good waterfall. All water is going to be stored here. Depth is quite more, around 10 to 12 meters. During the summer is going 4 to 5 feet is going down, but rest of the time the water level will be same. So always the women they will be came and they washing the clothes and burthen and other things. Some people they came brought that animals and they cleaning, and some people they are fishing also. So there's a wall is there now. Each wall is came from the fourth cave to continue to until that part. It means that is the original fort. So that time maybe on the 6th century, during the time of Chalukyan period also, king also they celebrated some functions. So that time the audience they can be sit, no. So that's why they built a bridge as a stairs. Along with to get down, or they will be sit, or they covered. And down of that north hill, there is a archaeological museum. According to the archaeological rule, they say you have to develop anything else, but don't spoil the originality and their beauty. So that's why they built the building as model of the third cave. The museum is near about 5 to 6 galleries there. We have some beautiful sculptures are there. In Badami, Aihole, Patadakal, during the excavation time, what things they found it? They kept it over there. That is the architecture museum. The visitors when they came here, so they will be know that thing also. What kind of art are there, or might be some architecture students are going to be visited here. So that time also they studied about the sculptures also, because that is not only belongs to the Chalukyans, belongs to the different time also. These are from local area only, but there will be some different people when they conquered, they will be introduced this culture. So that time they will be have lots of things. Like we have sandstone also, and we have a black stone also. So there we found some lots of evidence of the Mesolithic period. Some prehistorical people they living over there, and they will be make the painting and other things. And we get some tools also. That thing also they will be collected. The Chalukyans, when they are going to be constructed the temple, so that time they can be used some chisels and hammers. They will be use iron, the steel, as a clamps also. That clamp also we found it in the museum. Actually, museum there is no parking. There is one road is there, but it is a very narrow road. So in front of the museum, where you get the big tree, that is a banyan tree, near about 70 years old, like that. When you going to that facing on the north direction to left side, so this is the old house in Badami. It's the old houses. These are the some they built it from the mud. So it is because this is a Deccan area. Here the temperature is more hot. So that's why when you use with that wooden roof with mud, so that time is keep it cooler. Nowadays the monkey also it is became as a part of Badami. So how the peoples they were living, how the monkeys also. Sometimes the monkeys, if they didn't found anything else, they will be went inside the houses, they will be grab and everything. So that's why they can be used with the grills. So then slowly nowadays since from 10 years it is going to be developed. So people now they will be awareness is coming, and then there will be lots of peoples they will came, and some NSS and other groups will be came, and they to clean that thing, and they know the value about the monument, and now they give the importance, and then how to develop and how to earn the money, how to get the business also. Now the environment is going on.
This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. As a student, when you look at this, especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's the challenge.
Mic check.
I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come through one gateway, and there is one huge rock which cantilevers out with a big tree behind. And you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum. There is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something wonderful there, because it's a dream site for any architect to work on. So imagine that that structure doesn't exist there. So you come through this gateway, there is this big tree and a lake here. This ghat culminates into this small shrine. Imagine this structure not to be there, with this cliff as a background, cascading terraces coming down. You have the cliff on the back. That is the existing structure which you are supposed to demolish. Then there are these levels which cascade down right up to the water. This is a physical boundary of the site which sort of encompasses all this area. So just to give you idea, this would be the extent of the site, including the small shrine, the edge of the water, the road going through. The road has a absolutely minimal traffic, so it is pedestrian dominant road. So we want you to consider the extent of the site right up to the edge of the ghat. So it's more of an experiential kind of a site. Though your built zone would get restricted more towards the upper edge, you can create an intervention right up to the water. Now, there is a physical extent of the site, but if you see the visual extent of the site, it goes all the way up to the Buddhanath temple towards one end with the water in front. You have caves on the other side. And the third very, very important aspect is this pathway which leads up to the rocks. Now there is another gateway. In fact, there are series of gateways, and you experience this almost like a canyon kind of a structure. So you walk through these cliffs of rocks, and the way they turn, the way the light comes in, and way you climb through and discover those spaces, it's absolutely magical experience. And I had been there just after my college days, and I have such wonderful memories of that space, and which keep reoccurring. You keep remembering those spaces while designing, and consciously or subconsciously it has influence on your work. And as a student, when you look at this whole site and look at especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really sort of experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. So it's a multifaceted problem. It's not only about the site, it's about the context. It's about relating it to the water edge, relating to the temples which are far off. And there's something about materiality there. You have this beautiful yellowish brown rock which is available. So all the temples, whatever construction, what you see there is all about using that material stone which ages so well, because you see these temples of 5th century and 6th century and they still look so fresh. That material has aged so gracefully over the years. So we would like you to respond to all those elements. How do you use it? How you become sensitive to it? So the structure that you do belongs to that place. It becomes part of the environment. It's not something. So that's the decision which all of you will have to debate about, whether the structure, which the intervention that you are going to do there, does it have to really make a statement, or should it dissolve into the background and become part of the entire scenario? One more important aspect about experiencing this site is about change of eye level. If you start seeing your eye level changing, you really experience this entire bowl I would talk about in a very, very different way. When you are in these caves and looking down into the water, the whole thing looks totally different. When you are at the eye level at the site, the entire bowl looks totally different. Look at the eye level, look at the site conditions, look at the contours of the site, the trees there, the rocks there, the so many references that you have. And in all this magical space, you see the sunrise and sunset. and the way the light changes. So respond to all that and create something wonderful. All the best.
Badami, it is a Sigalkot district located, and this is the taluka headquarters. Badami, it is a main tourism point in Badami. Is very famous for the Badami caves. Badami, it is more than 1500 years old. It's known as in India the cradle of Hindu temple architecture. The Badami monument is divided by the two parts, South Fort and North Fort. In part of the North Fort, there is an archaeological museum, lake and lake temple, and some temples are there. And that North Hill on the mountain area behind the museum, we have one inscription belongs to the first Pulkeshi. Southern part, those are the main important things to see in Badami. Those are the cave temples. The 4 cave temples are there. One is dedicated for Shiva, two for Vishnu, one is a natural cave for Buddha also, and one for the Jain also. 4 are man-made and one is natural. So in Ajanta, they will be introduced the caves with a painting. But first time these are the people, they introduce the caves with a sculpture. The September to February, it is a main peak time. So that time is the climate is very good and very nice to see also. But before the lockdown, the near about 1500 to 2000 are Indian tourists per day, and 50 to 75 foreigners, Europeans. And if we come to Badami, so we have 3 near airport. One, it is in Belgaum, just 180 kilometers from here, and one is 110 kilometers, that is in Hubli, there also, and just 125 kilometers we have one more airport, that is Hospet, that is called Jindal Airport, and we have lots of train facilities are there. We have train also, then the buses also. Temple architecture, we have 2 types, cave architecture and temple architecture. Cave architecture, it means the monolithic, and temple architecture means we can take some pieces of the stone and join it by one by one. So then we get the temple structure, that is a temple, but is everything they carved out in single rock. This is a red sandstone or sedimentary rock. It's not a metamorphic. This sandstone is a weathering with the nature, with the sunlight and water, it became a sand. the Agastya, the monk. He was came here and he will be did some meditation and he will walk around here according to his memory. So they will be known as the Agastya lake. It's a man-made lake. In Badami, if you get a half an hour or 1 hour rain, so there is opposite the rock, there is a good waterfall. All water is going to be stored here. Depth is quite more, around 10 to 12 meters. During the summer, is going 4 to 5 feet is going down, but rest of the time the water level will be same. So always the women they will be came and they washing the clothes and burtan and other things. Some people they came brought that animals and they cleaning, and some people they are fishing also. So this wall is there now. Its wall is came from the fourth cave to continue to until that part. It means there is the original fort. So that time maybe on the 6th century, during the time of Chalukyan period also, king also they celebrated some functions. So that time the audience they can be sit no. So that's why they built a bridge as a stairs. Along with to get down, or they will be sit or they covered. And down of that north hill, there is an archaeological museum. According to the archaeological rule, they say you have to develop anything else, but don't spoil the originality and their beauty. So that's why they built the building as model of the third cave. The museum is near about 5 to 6 galleries there. We have some beautiful sculptures are there. In Badami, Aihole, Patadakal, during the excavation time, what things they found it? They kept it over there. That is the architecture museum. The visitors when they came here, so they will be know that thing also. What kind of art are there, or might be some architecture students are going to be visited here. So that time also they studied about the sculptures also, because that is not only belongs to the Chalukyans, belongs to the different time also. These are the from local area only, but they will be some different people when they conquered, they will be introduced this culture. So that time they will be have lots of things. Like we have sandstone also, and we have a black stone also. So there we found some lots of evidence of the Mesolithic period. Some prehistorical people they living over there, and they will be make the painting and other things. And we get some tools also. That thing also they will be collected. The Chalukyans, when they are going to be constructed the temple, so that time they can be used some chisels and hammers. They will be use iron, the steel, as a clamps also. That clamp also we found it in the museum. Actually, museum there is no parking. There is one road is there, but it is a very narrow road. So in front of the museum, where you get the big tree, that is a banyan tree, near about 70 years old, like that. When you going to that facing on the north direction to left side, so this is a old house in Badami. It's the old houses. These are the some they built it from the mud. So it is because this is a Deccan area. Here the temperature is more hot. So that's why when you use with that wooden roof with mud, so that time is keep it cooler. Nowadays the monkey also it is became as a part of Badami. So how the people were living, how the monkeys also. Sometimes the monkeys, if they didn't found anything else, they will be went inside the houses, they will be grab and everything. So that's why they can be used with the grills. So then slowly nowadays since from 10 years it is going to be developed. So people now there will be awareness is coming, and then there will be lots of peoples they will came, and some NSS and other groups will be came, and they to clean that thing, and they know the value about the monument, and now they give the importance, and then how to develop and how to earn the money, how to get the business also. Now the environment is going on.
this year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century.
There's an opportunity. Yeah. So there's an opportunity to ask questions after the session, but you can post them online, or you can log into the drawingboard.in, and after the session is over, there is also an audience vote that will be taken, so you can vote on the drawingboard.in on the website. For your information, just as a matter of formality, most of you are already familiar with the competition as to what this competition is. So Drawing Board is an international architectural platform now based in India, where students can test their understanding and skills in shaping the way communities live and thrive while preserving the local heritage. This whole competition has been conceptualized by architect Mindspace, architect Suhas Mohe, architect Sanjay Mohe, and Rohan Builders, with reference to Suhas Lunkad, to provide architecture students an opportunity to explore the real design challenges in real locations and to come up with sustainable solutions. Now, this has been happening since last 7 years with growing success, and as a result, you'll find that the students as well as the faculties, they are benefiting from this. And this Pune city, as a Oxford of the East as it is called, has hosted this program, and the competition finale itself is a one-day gala affair which we are now entering just now. We are starting with it. And we have some eminent jury members now who will be viewing the presentations of the last 10 finalists in this competition. I think the jury has also been introduced in the last session yesterday, but just for the record and for your information, we have architect Prashant Pol from Genesis Architects, Bangalore. He is an architect with a long and illustrious career which has spanned over 3 decades, and he is one of the jury, and he will be reviewing the works along with architect Sherman Stave from Singapore, who happens to be a landscape architect and who will be joining him in the assessment. STX Landscape Architect Singapore is the identity of Mr. Sherman Stave, who is a landscape architect with more than 30 years of experience, practiced extensively in Asia and North America, born in Sri Lanka, raised in Canada, practicing in Singapore, so you have a very wide international exposure now. And of course, we have a jury member who was there in the last year's competition also, architect Durganand Balsavar from Artist Roots, Chennai, who will be who has just been talking to the participants also and giving them a brief introduction as to how this competition is going to be conducted. A little different from the usual way, what all the jury members have suggested is that this should be quite an interactive kind of a session where we will be talking to the students and listening to the origin of their ideas rather than what they have presented and how they have come about, what is the logic behind there and what is the thinking behind their designs is what is expected from the jury, from the participants. And we are going to be calling each of these 10 participants in a sequence, and they will be coming and presenting. The ground rules are that the total time given is about 10 minutes for each participant. It will be divided into 2 parts, partly for the presentation and partly for the discussion that will take place after the presentation. So it will depend upon the jury, and of course it will depend upon the participants also as to how much time you would like to allocate for the presentation and how much time you'd like to have for the discussions. At the end of which the jury will make their comments and we will go on to the next participant. So I hope this is clear. Let me see if I have missed out on anything. Yes, before we proceed, I would just like to thank our partners in this whole competition process. The drawing board has been supported very actively by various organizations like FEED, Live Auditus, Blessed Arch, Audio Gyan, Amazing Architecture, FYI.arch, Competition Architecture, ArchiVoice, and many others. This is a kind of support that has actually edged on this activity to a higher level, and so I think I welcome the first participant of the day. The participation team number 1 is identity number is 261. Sakshi, Sanjana and Sanya from RV College, Bangalore. Welcome here. You can start from here.
So can I get the pointer? Okay, this is next. Thank you.
Listen carefully to the rocks of Badami. They have got a lot to tell. Cultural mythologies and local narrations have shaped the rock cut architecture that we see today in Badami, which has occupied an important heritage history of Karnataka. It is picturesquely nested at the mouth of the ravine and between the red sandstone Rocky Mountains. The idea of how these stories could bridge the gap between the past and the present, the thread between the chaos and the balance, is the center of life. Nabi is the journey an individual takes around the ruins of Badami, fascinated by the volumes and shapes created by the natural rocks. We went about with the story of Vatapi and Ilvala. The origin of the context is deep rooted in the story of the two Asura brothers, which exist today as the balance between Badami, formerly known as Vatapi, and Agastya lake. In Mahabharata, the Vatapi had the ability to transform into a goat, while his brother Ilvala had the power to bring him back. They would play this trick to actually lure the hungry visitors to their place and kill them through their paths. One day when sage Agastya arrived, Ilvala offered Vatapi disguised as a goat to him. However, Agastya, who was known for his enormous powers for digestion, killed Vatapi by digesting him and giving Vatapi no time to recollect. Therefore, the entire idea of how these myths could be woven into spatial narration to create a sense of depth and meaning within a space, thereby giving its identity. In the context, the design intends to create a transition between the then and the now in the land of transitional temple architecture. Nabi was curated as a bridge to bridge the gap between the outside and the inside, the unbuilt and the built, the existing and the created, by crafting an engaging environment and navigating through the various textures of Badami. The layout and design of the temple themselves are a symbolic journey of a spiritual journey. Pilgrims and visitors ascend a series of steps to reach the Garbhagriha, which represents a progression towards a divine presence. The experiential quality of Badami has been brought into the design and the structure as well, as the user embarks on a journey of curiosity and mystery.
So the spatial arrangement was influenced by the Hindu mythology, which emphasizes the significance of a journey towards the spiritual enlightenment. The movement was curated to converge at the beginning and the end. We often want to ask a question that when a person moves around to the museum, is it the starting or is it the ending or is it the process that he enjoys the most? So that's exactly when we thought of Nabhi. So the Nabhi becomes a design, an important node in the journey as one passes through a series of thresholds to reach it. It is inspired by the Garbhagriha of the temples of Badami and houses the most important exhibits. One's curiosity is aroused as they are engulfed between this monolithic structure and the journey through the series of spaces which have emerged from the landscape. So the rhythmic change in the volumes actually draws one inside and helps them navigate through the entire museum. It's not only that, but also the scale, the play of volumes that are happening here. So there's a notion of hierarchy which leads the people towards the Nabhi. The varying volumes also create a visual connection. So every time you step into the place and every time you exit the place, even if the entry and the exit is the same spot, but since the walls are curved, that is when you realize that when you see it from different angles, there are always something new that has to be told. So the light entering the Nabhi actually acts as an opposing and purifying force that dispels the negativity and creates a space of introspection and destruction of evil. The play of light and shadow creates a dynamic experience varying with space and time. Similarly to a Garbhagriha, where you actually do not see the idol, but it's the light of the diya which actually makes the entire space. So similarly, the Nabhi, the entire volume of the dens was broken by with these skylights. Various levels in the landscape allow different public activities to seamlessly flow from the Agastya lake to the rocks that is happening. While navigating, one encounters the natural rocks of the Badami, which behaves like exhibits themselves, and also the nodes for pause and celebrate, and create nodes of pause and celebration that are created near the gateways and also the trees. So if the museum is not just restricted to just the enclosed space, but it also actually flows across the entire landscape. And it culminates at the foothills of the rocks, where the build seems to be almost engulfed by the Badami. So the chronology, even the chronology of the museum was inspired by how the caves of Badami were done.
So the user embarks on a journey of play, pause and celebrate as they meander through the entire landscape. One moves from the Agastya lake towards the Virama, which is the place where the shade itself becomes the shelter under the tree. Kriya is the place for performance and exchange of ideas. So people can gather there and talk about what they're seeing, what they're learning. And in the place of Pradarshana, niches are present along the plinth, which is another way to display the artifacts which are present in the museum. And the Nabhi itself becomes an extension of the existing rocks. Museums reveal the local and shared heritage, and as cultural institutions embedded in the fabric of modern life, each museum serves as a window into human exchange and history. And this makes us question what actually makes a museum. The intimate entrance is in contrast to conventional museums, which have larger and grander entrances. One is led inside through the stone flooring, which helps them to navigate through the museum. The radial organization of the niches which are present, it creates a conversation between the users and the build. The Nabhi showcases the skills of the local craftsmen through the history of the Ilkal sari. And the positions of the skylights, they follow a rhythm to create balance in the Nabhi region, and they also create chaos in the other galleries, which is in contrast to the Nabhi.
So when one enters through the gateway, the experience is quite dramatic in terms of even a scale. So when we navigate through the rocks of Badami, like we saw in Sanjay Mohisar's presentation, it was mainly like a person there, and the gateway is so huge. So this is what exactly happens. But in our scale, where there's an intimate, so the entire scale almost gets reversed, where the human is actually there and actually can even feel what is happening around himself. So the dramatic change was something that we were looking at. And also the idea that this plinth that is happening also defines the outer shell, so which becomes places for people to pause and rest. And similarly, when we talk about the playful exterior, it is the only place in Badami where the sky and the land are almost horizontal, because when you're navigating through Badami, you're actually looking up and navigating through how it's happening. Sometimes you're just so fascinated by the light that you forget that, oh, there's a path down. So that's exactly why we thought that's exactly why we knew how much we were supposed to build on that side, because that's when we thought what would happen if the ground becomes the play and the sky is actually completely open. So that was the thought that was going behind our mind. And that's when we came up with the idea that we want to show what the demons in architecture is. So our idea for stories and our love for stories have always been there. So in every project, the architect, like since we're students, we want to show who we are in our project. So I think like I to ideas, which our Professor Buckle sir says, it's very important. Because when you start, we always have words in our head. We want to do myth, we want to do story. But that's when we thought that we were going to do demons in architecture and represent that into an idea, what we have. Similarly, the enclosed was actually created at the foothills, which was gradually dipping towards the Agastya lake, where it allows the people to occupy without hindering their visions, the activities that are taking place. And also the niches in the plinth are used to display the sculptures of the museum, which is not only restricted to the build, but also comes to the landscape. So taking advantage of the various levels that are happening naturally there, that's when we knew we wanted to do something like this. So, yeah.
The rock becomes the background for display. Upon entering the core of the museum, you can feel the lightness of the structure. So we have used columns, but the columns seamlessly become the walls of the structure as well. Only the major column that you see is the bamboo column in the center, in the nabi, which sort of ribs out in the entire structure, showing the character of a stomach. That is what we wanted to depict. And also houses the most important exhibit, that is the Ilkal saree in the context. The skin of the structure itself becomes a mode of display. The outer shell is molded to become habitable. The mud and ferrocement shell gives us the flexibility to mold and curate the structure and make it very seamless. Bamboo column is arising from the ground to display the Ilkal sarees, and red oxide flooring as well as the Karikallu stone skirting that we have used in the interiors to keep it cool.
So the wall and the roof patterns are inspired by the local craftsmen of Badami. The natural rocks itself acts as a sculpture which kind of penetrates into the museum, and the flooring pattern guides a person through the entire museum if they just follow it along the way. The ambient lighting which is present in the niches helps to focus on the textures and the sculptures that are present of Badami. The skills of the local craftsmen of Badami are present through as paintings along the walls, and these can be painted using natural pigments, and it's something that you can kind of see and touch and go as you navigate through the museum. And the niches which are present, they create pause and they give you time to contemplate what is happening before you enter a larger volume.
So we were also thinking that what if the sculptures were actually not there? What would have happened, like before you shift everything inside? So actually this could also become a place where, you know, kids find their own place inside a tunnel to probably squeeze in and sit. So those niches also becomes that playful nature that is there, not only with adults but also with kids when the sculptures are probably not present for display.
The domical mud and ferrocement roof, it allows for a play of volume which we are trying to get out of the structure. The Karikallu, it's the local stone which is present in between the red oxide flooring. It adds to the tactile experience and makes you feel the ground as you walk along the space. And the flooring patterns which are present, they are again inspired by the Ilkal sarees. And the roof becomes the wall which becomes the seating, so the entire structure becomes one with the landscape. So we were thinking about how this structure could be used in the day as opposed to how it can be used in the night. So in the day, the museum itself is viewed as a sculpture and it blends in with its surroundings. Whereas in the night, it becomes a beacon of light, and it also, the OAT becomes a vibrant space for the local musical performances to take place. And the entire landscape itself becomes active, and one person need not actually go all the way to the museum to actually build structure itself to enjoy the exhibits. They can even wander around the entire landscape from the Agastya lake till the Badami rocks. So this view shows that as one person navigates through the entire space, you can get sneak peeks of the actual build through the rocks, and it's almost like you're viewing the backdrop and the foreground in a very different way because you have something in the middle which is present there. And it makes us And that's why we kind of wanted the museum to sit very lightly in the structure, because it's paying homage to something which was existing for thousands of years before us. And we wanted to question that is the museum only for exhibits, or can it also be a conversation between two people where one even just probably sits in the plinth or talks to someone they meet there, or even just sits quietly and observes the Agastya lake and the mountains behind, and just use it as an entirely different perspective. And it's the experience that makes a person want to come back to the space a second time and view it in an entirely different perspective.
It is also like how, for example, if another person goes the second time, they might find their own niche in their entire structure. They might have not viewed it earlier. So they might go, and then the play of hide and seek could actually come into the structure as well.
And the landscape allows various public activities to happen, such as fairs or musical performances, or even workshops for the local craftsmen which are present here. The different levels of the landscape, which are made up of the natural rocks of Badami, they form horizontal distinctive bands which highlight the verticality of the existing rocks in the backdrop. The museum provides the public with new ways to interpret, linger, exchange and inhabit the space, and it makes it a confluence of rawness, harmony and boldness.
Badami ji no bhava.
Thank you. Open to the jury for questions.
I'll say the good things.
Would you like to come and sit here, because I think you have to bend a little.
I like the idea of the narrative. The fact that you picked on a local story and then somehow managed to pick that local story and build a narrative out of it, and taking that as a starting point to somehow weave that into an idea for a design. How successful that narrative of the Asura brothers or whatever else it is translates itself into the idea of a museum, questionable, but it's okay. The fact that we still have a story to start with, marks for that. An attempt to link that story to the narrative or the path of moving through a museum, in trying to figure out, like you said, the Nabi finally becomes the stomach or whatever, maybe a little literal, but the idea that there is this idea of somehow connecting that story to a physical experience of moving through space, right? Which is I'd say a commendable effort of trying to. Otherwise, sometimes stories are there for the sake of stories, and they rarely translate into actual experiences in the physical space. So there is an attempt of wanting to somehow connect that story to the idea of how one moves through that space in a actual physical realm. Again, a tick for that. The idea of pushing this thing against the rock and making it a part of the rock. I mean, finally, we are looking at 10 attempts of how does one position a building in an extremely strong context like that. So the issue at hand for you, this is a question now, is what made you think that the best way is to go and stick yourself to the rock?
So actually the first thing, I'll just go back to the section. So if you just look at it, especially when we're talking a place like Badami, and the locals actually are the ones who take over the place. And in India, when we look at it, even when Charles Correa was trying to do, the courtyard, when he talks about that, it's very different that an Indian can actually just use any space. Somehow he uses it in a very different way than a person who has designed it. And that's exactly when we thought that what if we just leave a playground? So even if there's a barren land, that becomes a maidan. So a barren land is very different than a maidan when people start coming and playing in there and everything happens. And that's the quality that we wanted to see, that what happens if the entire place is just left open, like a plaza. Plaza is an English word. But what would happen if the locals come and take over that place? So that's exactly why we just kept our build to the foothills of the mountain.
So the effort was to leave the open space
Yes.
as much as possible.
Yes.
So that it becomes a social space for
Correct.
the village.
Correct.
And the building doesn't interfere.
Yeah.
So that's the stand.
Yes, that's
Or
thinking.
the
Yeah.
position itself.
Are the three of you very good friends?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's obvious, yeah. And it sounds like you had a lot of fun with this. Yeah, which is also very important. I don't quite understand all of the stories, but I get that it is a good story, and it is a strong story, and it is relative. And perhaps it also guided you in generating this design. And if you get your inspiration from there, fine. I think it's a very strong starting point. But what matters at the end is how does that express itself in what you're proposing, right? And that's what we're, a visitor to this place is not going to have you there to explain why this came about, right? And but it came about, and you have a very good rationale for it. But what I really like about what you've done is that you've created a social space, right? So, and that is really, really important, because the Badami Museum, archaeological museum, is a thing unto itself. But actually, you are designing for a community, and you're designing for a very small community that is fairly isolated. And you haven't turned your back. You've actually embraced them, and you've taken this project as an opportunity to embrace that community. And if no tourists come here, I think you've still done your job, and that's a good place to start. And so if it ends up being a tourist destination, that's a bonus. But what you've done in creating, I can see myself walking through that space as a kid and enjoying it, and hiding in those crevices and playing hide and seek. Or I can see myself going out there and meditating and living in this community. And that resonates with me. And I think you have a very lovely project. It's very beautiful. I won't speak so much to the architectural forms because I have a thing for pyramids. But notwithstanding, I love your project, and I love your project because also, I'll speak to the architectural forms. I like the organic nature of the architecture that you're creating. And you view it from the outside, which is one thing, but viewing it from the inside and seeing these spaces and how they evolve and how the light bounces in and off it, I'm going to have to walk through there several times, and every single time it's going to be different. And that's good architecture. So well done. Yeah.
I think adding to, because it'll be a dual, so I may say something and I think you all can say something, it can be random.
Little louder.
Yeah, okay. So this will be something which, see, for instance, you all began with a question on what makes a museum.
Yeah.
If we may add to it, it's all there. It's more now a dialogue,
Yeah.
so it's all there.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see what several things happen now. One is what makes a museum, and then in the car we had a 1 hour inter-jury or whatever that name is called, and we were having our own conversation, and this is really a attempt to flow from that kind of a conversation which began in the morning. That you ask what is a museum, and maybe we add what is the nature of a museum on the site in Badami. Yeah, because if we add those two more, because one is what is a museum becomes very generic, and I can say, someone says this. Now if you want to respond to your own question you raised in the context of what we discussed, because so much is discussed. Now you say let's condense, and there's this person come and you have to tell him in 1 minute. Everyone's in a hurry today, so if we are not in a hurry, but let's say we simulate that, and you have to give it in a very, very simple 1 line, 2 line on what is a museum in Badami. What does it do? It's done everything. I'm just curious because you brought in stomach, you brought in, the myth, you brought in this, you brought in that, which is important because it brings the inspiration to say, hey, there's energy here, and that was the same energy that generated Badami, It's the same energy. And at some point, maybe after the jury, because it's a very long drawn thing, myths are created for several reasons. That one, beyond the story, asks why this story? Why this story? And somehow here it looks, this idea of the myth of why this story, why did it emerge here in Badami and not in Coimbatore? And therefore, why did this kind of an archaeological museum emerge here? I think has kind of satiated me in terms of the way in which you all have discussed it. I'm just curious, how have you all condensed it? And I'm not a believer that an architect has to be able to articulate what they design, because many times you can design, it responds intuitively to the site, it really works, and we feel, no, we don't want to explain it, So even that's part of this project. But I'm just wondering if we are able to capture that one idea that it's captured. So I'm just curious, so many ideas thrown, so many, that this happens, the fair runs, the kid runs, there were the 2 demons, and there was Agastya, and then the lake is called Agastya. How do you see such diversity and disparity if you were to say in 2 sentences, or 4 sentences? It's there. So I'm just curious, how do you present what is this archaeological museum in Badami? And then we'll kind of build one more sentence so it clarifies it. Are you able to? This is a clue decoder now.
Yeah. I think we were just thinking that even if we go to Badami today, it's not just something that we observe through an enclosed space. It's usually the open sky, the water, and the different horizontal levels which are actually accentuating the vertical rocks that we see. So even if there is no building, there's a non-building, there is something for you to do there. So we were just thinking about how we could kind of accentuate that by building very little and still making it something that people will enjoy and people want to come to such a place.
So how do you now reframe this idea of what is this museum in Badami? How do you rephrase it? If it's possible. It's all there, so I'm not really... How do you reframe? Because I think it's an amazing thing what you've done. It kind of resonates with Badami as a town. Because if you have an image of Badami, then it's that void and the water. And you ask, where is the city? And then you say there's something happening around, which was anyway a natural formation, which was rocks. And so it means that whoever chose this site, chose it in a way that said, hey, this is the place, And location became important, but location became something that one observed from what is there. Yeah, location didn't become something tabula rasa, you come and build, and then you say an architect is doing this, and you're almost advocating that we don't need architects. I'm stretching the point, but I'm just saying that how does that come up in this design? Because I think what he said, and you've captured it, I'm just trying to see how do you go back and say this is the seed of that.
I'll take a cue from him and I'll answer on your behalf.
Yeah.
Can I have a point? This is an issue which I have with, I've said the good things now, I'll say things which, not the bad things, things which I think could make this design move 2 steps ahead. One is I find a problem, I don't know if the point is working.
Just step up there.
It doesn't work. Okay, no, it's not important. The point, the issue here is that you started with this idea of this open space being a social space and people play hide and seek and finding their own spaces between the crevices and the rocks and stuff. his question was, which is the debate we were having in the car, was that we have this tendency to put buildings into types. Now in this case, we have put it into a type called a museum. Right? Now, for a minute, if I remove the name museum and say this is a place where the artifacts in the village are displayed. I don't call it a museum, I call it a place where people can experience what is the history of this town. So I resist from calling it a museum. I say in the process of doing your social space and people playing and doing all that, they are also exposed to what this town has to offer in terms of artifacts and other stuff that has been found in the place. In that context, could this insular closed one entity have slightly broken up and allowed these open spaces to also move a little into your building? Where then the possibility of what is inside and what is outside, and this is the museum and this is the rest of it, that edge would have kind of slightly got blurred, in the sense that what is outside and what is inside then is not so apparent anymore. You are also moving, like you're moving between the rocks, you're also moving between your domes or between the other spaces that you're doing, and you don't realize when I walked into that space, when I saw what I was supposed to see, and when did I get out and start playing again. So the seriousness or the intent of putting things in a place and opening a door and going and seeing it is slightly then softened to a certain extent, and the accidental nature of that space in terms of what the openness outside was and how did it suddenly become part of something inside and again came back and became part of the outside. That would have kind of loosened it a little bit. Two reasons. One is your internal space does well with the light coming from the top as well as lighting the place is concerned, which is what one sees in Doshi's Gufa, for example. Doshi's Gufa is not so large. A very large, I would say it would be half of this or less than half of this, right? So the skylights do really well when the space is tight. The question is, where does the air come from? You'll bring in light, you'll somehow manage to get the objects lit. But am I comfortable in that space for a long duration of time? Right? So what this would have done is probably loosened up and allowed some more open space to come in. So there is this contrast always between you're moving through a slightly dark, shady kind of space, but then you suddenly get exposed to this well-lit space where you take a pause, you do something else, there are children playing there or something else is happening, and then you continue if you want to, or you walk out to the outside if you want to, or climb up the dome if you have to. Right? So there could be so many options where that thing could have loosened up to accommodate some more stuff. That's all. So then his question of what is a museum comes into picture, saying in the context of a place like Badami, is a museum a type of building or is the museum an activity where the village has stored its important things in some place and you're also exposed to that while doing something else also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think you just run out of time. But I must really appreciate that expressing architecture through the medium of art is something really very credited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's where you were getting it?
Huh?
Is that where you were getting it?
Yeah, it was one of the where, but it is definitely that.
The
Because
next participants, I think,
no, it was what we were discussing. See, I'm
This
just
kind of
we have
that they had made the non-building more important than the
number
building. You know what?
ID number 1597,
And so you really give
that is Manas,
space for.
Rajratna and Mumbai from every ESS College of Nashik joining us today. They'll be joining us in a few minutes. Just so we don't waste any interim transition times, can I ask the next participants, Sanjana and Omkar from SMEF
College, Briggs College, Pune, to be ready after the presentation of this group now.
consistency in the presentation.
They have heard that? I hope so. Here we have Manas, Rajratan and Mumbai from MESS College of Nasik. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you can start.
Presenting. Your time is 30 minutes in total, depending, including the time that you'll have some discussions with the jurors. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Manas, with Mumbai and Rajratna. Would like to start the presentation. I request the technical team to play the first video.
Got a pointer?
I request the technical team to start the presentation. Spellbound indeed. What do we architects really strive for? And that too on such a magnificent site. Is it the timelessness our ancestors excelled in achieving in their sculptural architecture? Or is it the timestamp that we wish to impart on our creations to convey our era and ideologies through material and technological explorations? In fact, convey our very existence through our buildings we actually wish to breathe for eternity through our creations. But in both the cases, we often found ourselves in intense discussions of what really matters for architects is actually the user experience that stays in the memory of the user and hence becomes timeless. The emotions it evokes through play of light, shadows, volume, wind, and nature. With the typology of museum, the dilemma between timelessness versus setting it up in the correct time and space becomes even more evident.
Museums are the spaces where the object of display and the artifacts are of utmost priority. What does architecture do when the content is more important than a container? Is architecture acting as a backdrop or it takes the role of the foreground? And then, how do we achieve the desired timelessness and even create our own stamp? And with such a strong visual, natural and historic setting for the site at Badami to develop an archaeological museum adds to further dilemmas. How to intervene in such strong context that respects the surroundings yet create its own mark. It is contextual and statemental simultaneously, becomes timeless but speak of its contemporaneous today in 2023. Becomes a backdrop for the ancient artifacts while portrays its strong existence, provides unique visitor experience that resembles the place itself but still creates a lasting impression on visitors' mind. Well, we architects love challenges, and I think Tadao Ando sums this well for all of us.
Pause. We put forward the few design principles that guided our process and design discussions. Preservation. ensuring the preservation, conservation, and promotion of heritage, artifacts, natural setting, experience of the site, create spaces for the visitors to appreciate each nuance of the site surrounding as well as its content. Accessibility. Make the museum accessible to diverse range of visitors and make the experience equally engaging for everyone. Unification. Seamlessly blend the museum with Badami's unique natural heritage and cultural setting by offering pause points to really respect the town's historical and cultural context. Sustainability. Incorporate sustainable and eco-friendly architectural elements given the topographical features of the site surrounding from the cliff backdrop to Agastya Lake in front. Education. Education and information create an engaging and informative experience for the visitors to learn about Badami's history and heritage. Coming up to the concept, we abstracted and decoded the character of existing elements of Badami and integrated in our built space. Narrow cliff. The volume, scale, the rock texture getting highlighted due to the natural sunlight. Cantilever rocks. The cantilevered effect and the walking beneath the built mass. Organic pathways. The pathways through which the crevices were the wall actually guides you, through which the drastic turns create a sense of curiosity in the users at each turn. Stepping plateaus. A space from where the green areas and the rocks are merged and you get a spectacular view of the context. Volume. Here one can see a change in volume and transition from enclosed spaces opening out in a large volume.
Akshay, an archaeological museum in Badami, which means camouflaged in Sanskrit. The site brilliantly sits between the enormous red sandstone cliffs and the magnificent Agastya Lake, with another cliff with the caves on the opposite side. So the road cutting through the site connects two settlements and it's a pedestrian dominated, which we have maintained to integrate the newly designed museum into the existing fabric. Establish the connect with the setting and bring a sense of ownership to this scheduled part of the town. Starting the journey of the museum experience from the second entrance gateway is a conscious decision to take benefit of the higher level contour to capture views of the beautiful surroundings. Meandering through the rocky outcrop and the grass mounds, you climb up the ramp to reach the entrance of the museum, right next to the cliff backdrop. You are actually entering the building from the back side, and entire journey is designed to step by step unfold and frame the vistas, like serial vision propagated by God and Cullen.
And the dilemma continues as you reach the entrance of what really is the exhibit, the actual archaeological remains to be displayed or the natural surroundings. So at the entrance, you can either take a stairway to reach the terrace level of the museum and witness the natural open air museum of the Badami cliff and basin, or enter the museum to see the archaeological remains. As you walk into the museum, you will pass through tall walls that gradually are narrowed towards the roof, creating a dark space which seeks to replicate the spatial quality experience walking through the deep canyon-like crevices of Badami cliffs. A thin, long, continuous slit of skylight along the wall facilitates the ingress of natural light to gently wash the wall surface, enhancing the raw texture of the rock. Transitioning from this darkness to a light is orchestrated with a strategically placed skylight that casts its luminance upon a tree, directing the visitor towards the reception area. The south wall of the foyer you have entered is articulated with a screen to provide a few glimpses of the natural surroundings to set the destination of the journey you are taking. The narrow and long gallery that you enter next is an introvert space where the artifacts take the center stage. So here the artifacts plays as a foreground. Strategically detailed skylight illuminates these artifacts brilliantly and also creates a captivating interplay of daylight within the space throughout the day. You will need a relief point for your mind and eye after an exhaustive and enriching gallery walk. A seating area with a backdrop of perforated wall and a tree enhances this experience by providing comfort to the visitor with gush of fresh air and natural light. And here the architecture plays in the foreground. This is also a pause for you to engage with the heritage and immerse yourself in the rich history as you embrace yourself for another gallery walk further ahead. In this linear gallery, the artifacts again take the center stage with typical skylight detail. A long panel display on both sides of this long gallery and sculpture mounted on pedestal with a backdrop of the screened wall and spotlight effect dramatized by skylight foster engaging experience. With a few intermediate breathing pockets along way, you arrive at the final pause.
This final relief point is what we call the heart of our design. This is where we bring our architecture and design to the center stage and create the user experience that you will remember. After a linear gallery walk, you arrive into this big open central area with an elevator for specially abled people to climb up the roof garden and descend down at the ground level. The central area, which is actually nothing but a weaving deck that frames the outside vistas. Though the rustic window cuts resembling the shafts in the canyons, the framed sky above and the drip light beneath. This slits dramatically captures the natural open-air museum outside. The southern wall of the cantilever box is interestingly tilted at an angle to frame the existing tree. The hide and seek of the lake, reflection through the tree's foliage, builds a curiosity of the final destination that was set right at the reception through the screened wall. Unacceptedly, you descend down through a tilted cantilevered box to access the sunken amphitheater that magically opens up complete in an uninterrupted vistas of lake, reaching the final destination after an overwhelming journey through history. The shallow water body is provided on the edge of the amphitheater, which creates reflection of the water ripples on the cantilever ceiling and drama to enjoy as you unwind after the exhaustive time travel through archaeology. On the side of the amphitheater, sloping lawns have been developed through the artificial contours. This play an important role to stop the people entering through the museum exit.
So coming down towards the cafe area, the dead wall is intentionally designed to generate an element of surprise when you will enter the cafe with unexpected views through the windows. A viewing deck is created for the visitor which opens out towards the Agastya lake. The decision to redesign and restore the temple was driven by a desire to honor and region's rich cultural heritage. This is the skylight detail. A parapet wall, adjacent to the parapet wall, the flower bed is provided for the safety. This is the glass fixing detail and the stone cladding. The skylight in the combination with the luas play a crucial role in hot air escape and create a comfortable indoor environment. Green roof acts as an insulator, increasing time lag and reducing a transfer between the building and the external environment. The natural stone creates indoor temperature cool and helps to minimize the energy consumption.
So these are the land. This is a herbarium. So we plant this by the use of the native trees, and also a few of them which can sustain in the site to create an aroma and atmosphere for the people also, and also the natural species. As you come out of the museum from below, and the building hovers above you like the Badami canyons and the cantilevering rocks, you are offered more and more pauses, angles, frames, and viewpoints to capture the scenic beauty of the Badami basin. The destination continuously teasing you to reach out to itself and experience like hiking a mountain to capture magnificent views. So at any given point, you are either immersed in the archaeological artifacts through play of focused spotlights or the natural artifacts around you. The building is set very close to the cliff. In fact, the cliff is actually one wall of the building. The building actually seems to be sculpted out of the cliff. Externally cladded in the red sandstone, the building merges into the existing setting, ensuring the timelessness we desired. While the daringly cantilever massing and rustic slit windows boasts of its contemporaneous technological and material advancement and putting today's time stamp on it. I request the technical team to play the ball. Entrance from the first gateway. So when you enter, you have the cantilevering rocks, the natural existing features of the site. That's the route to the temple and the cafe also. The museum. So you enter the museum through the second gateway. So we have strengthened and conserved the second gateway. These are some landscape settings which we provided so that the viewer can enjoy the scenic beauty of the Badami. Towards the third gateway. Thank you.
The form and maybe talk about the relationship. One I see is this intuitiveness to move the form towards the rock. Let's say, for instance, taking the word camouflage as a starting point. What are the different ways to camouflage? One could be like merge with a similar material as the context, camouflage and disappear. Another may be like what the Louvre Museum in IMP did, that will sink in. I'm just curious that within the camouflage, and then you in the beginning set up an anticipation of, I think, very carefully chosen elements that you see within Badami. There was a sense of a cliff, there was a sense of a kind of a section that brought in light from above. There was the cantilevered rock. There were elements already from the site. Could you, and I mean, just this is more like a discussion, I may not have thought of it. Could you say that what were the possibilities within what you see here of these found elements, which then you say, let me generate a kind of spatial experience from it. Did you see possibilities that this may happen here, or that may happen there, or this may not happen here, from what you see? Because many of the times we develop or search for architectural elements from that kind of, so let's say a cantilevered rock, or this kind of a very dramatic light coming in. There is, and you you talked of the plinth, or you talked of how do you see that in this context? Let's say it that way, rather than explaining this is how I do and this is how I move. Now we're randomly taking certain elements and saying, what's the possibility of these elements?
So we actually observed these elements and we kind of did an abstraction. So creating that same experience, the same spaces, relating that experience in the while designing the built environment. So
okay, let me put it this way. Let's say and I go back to SEP because that's one of the few examples I know well, not because I knew. There's a new school of architecture starting, and there's no building, and then Professor Doshi says, okay, if there's no building, we need to start, and let's take a badminton hall and start. Yeah, so the badminton hall so the school starts in a badminton hall, versus someone saying, no, let's start a school of architecture, there's no time, and there are these 3 storerooms there, and let's start in the storerooms, each studio. Is there a difference in the found elements, the space, or you've done it? I'm just trying to see when you see a certain space, because people then, what are the possibilities of space, of how people are occupying it, and who is occupying it? Is there a, can we just discuss that? Because we're discussing space, when you say something like crevice, this, so what happens? If we can see it, if we cannot, because you're doing it, it's done with a certain purpose. I'm just saying you found in it. As an architect, what happens, we go sometimes and we see that space, and maybe Badami began like that, and we say, wow, this is a possibility for making all this happen. Let's say the fort wall. Now in a normal town, if a king chose a place, he's making a fort wall, putting in so much effort, building it, and he comes here to Badami and says, hey, look at this, there's a void here, there are these large, so that's the fort, let's not work on it. So he's discovering within a landscape the gestures of human occupation, and you are then wonderfully saying narrow cliff, you're saying cantilevered rock, you're saying some organic topography, you're saying levels. How would you all as architects then say, what are the gestures of that occupation? Because something will happen somewhere, something will not happen somewhere, or are we saying, no, anything can happen anywhere? Or is there something very specific about it? Because you identified those elements, so how does that, how do you see that, if you want to restart?
I think they consciously figured out the found objects, like the cliff, or the cantilevered rock and stuff, and within the design they found opportunity where they could use that.
Yes, so
there's an opportunity there where they created that cantilever thing, which the amphitheater thing happens, right? Is that how you've gone about it? Within the plan, trying to figure out where I could put which of these things.
So, sir, our basic thought was to design the structure like it should not look alienated in that space. So it should merge with the surrounding. It should look at the one part of that space. So that was our first concern.
And also that the structure,
which is where I have a slight disagreement with, because there are 2 ways of looking at this. One is it's got a very stark. I mean, you go back to the caves. You go back to the photographs of the caves itself. What do you see when you see the caves? You see this right in the beginning before you sleep. When you're showing Badami. Before you show your sleep. I think it was the first few slides or the first presentation.
When you began, that was in the.
When you see something like that, what is the strong contrast that you see? materiality is the same. It's the same red sandstone which you have carved and pulled out and stuff. But the contrast there is when a human intervention happens, like for occupation, I want a cave, I want a place to stay or whatever. That human intervention will leave its mark in the sense that you suddenly realize that now there is a very geometric element which has come in an otherwise very organic kind of a setup. The cliff is very organic. But when I start carving, when I start digging, there is a method to that madness. And that method will show, even if I want to make it randomly organic, even then the method will show. So there is a stark geometry which suddenly now is in contrast with the rest of it. Now we call it heritage and history and say we are okay with this. But we are not okay with something which is extremely modern put next to the rock. This is extremely modern then. It is setting up the same tension even then. That you're doing this extremely geometric thing in an absolutely ungeometric environment. Now go back to what you've done. The last image. The last image. Go back to the last image. This time. Yeah,
even this is interesting, yeah.
Or go to the next one. Yeah. No, you see the severe geometry of what you're doing, right? In a setting which has got this extremely unorganized, organic kind of form sitting around. So don't say two things at the same time. I mean, if you are confident about your geometry and say this is the issue and this is how I want to deal with it, then proudly say this is how I want to deal with it. Then don't take two steps back and then now I want to make it red and I want to make it all that and somehow now camouflage this. If you have taken the stand to say that yes, this is a geometric setting in an otherwise random environment and that is the strength of this, then let's take it as a strength. Let's not apologize. Right? So in that context, if I were to take this two steps further, I would say that having made that beautiful gesture of making that amphitheater go down and come out through that rock, I wouldn't put the cafeteria in front of it. Because then now you're suddenly blocking that fantastic view which is kind of created of the lake. But then now across the road I see a building which is blocking that view. Right? The other thing which I think as a section was a possibility was having, you talked about step terraces. I think the opportunity of having taken people up to the top and created the lawns and done all that, I think the opportunity existed there in terms of what you did with the roofs and then decided how to bring in light there. Because they have gone by the very standard way of doing a slit and doing a skylight. This you would do in any museum. You had a fantastic opportunity there because you had the lake to look at. And you had the reason why you're taking these people up to the top. Now having taken them to the top, then open up that view. No? Make that gesture of making that terrace so beautiful that I would want to go up. Not because it's a default terrace. A building automatically gets a terrace, now I make it green. That's a default terrace. But if I design a terrace, then I will make that effort of taking people up there and then making them actually do something with the terrace. Probably, I don't know, just a random thought. What if the cafeteria was on the top? So I go up there and there is a reason for me to go up there. I have to sip my cup of coffee and this fantastic view opens up. And from a higher view, I get to see the lake. There is so much more possibility. So I'm just trying to say, it's like the gesture of trying to make a very random kind of cut in the wall there after having made a very clean geometric shape. So what I'm finding is that little tension of you're not fully resolved for yourself whether what you're doing is the right thing or are you being, having done it now, I want to somehow camouflage it. The word, unfortunately, camouflage is coming in the way. Sorry.
So actually on that point we had a discussion. So completely not dissolving the build structure into the context. So we thought to, in today's era, so creating a kind, giving a small essence of contemporaneous to, so we actually created, and instead of creating a sleek picturesque windows like for the Villa Savoy, so we thought we could design it in it relating to the context, so like the chiseled rock cuts. So we thought of doing that.
Which is why I'm saying I'm finding that the act of doing something to now make it, to soften the impact of that, what you think is a very geometric thing, to soften the impact, you're trying to slowly do things which will then make it, how do you somehow fit into the context? Can you, I'm not saying do it this way or that way. Would it have been done in some other way? Where you, how do you say, confidently accept what you've done and then from that standpoint move forward? Sorry.
How much time do we have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Let me start by saying that I hinted to this yesterday, trying to give yourself some guiding principles and trying to actually define the problem, right? This is a very difficult thing because you need to start somewhere and you need to you need to have your guiding principle. And I think you started by defining the problem quite well. You talked about timestamp, you talked about user experience, you talked about typology, and you hit on all of the right things, right? Of what this project is about and what it needs to investigate and where. So you built up your base, you built up your foundation, and I think you said it very well. There was an anticipation that you built up, right? And I was waiting to see, perfect, so what is this going to look like, right? And then you revealed your architecture and you revealed your intention. And I think here I'm going to default to what was just said. I think you lost your nerve. You were moving in the right direction. You have the foundation. You know what you want to do. You just didn't do it, I don't think. Or you did it, but you almost like you took a step back and said, "Oh, I'm being a bit too bold." And what's like if I look at your project, I think those water bodies that you put in there, to me, are symptomatic in that they could be there, they could not be there. It doesn't actually matter, and it seems to be an afterthought. What does it really add to the scheme? I don't think it adds anything to the scheme, quite honestly.
So for that question, we actually gave the water body so that, being the south sun, the rays would fall on the water and the reflection of the ripples would fall on the surface of the cantilever.
See, what you just said is fantastic, right? But do you really think that something that small is actually going to do it? If you're going to do it, then do it, right? I mean, flood the whole place and make a huge... What if you were to take your building and float it in a body of water? Imagine what that would do for your reflection, right? You would be making a hell of a statement. And you would have... I'm not saying you should do that, right? But the thing is, when I see those two small bodies of water, it just seems almost like it's apologetic, right? And I think that's the right word. You're one step away, I think. One step away. It's almost like you need to take this, put a piece of trace, and do another iteration of it, and you'll be there. That's how I feel. It's almost like you maybe ran out of time, or maybe you just did not dare draw that extra line or lines that needed to take this to the next level. Does that make sense? Maybe not.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to respond to it. These are all suggestions. There are going to be critiques, there are going to be appreciations. So whatever is our experts who are giving comments, so you can understand what they're seeing. Yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have
The next team in. Team number 3, ID number 678, Sanjana and Omkar. From the SMEF Brick College, Pune. Welcome, Omkar.
Yeah.
They are in their traditional Indian dress, so it's a little different from the others. Anyway, please carry on.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask something all of you. Do you remember any of your experience or specifically travel experience where you felt like you are hearing your unheard inner voices? You know, where you're really diving in deep into yourself. And I'm not talking about going and planning to visit meditation centers or wellness retreat centers. I'm talking about you're walking, you're strolling around, you're wandering, and you just hear something in you. And it is in such an intangible way that you are not even made conscious that you have to go into that meditative zone. That was, I would say inner consciousness. That was Badami for us. So, because we were told this is an informal setting, I really wanted to tell you about our process. When we got the brief, we started decoding everything about Badami, Hampi, Karnataka, as any student would do. Getting to know about the history, tales, mythology, how it formed, where it formed. And we did all our research. We thought we knew about Badami now. And then we were fortunate enough to visit the place actually. And we not only visited Badami but also Hampi and a bit of here and there in Karnataka. Because we really wanted to know how the place feels. And when we went there, it was like we didn't know anything about it. All those ratios, those proportions, those technical analysis, those decoding of structures, it all went somewhere. Because specifically talking about Badami, when we started walking around, we could not just talk to each other or chit-chat about the things. Okay, we'll do this, we'll do that. We were so immersed into that beautiful combination, formation of the nature, the energies which we were feeling there. We just were very silent. We were just absorbing the energy. After our travel, after getting to know the space and feeling it, we sat down and started thinking now what to do about it. You know, whatever we thought, it has changed its direction now. And on the site itself, we started making some physical models, which you would see in the video itself. We tried our best to make those spaces feel like how we felt in those boulders and those formations, those peeping light and everything. But we were failing somehow. We came back and we took certain decisions to go forward now. The decisions were now we are not going to use any foreign element, any outside element, any alien element in the site. We wanted to just extend the existing landscape there. We didn't want a human intelligence, an interference of man, or I would say interference of a brain of a man to just intervene with that space. Second decision was we didn't want a conventional museum where you go, you see the panels, you read, and you walk away, as the existing museum was there. We wanted it to be an experiential journey where you experience how the local settlements live there, how the Badami is, and what made Badami what it is actually. So we started with that. We started jotting down our points, and being a bit creative, we do write poems and narrations and sketch a lot. We wrote a hell lot of poems. We wrote a lot of stories, and we discussed a lot. And after a lot of rigorous process, we came with what we are going to present it now. So have a look.
This is a story of an enduring kingdom hidden within the earth of Badami. The journey that celebrates the time of its existence and roots of origins flourished centuries ago. The life is kept alive in memories and ethnic relevance featured by the unique topography and meticulous chiseling of the rocks. The design tunes in with the existing context. This movement makes us feel concentrated by the unheard voice of the space, with a sense to feel the resonance within that reverberates with the spoken, unspoken, and stories that will be woven with the vibrations generated by the friction of experiential and meditative spaces of the place. This moment is a chance for people to dig within themselves and re-echo their identity, which has kept delighting itself through stories. In pulling back layers of history and culture, it gives us a cue of crafting out the street as a journey to worship their art. Thus, the place can be called as Antarnad, Kala Sadhana. The contextual design makes subtle references to research of past, which is not only about collecting cultural fossils, but to trace the artistic inspirations of time, which were involved by different sources of life, but now must be dissolved in architecture. Making the site completely authentic and honest with the forces and resources of nature is to complement this existing core, to which we must strictly restrict the use of any alien element from outside the site boundaries. Merging in and dissolving is the heritage of Badami, and by going deep within where we will resonate purity and divinity. Of light by the engraving stories. Simultaneously, existing nature of the context interestingly helps in weaving the journey of sight by bridging within the path of resonance, flexibly meandering without the existence of boundaries by creating spaces as like in nature, where we really wanted to be the extension of landscape by walking in spaces like the flow of life. The porosity and penetration imprints on the engravings on the rocks symbolizes as the releasing point of energies that gives fragmentation of the structure, and the formation of boulders making them adaptive to the harshness of the nature. Going within by releasing themselves in the struggle to quest their own. It is calmed by creating a space whose cover shades with its sacredness of peace by the breathing in and breathing out of the two surfaces that represents the elements. These elements are around which the sacred architecture revolves by introspection, spirituality, and divinity, inviting humans with an introspective nature. It also holds and creates a path for penetration of wind and light, which is the lifeline of the place. The space is like the unearthing the site in search of the own, and earthing with the needs of the site response. It forms a connection of sky to the earth and water to the air, worshipping them as a divine connection. The space is a storyteller itself. It represents people and place, culture and tradition. It creates identity by preserving their sense of belongingness. Thus, the Antardant is a space which perfectly synchronizes that togetherness and unhear the inner voices. As we start digging, smell of earth intimates with the air of place. In the darkness of space lies the spirit of life. People are blessed to be in the womb of Mother Earth with Vatapi Ganpati blessings. It leaves people in a connection to place within a feeling of evolution from a part of their own.
समावनी तुझ्यात मी मलाच होऊनी एकरूप एकमेकांतच वाट शोधण्या गाठ पूर्वजन्मीची एकरूप होऊनी आस विलीनतेची तू वेगळी मी वेगळा भास एकाकी गुंतुनी गुंत्यात स्पर्श मात्र बाकी कलागुणांचा जन्म होऊ दे उदरात आत्मसाद करू दे बसूनी कुशीत नितळ पाण्यासह शुभ्र गगनासह विहार पाखरांसह अणधुंद वाऱ्यासह मिळूनी करूया अतिथीचे साजरीकरण हे धरती तुझ्याच कुशीत जन्म अनमरण गोड आठवणी चिरचिर युगांच्या जन्मोजन्मीचे गुपित लाल वाटा नेई मंदिरी देवाच्या चेहऱ्यावर स्मित दिसे एक किरण प्रकाशाचा घडवी चित्र चकित भासे अंधारातही वासदेवाचा मुखी त्याचेच गीत मुखी त्याचेच गीत
I think it took us all to some space.
It was meant for.
Thank you for that. One can't fault the intent, one can't fault the process either. The whole idea of going to Badami, spending time there, absorbing all the stuff that you did, and your inherent inner reaction to what you felt there, and how you wanted to respond, which led to the whole idea of how does one continue to do something there which looks like as if there is no human interference. That to me is the key issue. How does one do something where it looked like no human being actually ever did this, was always there. I mean, if that is the clue, or that is the idea there. Full marks for all the earlier ideas, the whole idea of the process, the experience, the documenting of the process, the emotional content in it, the experiential quality of it. I think all that is very both extremely well presented and also extremely well talked about. At that level, I don't think any of us can fault you on what you've done. The issue is this one line which you said of how does one do this in a way where it looks like there was no human intervention. So that is the issue. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to wanting to do something as architecture, how does one go about doing something where one has to now imitate nature? That is where the problem lies. in the sense that I can understand trying to create spatial quality, emotional content, response to a particular experience of a particular space, but then I have to do it the way I would do it. In the sense, the way you would do it as people who are intervening in that space. In the last discussion we were talking about, even somebody a few thousand years back wants to dig a cave, he will leave his imprint. Even if he's working with basic tools, when you touch nature, there is no way you can leave it the way it was. Your footprint there is a given. You like it or not, your footprint there will show. So how does one then do it in a way where you say that I will not leave this, or I will do it in a way where it seems seamless? This is one way in which you tried doing it, saying that there is this whole idea of the rocks and the rock formations and the spaces which happen in between, and the crevices and the light comes through and all that. Can I imitate that? Can I somehow replicate that entire experience exactly the way it was? How do I do that? It's one thing to draw it, it's another thing to actually do it. How does one actually go about doing something like that? Or, vis-a-vis, do I replicate the experience? Which you said was what your entire story is all about, the experiential quality of having visited and been in those spaces. Is there an alternative way of doing it, other than this method of trying to do it as is where is? So my question to you is, before you attempted these set of sketches, were there other sketches that were attempted before which you thought were not doing justice? I would want to see what were those sketches which you thought were not doing justice. And it may not be part of your presentation, you can always show it later, it doesn't matter. But it would be nice to see that process because you discarded something to get to this, saying that that is not working for me, I want this to be exactly like as if no human touched this place before. And this is the way you think that is going.
So now,
yeah,
I
please.
would like to answer to that.
Yeah.
Firstly, it was never the idea to imitate the nature as it is, because we are no one, we have no capability to even think of imitating something which is so heavenly. It was always an idea to extend the landscape or just try to enhance the activities. So the brief which was given, the requirements were given like amphitheater or museum spaces or all of this. How we could cater to the today's need of giving people an experience of Badami in a concise site by enhancing the natural quality which we experienced there. So the views which you see in the presentation, if the team could just show the views. So a lot of interventions done by us which we felt that we did it in the formation of the rocks. So it was always an idea to enhance and extend the existing landscape, not to replicate it. Secondly, what we did before, so we studied the ruins of Badami and the temples and everything, and the collages were done about how the spaces were actually made or how people used to think the spaces used to transform in the whole area.
Just leave that section. Previous one. Just leave that.
Yeah. So all of these interventions which you see are at the end a human intervention which we wanted to do to cater to enhance the existing landscape.
No, which is what I'm saying. There's an existing setup which looks exactly like this, right? Which has these boulders balanced against each other, gaps between rocks, light coming in from so many places, spaces wantedly or sometimes accidentally formed because a rock went this way or some other rock went that way. Now that is a natural phenomenon which exists in the landscape. Now this is a method of trying to recapture that phenomenon and explore a requirement which is unfortunately there because you have to do a museum. Now how do I fit that somehow into this spatial experience which is there in my mind now and which is telling me from inside to do something like that. This sketch, before getting to this sketch, I want to see what the earlier processes were.
Okay. before going to Badami, we didn't think of what design should be. It was very clear. We will do all the research, all the base. We'll visit the place, and that's how we'll start even sketching down what the space would feel like. It was very clear about that. But of course, we had a lot of sketches of ruins, of the temple places, and of recreating those spaces. So I would like to show you once we get out, because right now in the presentation it is not.
No, fair enough. This is out of curiosity. That's all. I mean, just as an understanding of a process. Sorry, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think your ability to visit the site has obviously given you a perspective that probably other people don't have, and that visiting the site has obviously influenced also the way that you have approached the site. And I must say that you should think about movie making also as a career. That was yeah, it was very beautiful, really well crafted. Did you do it yourself?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty impressive. You know, just the whole and the music in the background and whatever. So I was seduced by that, right? But anyway, we're not talking about movie making. We're actually talking about an architectural competition, right? And I think maybe because of the fact that I come from another generation, I react better to when I see a plan and when I see a section, because I hear it but I don't see it, right? And so in a way I'm thinking, are you actually building anything there or not? Or like what's happening, right? Are you just like carving through the rocks? Like what exactly is happening here, right? And so when I see the sketch, right, like, is that new or is that already existing there?
It is new.
It's
It
new.
is not existing.
Oh, okay. So it's new, but it looks like old.
Yeah, that was the whole key of the point. It shouldn't feel like kuch naya or something new is being done. It should be just like it is a continuation
Like a
of the story.
Okay. Now I got it. All right. So I wasn't quite sure whether you'd actually done
All of
it.
the plans and sections are designed things. They are not existing. The plans and sections which you see.
Yes, but this is not existing. This is proposed,
Yeah,
right?
this is proposed.
This is going to be
All
constructed.
of the things are proposed.
Okay, so I was confused, right? Because as I say,
That was
I
the
react to
whole
a plan and a
That's the
section,
concept
and the
of
video
project.
I wasn't getting it. Okay, so now that we've gotten to that, okay, got it. So I know now what this is your intent. Then I would say I have the same problem that he just said, what he just mentioned, right? In a way, it's almost a cop-out, right? To default to, well, I'm not going to reinvent it. There's something there, and I'm going to try to make it look. No, that's a cop-out. I have a problem with that. And the previous group was talking about a timestamp, and here I think you've just completely taken away the whole timestamp thing. But I don't think you can. I really don't think you can, and you shouldn't divorce yourself from the expression. You shouldn't divorce yourself from the emotion, because from what I can understand, you have a very emotional, guttural reaction to the site. Let it manifest itself, right? Which is very beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. I love that, right? But then express that, and express that. This project is very personal to you, right? Express it in that personal way. Show it. And I'm actually very hungry to see it. And that's why I was looking for the plan. But anyway, I'll stop there. That was my disconnect.
You know, if I can build from that, but it may diverge in some other way. One, I would say it's fascinating what you all have done. the position taken in terms of the idea of the inner voice. Yeah, the inner voice is something we can't stop, so it's there all the time. And for a moment, let's assume this is a film. And because I think even if we discuss the problematics or the differences between two media, film and architecture, we may just find a crevice there. So let's take that this was a competition to generate a great multimedia film, not architecture. And then I look at it and I say, this is simply amazing. Yeah, it's amazing at the level of the concept, the conjuring, the process, the evocation of what experiences can be there, this problematic of saying, because today many architects are in that dilemma of how do I design something that I don't know? Yeah. Now you set up, because we are structured that way, that we are structured to create a problem and then solve it. And we find meaning in that, at one level. So at the level of a multimedia, at the level of a dream, at the level of something that's remaining ephemeral in the mind, and then you're seeing it, I think it's fabulous. Yeah? Now I'll give a counter. There was a film director, I'm not going to name them, and there was a cinematographer with an architect who was doing the sets, and they had to make this film in Madurai Meenakshi temple. There's no way you can get permission to make a film in the Madurai Meenakshi temple. So they said, let's just construct this temple in plywood. So they constructed this entire temple in plywood, great measure drawings, it was all built. The film happened, they finished, and they abandoned the set and went away. A month later, the cinematographer thought, let me just go and just document some parts and come back. He went there, bus loads of people going in, praying, because now they got easy access to a plywood Madurai Meenakshi temple. Bus loads. And he said, I did this for a film. I didn't imbue it with some sacred power. I had this, and busloads. They were not even allowing him to go in, and there was this whole control. They are praying, people are going there. And he just kept watching. Some column broke in the way, that was fine, because they still conjured a Madurai Meenakshi. Now, I'm curious, what is your thought on it? As an architect, I say, is this Walt Disney World sanctified? Or I say, wow, this is another way of thinking which I didn't think about. What do we say? Because it's you're leading us into a paradox, and which probably didn't happen. The ancients probably didn't conjure a conceptual paradox. Yeah, when they were excavating, they were excavating with a certain sense of reverence. They were excavating with a certain sense of search, and they had their own meanings of what darkness may mean. Why do I need to have an access? Why do I need this ritualistic path? What does it do to me if it unfolds in a certain way? That water is at a practical level something I need to live, but water also becomes something so reverential that it's there for baptism, it's there for, if you go to the Ganges, and they actually believe that if I bathe in the Ganges and come, I washed all my sin. And so there is another level of conjuring which is also not film. And now this generates a very, very strange paradox. But instead of discussing this, because you may be quite deeply attached to it now, because it's an inner voice, let's go back to the plywood Madurai Meenakshi. And you all are the jury of that plywood Madurai Meenakshi. What would you say to that plywood? People are just going by throngs. It's fulfilling their need. What do you say for it? Or would you recommend that from now on we need to build temples in plywood? I'm just
of course not. when you were not mentioning that we have to just speak about the plywood thing, one thing was in my mind was B.V. Doshi used to say that I am not an architect. I'm not sure I'm saying it rightly, but I'm trying to concise it as much as I remember, that I am a searcher. I am in search. I am a child. I don't use my brain as an architect, like what to do now, how to do about things. I am a child. I'm an explorer. I go, I feel things, I come back, then I use my brain, and then I start things. And so we are very, very much truly inspired by this thing that we still are students, we still are in the journey where we can still be flexible, that being in architecture course, we have the flexibility to be in the role of every artist, every user group, and then do things. For some reason, we didn't feel like we were architects when we were visiting the place. And after coming back, when we took the responsibility, okay, now we are going to design something, adding personal touch is always a thing, but personal touch is different for different people. We thought our personal touch was just to enhance the experience by not building a cubicle museum, an existing museum, which is just go and visit the panels and see the visual things and come out. We wanted them to experience the whole Badami in the site.
I asked a question on the plywood temple.
Okay.
What you've done, and I think the process was on your, and if you open B.V. Doshi and that statement, let's add that to the question then on what B.V. Doshi said and why he said it. Yeah. I'll give a parallel. Let's not discuss. If we discuss parallel, no, there's no emotion and it's easier to discuss. There's a circus. Yeah. Now you all may not remember those circuses. When we were kids, there was this huge circus. And it would come to our town and this big tents. And so there is one guy who goes across the rope. I don't know whether you'll have seen him at that height on a single wheel. Greek proportions, exact. And he goes exact. He just goes past. Beautiful, accurate, perfect. Equivalent of maybe Tadawanda's architecture. I'm just saying. Really perfect. Minimalist. And I don't know what it means, but it's like that. And there is another guy who comes after him. Clown dress, torn, something happening, on the single wheel. He goes 3 steps, and from that height, his cycle falls inverse, and he holds it with one hand. Then he turns again up. He goes, the cycle falls inverse, he holds it with one toe then. Again he goes, and so everyone is gasping. Like, this guy is so clumsy, he's just falling, and he reaches the other end. He didn't fall, huh? He didn't fall. Who's the better acrobat? The guy who fell, he didn't fall down. Who's the better acrobat?
I don't think I have an answer to that.
No, there's a clear, who's the better acrobat? You give any answer. There are 2 guys, so it's who's the better acrobat? Let's not be subjective, he's better. Because the circus manager has to decide, hey, you do this, but no, you don't do that, you do this. He's saying that. He's judging some skills. He's not saying, oh, you do or you do.
The second one.
Why? He fell 3 times. He fell 7 times. Why?
But he made the memories in his journey.
No, was it accidental that he made it? That in the next show he may just fall, and he never falls. Why? Then link it with what B.V. Doshi is saying. Then link it with what B.V. Doshi is saying of being the so-called free child. Because I see the second guy who's the clown is the free child. The second guy who's doing what he likes, is the free child. So there are 2 stages of free child, because every time B.V. Doshi should come into my class and say it, I had to clarify this, because otherwise B.V. Doshi was not saying it that I draw whatever I want, I sketch whatever I want. No. He said, let me understand the rigor of architecture. Every rigor. Yeah? I understand that rigor. That's why I said if we're talking in the realm of architecture, if we're talking in the realm of film, it's something else. I understand it, to a point that I can just start playing it because now it's within me. You get it? It's a thin line, and we don't expect that. As architects, we are still struggling with this issue. So it's because you took the presentation to that kind of a level, we are able to discuss it. This is really a professional or a discussion among architects. But since you made that comment, I would really like one statement on this plywood. I have not yet found the answer.
Okay.
This plywood temple, which in a school of architecture would say, my God, what a gimmick of a temple. It doesn't even, it's Disney World, and you have the whole village praying. So what would you say for that act? If there is something, I just would.
As in, which one is better? Or is
Not
it right
better.
or
What
wrong?
do you say for a phenomenon you see like that?
I see no harm in it for some reason. I feel in some or other way, what do you say? The passion the people have for God, for worshipping, for going there, for doing things is still there. Yeah, if you look at as that importance of the place is getting fade away because now the people are going in that plywood thing when the original thing is already there. I see in the perspective that the motive of a temple is still getting fulfilled. People are still passionate about it. People are hustling and this and that is there. But they are still worshipping the God, be it in a plywood thing or a stone thing. I don't think God would mind.
No, He doesn't. God doesn't mind.
As in, I don't think.
I think it's a great thought. Think over it. This is definitely, as Sherman and he said, a fabulous attempt. Now maybe look at the problematic or the crevasse between filmmaking and let's say it was to manifest as architecture. There's something there. If you can now, and I think you all will easily bridge that.
But there are fantastic examples with the same idea. The whole idea of how does one do something without leaving a footprint or without leaving your presence so strongly. I think there are fabulous examples of people who have done that exactly the way you stated it, but not having necessarily done it this way. Which is why I asked, look at options.
Okay, sure.
Nobody is questioning the intent. The intent is perfect, what you said, in terms of this is where we were heading. Absolutely perfect, accepted in true spirit. Options for looking at that same thing. This is one option. Nobody is denying this option. Option 2, option 3 of doing the same thing, even less than this. The way we are getting at is not that this is wrong or right. Can you do what you're asking by doing even lesser than this?
Okay, we'll look for
Sir,
it.
I think we need a short break to have this kind of discussions.
Wonderful work.
Thank you so
Absolutely
much.
wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll continue after a very short break. It would have been 15 minutes, but now we got 10. So,
Sir, our mentor.
Oh yeah, please.
He's our mentor.
Oh yeah, please.
We're not getting involved. I just wanted to, looking at the entries also, selected entries and things. The platform is, we are connected since the first platform, the first entries were available since 2016, 17. So this platform built us also. The design what we did for the first time here was the copper house, it was a cube house. And cracking it for the first time, we have built 7 to 8 cube houses after that. Extraordinary. Sir has seen recently in Bangalore. So I think that this in colleges what the issues is of practicality and very different factors. Yeah, they are important, equally important. So I think the question is here what we will was also about the thought process where you are actually getting into the abstraction. How then you convert it into reality? So I think the simple question, if what I understood is first thing we are not replicating. That was a very point of clear because we didn't take any plans, any traces of the past, any references. That was very clear because we are not replicating or copying.
Here we are talking about replicating nature.
Yeah. So then we also at a level we are similar kind of in a museum, farmhouse and a resort we have built nearby Nasik. So Nasik is blessed with caves. And in 2016-17 we were dealing with the first site experience, and it took 6-7 years to start the construction. We have almost built it. Sorry. We have almost built it. But catering all the aspects of sustainability and response.
We have 5 more presentations. Please.
So we built it something which is completely green, it's completely sustainable without steel. It has walls of 3 to 4 feet. There's nothing brought from outside 13 acres. It's only 13 acres which we have constructed. But we came to a point where it actually feels what we started with. We had a cut section of the land. There was land and it was cut by the client for farming. The section of the land is we clicked a photo and we said that this is what we want. In 2016, we didn't know how we will construct. This is what the situation is today now. We don't know how we are starting or dealing, we will maybe construct. But today we have built it the same cut section of the feeling and the space and the volume is really big. So I think the School of Architectures are really converting these natural experiences in very definite form, again converting into the smaller sections and smartly dealing with light and skylight and volume. But there are few new ways now where we should shift and we can convert the real experiences also and create them in a better way. I think
the question is not of
I'm not responding to any of the questions.
The question is not of how you do it.
Yeah.
The question is should you do it.
Yeah, that's also a question. That's also I'm not able to answer.
The question is if I want to leave the minimum footprint.
Yeah, that is the most key.
If that is the key.
Yeah. How do you minimalize the minute?
Then how little do I build becomes the question.
And get the
that
same
little, that little how intelligently do it.
Sir, I think at the end of the session we'll have some time for some discussions of this sort. So if you don't mind, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussions will go on and on.
These are
Cup of tea.
yeah. No, it was good.
I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya Lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya Lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come through one gateway, and there is one huge rock which cantilevers out with a big tree behind, and you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum there is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something wonderful there, because it's a dream site for any architect to work on. So imagine that that structure doesn't exist there. So you come through this gateway, there is this big tree and a lake here. This ghat culminates into this small shrine. Imagine this structure not to be there, with this cliff as a background, cascading terraces coming down. You have the cliff on the back. That is the existing structure which you are supposed to demolish. Then there are these levels which cascade down right up to the water. This is a physical boundary of the site which sort of encompasses all this area. So just to give you idea, this would be the extent of the site, including the small shrine, the edge of the water, the road going through. The road has a absolutely minimal traffic, so it is pedestrian dominant road. So we want you to consider the extent of the site right up to the edge of the ghat. So it's more of an experiential kind of a site. Though your built zone would get restricted more towards the upper edge, you can create an intervention right up to the water. Now, there is a physical extent of the site, but if you see the visual extent of the site, it goes all the way up to the Bhuthnath temple towards one end with the water in front. You have caves on the other side. And the third very, very important aspect is this pathway which leads up to the rocks. Now there is another gateway. In fact, there are a series of gateways, and you experience this almost like a canyon kind of a structure. So you walk through these cliffs of rocks, and the way they turn, the way the light comes in, and way you climb through and discover those spaces, it's absolutely magical experience. And I had been there during just after my college days, and I have such wonderful memories of that space, and which keep reoccurring. You keep remembering those spaces while designing, and consciously or subconsciously it has influence on your work. And as a student, when you look at this whole site and look at especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really sort of experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. So it's a multifaceted problem. It's not only about the site, it's about the context. It's about relating it to the water edge, relating to the temples which are far off. And there's something about materiality there. You have this beautiful yellowish brown rock which is available. So all the temples, whatever construction, what you see there is all about using that material stone which ages so well, because you see these temples of 5th century and 6th century and they still look so fresh. That material has aged so gracefully over the years. So we would like you to respond to all those elements. How do you use it? How you become sensitive to it, so the structure that you do belongs to that place. It becomes part of the environment. It's not something. So that's the decision which all of you will have to debate about, whether the structure, which the intervention that you are going to do there, does it have to really make a statement, or should it dissolve into the background and become part of the entire scenario? One more important aspect about experiencing this site is about change of eye level. If you start seeing your eye level changing, you really experience this entire bowl I would talk about in a very, very different way. When you are in these caves and looking down into the water, the whole thing looks totally different. When you are at the eye level at the site, the entire bowl looks totally different. Look at the eye level, look at the site conditions, look at the contours of the site, the trees there, the rocks there, the the so many references that you have, and in all these magical space, you see the sunrise and sunset and the way the light changes. So respond to all that and create something wonderful. All the best.
Badami, it is a state of Karnataka. So in Bagalkot district located, and this is the Taluka headquarters. Badami, it is a main tourism point. In Badami, is very famous for the Badami caves. Badami, it is more than 1500 years old. It's known as in India the cradle of Hindu temple architecture. The Badami monument is divided by the two parts, South Fort and North Fort. In part of the North Fort, there is an archaeological museum, lake and lake temple, and some temples are there. And that North Hill on the mountain area behind the museum, we have one inscription belongs to the first Pulkeshi. Southern part, those are the main important things to see in Badami, those are the cave temples. The 4 cave temples are there. One is dedicated for Shiva, two for Vishnu, one is a natural cave for Buddha also, and one for the Jain also. 4 are man-made and one is natural. So in Ajanta, they will be introduced the caves with a painting. But first time these are the people, they introduce the caves with a sculpture. The September to February, it is a main peak time. So that time is the climate is very good and very nice to see also. But before the lockdown, the near about 1500 to 2000 are Indian tourists per day, and 50 to 75 foreigners, Europeans. And if we come to Badami, so we have 3 near airport. One, it is in Belgaum, just 180 kilometers from here, and one is 110 kilometers, that is in Hubli, there also, and just 125 kilometers we have one more airport, that is Hospet, that is called Jindal Airport, and we have lots of train facilities are there. We have train also, then the buses also. Temple architecture, we have 2 types, cave architecture and temple architecture. Cave architecture, it means the monolithic, and temple architecture means we can take some pieces of the stone and join it by one by one. So then we get the temple structure, that is a temple, but is everything they carved out in single rock. This is a red sandstone or sedimentary rock. It's not a metamorphic. This sandstone is a weathering with the nature, with the sunlight and water, it became a sand. The Agastya, the monk, he came here and he will be did some meditation and he will walk around here according to his memory. So they will be known as the Agastya lake. It's a man-made lake. In Badami, if you get a half an hour or 1 hour rain, so there is opposite the rock, there is a good waterfall. All water is going to be stored here. Depth is quite more, around 10 to 12 meters. During the summer, is going 4 to 5 feet is going down, but rest of the time the water level will be same. So always the women they will be came and they washing the clothes and burthen and other things. Some people they came brought that animals and they cleaning, and some people they are fishing also. So this wall is there now. Its wall is came from the 4th cave to continue to until that part. It means there is the original fort. So that time maybe on the 6th century, during the time of Chalukyan period also, king also they celebrated some functions. So that time the audience they can be sit no. So that's why they built a bridge as a stairs. Along with to get down, or they will be sit or they covered. And down of that north hill, there is an archaeological museum. According to the archaeological rule, they say you have to develop anything else, but don't spoil the originality and their beauty. So that's why they built the building as a model of the 3rd cave. The museum is near about 5 to 6 galleries there. We have some beautiful sculptures are there. In Badami, Aihole, Patadakal, during the excavation time, what things they found it? They kept it over there. That is the architecture museum. The visitors when they came here, so they will be know that thing also. What kind of art are there? Or might be some architecture students are going to be visited here. So that time also they studied about the sculptures also, because that is not only belongs to the Chalukyans, belongs to the different time also. These are the from local area only, but there will be some different people when they conquered, they will be introduced this culture. So that time they will be have lots of things. Like we have sandstone also, and we have a black stone also. So there we found some lots of evidence of the Mesolithic period. Some prehistorical people they living over there, and they will be make the painting and other things. And we get some tools also. That thing also they will be collected. The Chalukyans, when they are going to be constructed the temple, so that time they can be used some chisels and hammers. They will be use iron, the steel, as a clamps also. That clamp also we found it in the museum. Actually, museum there is no parking. There is one road is there, but it is a very narrow road. So in front of the museum, where you get the big tree, that is a banyan tree, near about 70 years old, like that. When you going to that facing on the north direction to left side, so this is a old house in Badami. It's the old houses. These are the some they built it from the mud. So it is because this is a Deccan area. Here the temperature is more hot. So that's why when you use with that wooden roof with mud, so that time is keep it cooler. Nowadays the monkey also it is became as a part of Badami. So how the people were living, how the monkeys also. Sometimes the monkeys, if they didn't found anything else, they will be went inside the houses, they will be grab and everything. So that's why they can be used with the grills. So then slowly nowadays since from 10 years it is going to be developed. So people now there will be awareness is coming, and then there will be lots of peoples they will came, and some NSS and other groups will be came, and they to clean that thing, and they know the value about the monument, and now they give the importance, and then how to develop and how to earn the money, how to get the business also. Now the environment is going on.
This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. As a student, when you look at this, especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's the challenge. I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come through one gateway, and there is one huge rock which cantilevers out with a big tree behind. And you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum. There is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something.
At the southern hill, the Bhutnath temple edging the border of the Agastya lake, the Badami settlement towards the west, and on the northern hill we have the Shivalayas, or the temple architecture. And we use this form of architecture as inspiration, and we try to draw accesses from these points across our site, and maybe the idea of orienting our build towards it began to come about. From the caves, the idea of building through the act of excavation came about. The idea of deriving a sort of language and proportion from these caves and a certain quality of light from them we tried to achieve. Similarly, with the Bhutnath temple, it helped us understand how to respond to water and the water edge, and we took hints from this language to help us deal with the site respectfully. Contrasting to the idea of the caves, the Shivalayas show us a language of building using addition, and balancing these two languages in our project across the site became quite important to us. For the Badami settlement, we aimed to create a space, a public space that they could use and they could call their own.
So once we started to understand the context beyond our site, we started to pick up a few clues from the features present on site. So the most dominating feature on site were the red sandstone rocks that kind of formed the backdrop of our site, and with other fewer boulders present. So our first initial idea started, the idea of outbursts, or something emerging from the rocks, and a conversation between the rocks and the river and the lake was something we tried to go about. This diagram talks about how water flows across the site because it's contoured, and how we can probably think about draining and collecting and using that water. We mapped out all of the existing trees that are present on site, and we were thinking about how we could some way relate to all of them. These are the contours of the site, so it's an extremely contoured site, and it was important to us because this helped us figure out our amphitheater and the position of our amphitheater, because going against the contours was not something that we intended to do. So there is an existing 7-meter wide road that goes from the Badami settlement to the Bhutnath temple. It's mostly pedestrian, and we observed that people of the settlement use this road almost on a daily basis, either to visit the Bhutnath temple or to carry out their activities happening in the ghats beyond this. And we did not think disturbing this route and the road was, we did not intend to do that, and that's why the road is absolutely untouched in our intervention. This is a diagram showing the movement across the 3 gateways. And these are the existing ghats present and on site, and this is also caters to the entry to our site from the Badami caves.
So the key ideas that we will now explain from our project is the idea of access and orientation, the idea of addition and subtraction, deriving proportion from historical context, treading the earth lightly, and a slow approach across site. The idea of addition and subtraction came, addition from the Shivalayas, subtraction from the caves. And we then began thinking along the lines of, can our built be our addition? And can our subtraction be that what we do to our land? Can we modulate it somehow? Can we create spaces for the people of Badami? This idea was sort of how to articulate this idea of subtraction on land was articulated when we visited site. They have these sculptures lying about, as in they just lined up. And we thought of an architectural expression or an element that could sort of celebrate these structures. And if we placed it in a court, it would bring meaning about in the architecture. The way we went about designing these courts, our non-building as such, was we started off by looking at this carving, which is on the roof of the cave, and we created a clay model that you can see over here. And we just tried to figure out the relation between building, removing, can the voids be a ramp, can they be a pathway, can they be water? And we tried to relate, as in this is the final version of it, and we tried to relate parts of it and create different languages across site. When we actually came to making it, drafting it, we decided that let's take it from our existing. Let us try to derive proportions from Bhutnath because it's bordering the lake. Let us take those proportions and put it in our sculptural courts. So the X by Y of our sculptural courts is sort of taken from here. For the ones on land, we try to relate it to the upper Shivalaya. And we thought that these sculptures could, be a space around which people celebrate it, essentially.
So we started our design using a series of small explorative models. We tried to get clues from each of these models. So the first model shows the outburst from the rock behind that tries to go ahead to touch the water. And the idea of bridging between masses and creating a landmark in the cityscape of Badami from the second one, we thought that it was a very important decision for us to make. So the bigger proposed museum block is derived from the cave 3 that is in the Badami, that is amongst the Badami caves. The block has been derived from the proportions from the cave number 3 of Badami, and it also orients itself to the caves. It's actually north-south oriented.
So this is the second proposed museum block, which inhabits the Ilkal sarees, and this corresponds to cave number 2 of the Badami caves. So when we went there, we observed that cave 2 was more feminine in character. The sculptures inside cave 2 were floral, and they were and the dwarpalikas that were outside of the cave held flowers instead of the regular weapons. And that's why we try to associate to the sari, which is more feminine, and that's why the proportions were derived from cave 2. And this orients to the Badami settlement because the Ilkal sari craftsmanship happens primarily in the settlement, and that's why the orientation is to that.
So we try to understand how we place our building in the site itself. Now, because it's a very heavily contoured site, placing it on the ground or going underground will be not that logical. So we thought of lifting it up, the whole structure lifting it up and creating a publicness to it, creating porosity throughout the site, leaving the land to the people themselves.
The idea was also to be respectful of the site. Yeah. Can we lift it up so that just our columns touch our building? Then can people enjoy the existing landscape that's already present on the Badami site?
So when we visited Badami, we realized that it was a very heavy context. It took some time for us to digest the whole landscape that we were in, and it's very overwhelming. So the idea of slowing down how we approach the museum is very important. So we thought of creating a pathway that leads you, that basically ascends up to the museum block using slopes, which we'll come to later.
And the idea was essentially, obviously, to make it accessible for everyone, but also can I slow down while walking in the ramp to enjoy, at one point, get off, enjoy a sculptural court. It's not a direct approach to our museum. We sort of wander around the site, and that helps us enjoy it as well.
So this is the plan that's right above ground level. So this is the water courts that kind of respond to the edge of the lake. And these are the series of ramps that kind of go through the sculptural courts and finally leads us into the museum. The museum is completely lifted off the ground. It's only the columns that are touching the ground. And a part of the museum that is near the rocks, because our initial idea was outburst, so that only that part kind of lies on the ground and goes underground. So this part is mostly for the archive section and the administration offices. Yeah.
Between our build, we thought we'd house our amphitheater, and later we can we'll explain why.
So once
the ramps are accessed and you enter through the main ramp into the first archaeological museum, which houses the artifacts and the sculptures. So over here, the idea of fatigue came in, and relief came into our mind. After passing through all of this, how would I relieve myself from such an overwhelming experience? So we have an external ramp that is along the existing landscape that takes you to a relief space. Over here, there's an access to a tower which forms the marker of our project, and also activities like café and souvenir shops, all of that. And this kind of bridges the two museums. This is the Ilkal Sari Block Museum, and this kind of bridges it. It opens out into the amphitheater and the lake beyond, and so this is our bridge that leads us to this. The Ilkal Sari Block Museum is what we imagined it to be more interactive. We imagined workshops to take place and people could hands-on experience the craft. And again, going back to our idea of axis and orientation to the Bhutnath, the block kind of splits over here because this is the access to the Bhutnath temple. So we broke our build, and then this finally leads to a deck that opens again to the landscape.
So people coming from the gateway from top of the Shivalayas, that's the axis that faces the Bhutnath temple.
When it came to understanding how the light would enter into our project, we sort of did charcoal sketches to understand exactly what kind of lighting we needed in a museum. Do we want to highlight a particular element, etc. So what we have here is a sort of roof design which allows diffuse lighting into the space. These roof elements are made of fabric that we'll explain a little more in detail later. And we have thought of openings in the in the tower, where people, while moving up, they can look outside, but they can also view the sari, the details on the border at different levels. We try to achieve a general level of lighting so that certain artifacts that are sensitive to light, they can be artificially spotlit, etc. This is a section through our amphitheater, and we thought of how water would move across site leading to our water courts. With respect to how an amphitheater is placed in this context, it can be used early mornings and at night. It could be a moonlight theater. But we thought, okay, what if people want to have a celebration during the day? Can the architecture itself become a medium for one to allow these sari-like fabrics to, it's essentially a fabric roof. Can the architecture itself support activities like this that can shade this activity here? And our amphitheater has the backdrop of the lake, etc. So can it be possible for that? This is a render of our restaurant with openings overlooking into the amphi. And this final section is through our Ilkal Sari block. This is the break-in axis that we were talking about, and about how saris would be displayed, border details, basically connecting the people to their heritage, and it can be curated by them accordingly.
Yeah, so so we had the louvers on the right were a conscious decision in order to get the light study incorporated in the design itself, which lets in light and also some kind of ventilation into the space. So this is the movement of people through the build itself. So we thought that in a museum, how it's guided, how it's guiding you, is very important, and one shouldn't wander off. So it's a very linear movement which it takes you through the journey. So you come inside the main museum space, you go up the slope, then you have a relief space. You can go up to the tower and have a viewpoint from the top, which basically looks at the Badami caves. Then maybe you can come down and reach the cafe area, the bridge that connects the other block, and then go to the other block and leave from there. So the elevation of the build is derived from the caves itself. we see the relation of the positive and negative spaces that are created in the cave itself because of there's a rhythm which we can see because of the material that they've used. So we try to juxtapose the same elevation onto our build from this study.
So these are just views of what we thought our water courts could look like, with these small sculptures elevated from small pools of water under this great banyan tree where people can just simply spend time, absorb the site, enjoy it. And we thought this is a place where we could use our Badami sandstone as, blocks for seating. This is a view showing the journey between our 3 gateways and how the access through the ramps allows someone to just walk off into the sculptural court, come here, spend time here, move up, move down. This was our amphi that we thought of that is situated in the center of it, and the built sort of provides a frame around which these unbuilt activities can take place, as well as creating spaces of relief under the shade, whether the fabric is there or not there. People can spend time under the building itself, experiencing this place. These are sections across site, just trying to understand how we've modulated how we've subtracted to create architecture. Another section of the water courts.
So coming to the material part of it, we thought of using cotton steel. Cotton steel has a particular patina to it. It already looks aged. It complements the Badami rock very well. So we thought of using cotton steel as an exterior element, and then the elevation study where you offset the center, when you offset the opening, and that is treated with sandstone, and it's a steel structure that supports it.
So the idea was, by lifting it up, we have to now think of ways to think of a lighter material, and cotton steel was something that we figured out would work in this because of the weathering of the already existing rocks, would sit well within this context. We figured out a couple of details of the cotton steel, how it can be separated with an air gap through it to allow the building to breathe.
And the roof detail, we thought of using aluminum framework with fabric stretched over it to let in diffuse light and not direct sunlight into the space. It has a glass roof.
So this is an overall isometric view of the site without intervention. So this kind of summarizes our initial 4-5 intents that talk about addition and subtraction that's taking place with the water courts and the sculptural courts, and the mass itself that's being added. It talks about slowing down our journey through the ramps. It talks about orientation. So this is the main block that orients to the Badami caves, and that is the saree block that orients to the settlement. So this view kind of summarizes everything that we tried to achieve.
We request for the walkthrough to be played, please. To summarize, we'd like to end with explaining how we named our project, which was Bridging Time. Bridge, the element of connecting something to another. And the idea of connections, how we try to bridge the past to the future, how we try to connect to the history of Badami, and how we try to connect to the people of Badami. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. When do the three of you graduate?
We're in our 4th year right now.
So that means what? You have 1 year left?
1 year left.
Okay. I would like to hire the three of you. I really would. And I need to make a few confessions here. I am very partial to people that make models, because that's what I do with all of my projects. And I am very partial to people that make drawings. And your drawings are absolutely exquisite. I love it. Your computer renderings, get rid of them. Your last video, get rid of it.
Yeah.
It just takes away from your presentation. Your sections, your drawings are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And the models that you've built are beautiful. They have a purpose, and they really show your thought process. What I liked about your presentation is that you built up a case. You told me what you wanted to do, and you didn't disappoint. You did it, right? And I like everything that you've done. I mean, you might have made a few missteps here and there, but the sensitivity with which you have taken on this program, and then really taken it on and done something with it, and then put this across is really, really beautiful, really beautiful. And whether it's the, you talked about the treading lightly. As a landscape architect, I actually see this as a landscape project, because with all of our projects, I always talk about treading lightly on the land. And it's almost like you've read into Corbusier's mind, the way that you've elevated the building. It's a simple move, but it's profound, right? It's just elevating it off of the land, letting the land be, and then it's unmistakable what you've done. The only thing I would say is that the water court seems to be a little bit unnecessary and over-designed, and I don't know whether you even need it. But the expression of what you've done, really well done. I must congratulate you. There's so many good ideas here. Very well done.
Thank you, sir.
Two, three things. I mean, you started off with the intent very clearly. It has to be light. It has to respect the accesses. There's a clear understanding of what you're adding, which is new, to what you're subtracting, which is from the old. The ground which you have left free because you lifted the building up was meant for the public, so that the city kind of occupies that space for whatever they want to do, which is a fantastic move. The idea of slow access, of meandering and finding things in the building in a very casual kind of manner, attempted, done well. And this whole idea of bridging time through this act of unapologetically building something new in a landscape which is extremely old, and not shying away from the challenge. I think that whole idea of bridging that new versus old has been done in a fearless manner. So full marks for that. Where I have a challenge with this is all the stuff that has been done with the ground. I mean, can you go back to the sections, please? The ones going across. Yeah, even that, even the view before that. Yeah, even, no, one before that, the sections. Yeah, yes, somewhere there. I think what you've done with the ground, having lifted it off and managed to clear up the clutter, two things it does. One is, we were talking about this since yesterday also, is the fact that all of you have gone and seen Badami at a wonderful time in the calendar of the year. You've all gone there in June, July, August, which is a fantastic time of the year to go to Badami. You should be there in April, May. Then you know what this place is all about. And what this actually does is this brings this idea of shade. The fact that public space is not just open, the public space is now under shade because the building kind of hovers over it and then allows for so many other activities to happen because the shade allows those activities to happen. That is something I think you should need to stress on. And the fact that you also add canopies and sarees and stuff like that to add to the value of shade. If required, keep them. If you don't require, you remove them. If it's a celebration, it's a festival, you put on all more sarees. Fair enough. And it allows for so much more celebration and so much more activity. The temporariness of bringing in structures as and when required is a very innate Indian thing. Yeah. And that is something which we should harp on. We should talk about it. Saying that structures are not just left as structures. We add so many things to them, depending on time of the year, depending on season, depending on celebration, depending on festival. Our structures expand and contract depending on what happens. That is something which you should strongly talk about, and that is an aspect of that ground which is beautiful. Where I have a slight problem with is the buildings itself. Now, one is of course the orientation, the axis, the fact you lifted it off. Up to there it's working perfectly fine. If only there was a little more effort, I'm not saying how much more, a little more effort to understanding this whole idea of what to do with the museum. And then how do I look out of it, and what is the relationship between block A and block B. And if I look at the modulation of the ground below, where you've done the amphitheater, it's working fine. Go back to the amphitheater. The view where you were seeing the blocks and, no, not the section, the view, next, where you see the blocks and the amphitheater, the 3D view. Yeah, that. Now, it leaves a little gray area on the areas which are below the building. There is effort in the space where the amphitheater is functioning, but the areas below the building are there, but you are not very sure what you want to do with them. That's a nice footprint you have there. But if I have to reimagine a program, right now you've gone with the brief that is there. I have to accommodate a museum, I have to do this, I have an amphitheater, I have a cafeteria, and you stopped there. Now that you have created this wonderful space, could you add to that program a little more? And now that you've given it to the public, you've given it to the city, or given it back to the town, can I think of activities which that space now can slowly absorb? So which means I need to question the brief a little bit there, expand on my program a little more, and see if that space can be made that much more meaningful, so that even if the museum is not functioning, for the guy in the town, for example, he's not going to go to the museum every day. Right? When do the tourists come? September, October, November, December, January. So 4 months, you have people there who will come when they come to Hampi. And not every Hampi visitor comes to Badami, mind you. There's only X number of people who are spin-offs from Hampi who come up to Badami, Aihole, Patatkal. So you have this 3 or 4 months when there are the visitors. Rest of the time, this space belongs to the town. So what do the town folk come and do at that lower level when they're not actually visiting the museum? Which is a smart move. The museum is hovering on top. I may not even go up there. But what will I do below, which is then my daily activity of the town? And that's the move of putting those sculpture courts here and there and allowing people to walk through. That's a nice move. But what else? Can I do something more? Having now got this fantastic space that's there, and it's shaded right through the year, what else can I do with it?
But I would like to ask you, why do you need to program it? Just leave it, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm defending your project. My thought is just put a few big-ass fans underneath it, and then you cool the space, and let people use it the way they want to use it. That's what I actually like about the space, that it's empty, and that you've left it empty without trying to over-design it. Sorry.
No,
so I take the view that I like what they've done, which is actually not a hell of a lot. Just leave it be. And that's the whole idea of lifting the building off of the building is, you've got a whole bunch of stuff in there which I don't even understand, but I'm not an architect. But what you've done with the landscape, I do understand. And that is just to leave it be and let people
occupy
it the way they want to occupy it. Don't dictate, right? And
If I can,
Go ahead, please respond.
Okay, let me
if
stop.
I can respond to this. When we were thinking of modulating the ground, we were like, okay, our idea of, touching the ground lightly, are we doing too much now? So one of the things that didn't fit in our museum was, we thought, why don't we provide a space for people to sell their sarees? Where can that happen? And these spaces, especially, we thought, let's give it back to the people. In context to this, we didn't question the brief too much. When they said provide some space to celebrate the skills of the people, we thought, okay, people can use this as a bazaar. Someone can just come, set shop, sell their sarees, go home.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Talk about it. That's all I say. Yeah, please.
Can we keep it short?
Yeah, but
Sorry.
maybe we problematize and complicate what is started. One, I would commend on, I think, right from the idea to the making of the model, and I think the value of, maybe we bring this up in this context, the value of iteration of an idea. It rarely happens, and the fact that you have brought in, because this is really a process of, through iteration, through making several models, you begin to say, how do I situate on a site? And to that extent, I think this is a commendable way through which architects attempt how to, situate on site. So I think at the level of building lightly, at the level of responding, at the level of saying this is now an inhabitation of the time, so not attempting to imitate something else. And so being quite spontaneous about something which is starkly different from the context, but at the same time not having to be excessively conscious about I'm doing something starkly different. I think that's a commendable thing in the project, that it responds to the need of a program, in a certain way. And so I think on all those fronts, it's an amazing response. Now, having said that, I think I get into a third issue on this open space. I agree with the fact that you leave it open. Then you stated that you left it open. Let's say we created a scenario. And in this scenario, and this is what would happen most often, which in this scenario, you start the construction and the first columns are done. Maybe the government says, why don't you put up posters of all you're doing, in the community, and you start. And so the community comes there and says, we want now a discussion with you on what's going to happen in the open area. Yeah, you've done something and you're telling him, yeah, you can sell sari. And can you simulate, it's not a easy, can you simulate a medieval or an ancient community? One example is Charles Corrier's Gandhi Ashram, where anybody can come and walk through, nothing done. Ephemeral pavilions, you walk through, you do. But here it's something a little more specific, that they have to engage in something. Yeah? So how does one discover the services required to engage? Yeah? I'm not sure if you just leave plinths like that, people are going to occupy, be there. It needs a certain sense of service. I hope I'm getting across. And so this community comes to you and says, we are these craftspeople and they're discussing with you briefly, since we are running out of time, can you simulate what may have been that conversation? Because in terms of arriving at an open space, and if that happened, would this open space transform? And it can easily transform. You all have not done anything. They say it's constructing and we want these other discussions. Would it transform? Would it not transform? Or what would be the nature of that conversation. Because for me, if I have to be a little more provocative, I'm wondering how they'll sell that sari, what they will do, how do they inhabit. I'm just getting to that, because then what happens, the space kind of like the site guides someone to say, hey, I think I want to sit there. But if I want to sit there and sell a sari, I think I need a back. Because if I'm selling this way and some guy is standing behind, I'm a little wary of that. So if you watch hawkers, the informal set, you watch them and observe them, I think they're some of the greatest teachers of architecture, because they're showing how to sit, how to negotiate, how to be there, and it's very ephemeral. But it's not something like, let's open space, you sit there. They choose it in a certain way. They respond to a certain way. So now we're not asking for an answer, I'm just trying to simulate what would that conversation be and how they...
It is still in the open space, but it's got a little more...
Yeah.
How would it happen? No, let's simulate, because there was an issue of time. I think and I think you also now need not worry, because you got offers of hiring. So let's now not bother about that. So from that point, let's freely discuss.
The one worry is out of the head. Your internship is guaranteed.
That's a lot of homework for you. Thank you very much, Ria.
Thank you, sir.
Legend. Incidentally, they are from the Vadiyar Center, Thiruvananthapuram.
Not Thiruvananthapuram, Mysore, sir, my college.
I have it here as okay. I'm so sorry. From Mysore.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My mistake, the institution that you
Showed yesterday.
Yeah.
That's right. Congratulations.
Why I keep, how do you say, fingering my students most of the time is basically they end up copying my building. They end up copying my building. That's why I keep...
Sorry? Well, I'm going to hire them as landscape architects. That's a beautiful landscape. Yeah.
Well, we have the next team here now.
So I keep saying that, enough, you've seen that, do something else.
We have team number 5, that is ID 302, Sri Sanjay, Srinidhi, and what's that? Sindhuja. Are they here?
Which college is that?
School of Architecture, Tiruchirappalli.
Where?
I think I've got it all.
This Trichy, no? Number क्या था?
302.
And the previous one?
Previous one was
318.
Thank you. A lot of kids end up copying that section or drawing the same because it's there in their heads in some ways, no? But the side is nice, the ramps going up slowly, and that's interesting.
we'll be having one
More presentation here and then 2 online. So
we were doing 6 now, no?
yeah,
This is fifth. One more after this.
One more after this.
Yeah.
So welcome.
Srinidhi, Sindhuja, and Sri Sanjay.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, please do.
Hi, I'm Sanjay, this is Duja, and this is Srinidhi, and we are from Tamil Nadu. We were very excited to participate in this competition because of our visit to Badami on 2019, just before the COVID all started. And that experience had a deep impact on us. It had a deep connection within ourselves to this incredible place, which just goes beyond a mere visit. Initially, we tried to remember the texture of the Badami as a whole from the blur of our memory. So the overall essence which was left deep inside us, we thought we should start from there. We also thought about how the harshness of the rocks and the hills is contrasting with the coolness of the water and the trees. It's like feeling the texture of hardness and the touch of the softness at the same time. The mass and the verticality of the rock was impacting us throughout the overall journey, whether we are climbing the rocks or strolling through the settlements. As we explored the town of Badami, it became clear to us that this place has its own profound mysteries and revelations. While taking the narrow paths towards the fort, suddenly it's been barricaded with the stones, just add the layer of mystiness and induces the curiosity for us to explore even more beyond that. And the darkness and the texture of the light beautifully interacts with each other, just amplifies the overall quality of the space there. So we thought of taking those into sketches and bringing those essences into our museum. Our overall design began when we thought about how do we crystallize the experience of Badami into a museum, or do we really have to? What will it mean to the site, or what will it mean to the visitors? Then we realized that Badami has everything, and how a single intervention could not or need not be a match. Need not be a match to this magnificent experience. So we decided that the character of the museum should not be overdone or underplayed to the site and its experience. And hence the design is approached in a way that the experience itself becomes the building by giving an intentional pause along a revealing journey.
So, from the impact of the entire journey we had in Badami, we thought how well we liked when we walked along the rocks, between the rocks, and how that created a sort of mystery while walking between the rocks. In that case, we try to abstract that feeling into the spatial quality that we are trying to give to them. From there, we thought like the entire rock, already we experienced that in Badami. How do we translate that into the built space? We have simplified only the movement that we take in the rocks, and how it creates spaces rather than just putting those walls. So we take a simple basic shape of a sea which opens out on one side and at the same time contain as a entire space, and then by fragmenting the entire shapes, fragmenting the entire thing, we have provided a sense of wanderingness while someone is moving around. Fragmenting and tweaking these shapes gives a much more interesting spatial sense. And while giving the same thicknesses, we felt like those were just walls. When we varied the thickness, it gave the strong character of Badami and complemented the spatial narration we have tried to achieve inside the museum. So these were just the explorations that we tried of how the entire spatial movement is going to be in Badami, and how the light quality will be there when we keep these kind of shapes right next to the rocks. Here we have tried to create
different axes connecting the different points that we are arriving from the site itself.
So this is one of the main layers we try to achieve, because from before layers we tried how the spatial movement and light is going to be within the museum, and this layer actually explains how it's going to sit in the context of itself. So first our major impact is the rocks that we have experienced, and the road, the lake, the ghats and the gateways, and the tree, a huge banyan tree that is right in front of the lake. So we try to understand the movement that exists within the site in itself. So we try to project a line that has a flow of movement to understand how a person will move within the site. So we found the intersection point. So from the axis that we are taking, and we try to match the visual axis to different kinds of intersection point which acts as anchoring point within the site in itself. So we try to connect every intersection point with its own axis to bring out the spatial movement we try to do in our museum. So this P0 will act as a main anchoring point as an entrance, and P1 will be the courtyard that experience the whole rock texture, and P2 will be the cafeteria, and P3 will be the emerging point between the access to the fort and the museum, and P4 will be the amphitheatre, and P5 will be the another spatial release from the drama we are going to incorporate in the design. So from those points we try to zone out our functions to how it actually sits into it, and from these sketches we try to relate how the open space that interacts within the closed space. So in the first one we try to understand the spatial ratio of closeness and openness within the site responding to the tree and the big tree and the lakes that surrounds. And this layer is one of the most important layers we try to access, because this axis we are trying to maintain is provides a rhythmic perception of spaces where the built form and architectural form speaks in itself.
So as we spoke about the axes, one of the important axes which we incorporated is the existing site elements and the pause points which we took from the intersections of the axes, and the axes which we created between the pause points which we got. So we generally used these axes to create a rhythmic perception in this space, only because even though it might look random, but this rhythmic perception of space, we wanted it so that it sits well in the site, and also it also creates an experience to the visitor walking in between them. So this is how the points and the axes and the additional layer of axes which we added on came out enough.
So about the plan, this is where we enter the existing road being the important connection between two different settlements. We thought we'll not do anything about it, but to the entire museum we wanted a grand entrance. But so we kind of created a portals which already existed in the Badami itself. When we try and come out of the settlement, there will be a small gateway, and when you enter, the entire landscape of the lake or even the hillocks behind will be revealed. So even at the entrance, we have tried to give that kind of revealment to the entire plan. So just as we enter, we thought there are two different kinds of people who come to Badami. People of the settlement and people who come just to visit, as like people coming to visit the museum, and there are people who are explorers. So we have given the baggage area and administration officers so that they wander around without any sense of baggage with them, or with a relief of that we have given it, and now you can explore whatever you want. And then as you enter inside, we are creating a small pause point there so that they have the choice of wherever you want to go. And from there, we are moving into the actual exhibition spaces, which is either, it's also inside or also on the outside. And then you move into the region of where the Ilkal sarees are exhibited, and then the spill out space is next to it, where people could use it in different things. And then the Ilkal saree exhibition space then moves gradually into the shops where the settlement people could use and sell. And then that moves into the cafeteria, and then that spills out into the amphitheater, and then we have the view of the entire Agastya lake and the backdrop of the caves. So talking about the movement, as we enter here, when we enter here, we have given the choice of people to move from this way, or you can go to the other way. And then everywhere we have created a sense where they are not actually going in one particular direction, but because we have played it with the contour, and it's a gradual movement of going from one point to another, and not giving them the intention of like we have to climb the stairs and then go to another point and then go to another point. We didn't want to give that kind of a effect inside the museum, so they could enjoy it as one full experience rather than zoning our experience in one particular part. So these points will be our gathering or the pause points that we have created, and the movement can be like anywhere. You can start from here, go and end up in the entrance, or you can start from the entrance, take this way or this way. The user decides where he wants to go and how he wants to explore the entire space. So in the entrance, when we stand here, what we have tried to achieve is like a direct visual connection to the rock. We are revealing the rock as a small gist rather than the entire rock, and we have not given a full physical access to it, creating a little bit of curiosity when they enter from the other side. And here also, there are like 2 points where you can see the rock can be seen from here, and from here also the rock can be seen through the Ilkal areas, and then the hillock behind. So as we enter right next to the entrance, we have a choice of going to the cafe, or you can directly go to the fort, or you can go to the museum. From here, the access that we have already mentioned are being maintained, and then the sense of revealment comes only when you turn the particular wall. As I said, like when a person stands there, he has a choice to either go through the gateway, go to the wall, or to the museum in the other hand. And we have created small seating spaces where people could rest and just enjoy the view rather than like pushing them to go from one space to another.
So the element we are trying to do is like how the opening spaces are in. Like we are in Badami, we cannot see a single open space like and gives the same kind of experience. So we tried what are all the opening where the light comes. So the circular skylight is of like gives diffuse light where the exhibition spaces can be, and the celestry opening is particularly for Ilkal sarees exhibition. So how we try to our light we try to give the spatial experience where the openings can be in here. For example, you can see the diffuse light coming from here, and the direct light comes from this side, whereas in that side the direct light will come here and the diffuse light will be coming and here. So this is one of the major points we try to incorporate, because from all the spatial drama we are trying to give in that side, this particular area becomes a spatial relief from all the drama we are trying to do within the museum. And also this slit opening that we have written this gives the gist of how the rock is like just hiding a rock and just giving you this like what is behind. And when one is standing here, this realizes the verticality of the rock.
one to process the hugeness and the scale. Where it gives both the contrast of the darkness and light and the verticality and horizontality at this one point. And this point is like, and this becomes a fill-up area for the Ilkal sarees exhibition. And for Ilkal sarees, we've tried, while talking about Ilkal sarees, the cloth in itself has a texture of very translucent, and when the cloth meets the light, it gives a very special, it's very interesting. We thought like, how would it be if it meets the light in the face? So from the Ilkal sarees section, we have that becomes that's the choice that the person takes when he goes into the museum. So after coming out from the Ilkal saree section, here it becomes like a full social interactive space where there are shops and people could actually interact with the settlement people. And then we have created different layers of seating spaces and how one goes down from the Ilkal saree section into the cafeteria region. Here, in the section, we have tried to create interior spaces and then exterior spaces. Here, while one comes from here and he comes here, it's an entire open space. From the open space, we are trying to suddenly bring them into a closed exhibition space. And then again, there is another pause point, which is the courtyard, that again becomes an open space. So the alternate interior and exterior spaces, we are trying to give them a relief after every point. While we were doing the design, we thought the existing contour was in a way that tells us that this is the hierarchy, that the museum is here and then it goes down slowly and gradually into the lake. So we thought we'll respect that and leave the contours as it is, and then bring them slowly down as they go into the. And here also we have created the same sense of an exterior space, an outside, and then an inside, which merges with the outside space, where there are like without giving them a sense of inside or the outside, because the exhibits are not just in the museum, and they are placed everywhere, even as an outdoor museum spaces. So here in the parapet, this is the amphitheater zone that we have given. We gave the amphitheater zone here because that made a lot of sense. Here a rock is there, and anywhere else the place seemed to be like there are too many guards here, and the entire stretch of that side is fully guards. When we break the zone, which is, it already exists as a small retaining wall, and then we see the lake. So we thought we'll maintain the same thing, just create small social spaces where the existing function of the space, the settlement people are using it to just relax under the entire big tree. We thought we'll keep it and do a little bit change of the retaining wall that exists there into what becomes this. So we have the entire view of the lake or the hillock behind is not revealed because of the tree coming in between. So only after they come out of that tree space, they could have an entire huge view, and we thought that will be a pause point where people would come and like rest and then enjoy the view. Such that we have created this element such that people can do a lot of things.
The jury has 10 minutes.
So this is how we have played with the ground and not let them feel that they are actually climbing two different spaces in two different heights. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to start?
We didn't watch. Yeah. Okay.
You want to go ahead?
Can we?
Yeah.
I think from what you'll have, the manner in which you'll have seen the site and the rudimentary kind of an idea of what should happen there, the idea of a fragment, the responding to plinth, and so I would say there's a commendable attempt there. Having said that, I'm just wondering, there are several things now. One is when we say, because I think the gesture of thickening a wall, or that you all even identified it as great, that you thicken a wall, make it. I'm just wondering, if that is done, could one think of what is the motivation for doing that, and how does it modulate the experience of Badami? Let's say these walls here, or you go somewhere and you see there was one thick wall, one thin wall, and it begins to do something to the way we move around. It begins to do something to, it gives a certain gravitas. And I'm just wondering, having done that, it's like cooking. I cook, and you cannot have a recipe because each time you buy a tomato is more sour, less sour, so you cannot say 3 tomatoes, 4 chilies. You cannot really cook like that, a recipe. You have to make a very intuitive judgment that I need to put more salt or garnish, and so it remains like that. So this I see in a certain way that way, where you're making a fragment, you say, hey, I'm going to really make this, and then I'm just wondering, is there a little excess masala, or is there a little excess salt, or should I have taken a little? Now, I'm just drawing analogies because it becomes easier to. Do you think something like that can happen? Because at one level, it's great to have possibilities of, this is like that earlier discussion also in the hawker, great to have possibilities, multiple moving, and at the same time, as architects or in the conjuring of it, can that multiple moving also have a certain sense of beginning to kind of feel, hey, here I am on this great site. And you had done those, I think point 1, point 2, point 3. If you can just, if you have thought over it, because I am not able to then see how point 1 again makes me remember what I am saying, the Bhutnath temple or the lake, and suddenly there's a obsession with the fragment and the movement, and I'm just wondering if you can, because it's a commendable effort. I like the fact that you have fragmented it, diluted it, it has multiple purposes. Then I'm in the expression how I'm just wondering, it's not a, because when the fragment comes, if there is a.
In the plan, we try to broaden up the thickness just to define, yes, we are here. And then when one moves along this wall, when one is standing here, will realize the thickness and how it feels to be in Badami itself. And one is standing here, the whole sense of direction just fades. Like here is the point, like it's just a contrast between how one feels here and how one feels. And yeah, we have thinned up the walls here because the light in itself has huge play that is playing within the space. So the spatial quality in the wall in here, it's less important than the light. So
for instance, let's go to, were you there at yesterday's slide? There was this slide where these pipes are put in the north-south, and then you see a sun at some, there was this, and which I think intuitively happens in SOC, because not that they're pipes, but there is this access which goes in. Now what happens is that that locationing, that suddenly you realize that when that happened, you're not looking at the sun, or you're not looking at that cave comes into my museum. It was there, and I framed it in a certain way, and suddenly I feel, wow, that cave is inside my museum. Then no one says the site is so small. You look at something and you say, wow, that Bhutnath temple has entered the museum, and that kind of conversation where you suddenly see, then you feel this is the location, versus a wall happening, doing something. And so how do you, it's a difficult question. Even for architects working, it's difficult. But I'm just wondering if we start looking at those, so it's not a view. I'm not seeing a view and saying, hey, this is a great view. That's an, looking out view. Here I'm saying by doing this, I invite a great landscape to come and occupy this museum along with me. So when I go back, I'm about to sleep, so there are all these memories running in the mind. And now I'm not sure whether that museum, those were part of my museum, were they outside my museum, because I'm now in amorphous. So in my mind, that whole idea of the museum, the idea of continuity, the idea of time, starts merging in a certain way. And I feel that's the possibility of something like this, where you start to fragment, you start to leave pieces alone. But I feel that next step, you described it well, this is just a thought. It's not as if this is right or wrong, or I'm just saying that possibility, that it can come in. If it could have been looked at a little deeper, it's not easy. I think that's my only comment, because I think there is a lot of promise in this, the way in which you've done it. But in terms of, for instance, one could have rethought how you would go about a design process like this, or how you would have described it to us. Would you have described something like this, which is so experiential and so provocative in terms of a series of plans? Or would you have made sketches and say, this is the way, like for instance, this opens, and because this opens, you really get something else. If this was straight, I would have something else, this opens out. So that kind of because I think this is very promising as an idea, I'm looking at that other part. It's more a response to it.
And taking from where he stopped, the idea of fragmentation, or the idea of having these broken walls and creating multiple vistas and giving multiple choices, which a broken wall does, because it doesn't direct you in a particular way. It gives you options of doing so many things. I have only one comment on the whole thing, is that you started off with this idea of a spatial experience of Badami when you showed these rocks and the movement and all that was happening there. To me, they look, those fragmented lines and things, they look like boulders in a landscape, right? What if I had actually, see, what you've done is you have fragmented the built, but you're not seeing how it's fragmenting the open. So that dialogue between what is the fragmented built space and the resultant fragmented open space, that dialogue would have been interesting to see. You're only seeing what is happening in where you're moving in the building. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The resultant fragmented open spaces are also part of the design, as important as the fragmented built, which is what your initial premise was, that how do I walk through the boulders? What is that gap between the boulders through which you walk? Correct? That gap is equally important, isn't it? Now, that possibility was there in section, not in plan. Now, what has happened here is, if you go to your section, your section has unified all this fragmentation in plan by putting this, see, 1 minute, just a minute. Look at this thing without the roof. For a minute, just look at this without the roof. Now you go back and see your section. Even here. What are you seeing? The overhead plane seems to have somehow unified all this.
We also consciously tried the complexity we are trying to do in the museum, and the section should be like much more simpler
In a way,
No, simpler, perfect. I'm not denying that. But there is this idea of fragmentation which started in the plan. But somewhere you decided that now it's enough. So now you
we
decide.
just wanted the calmness in the roof so that we could focus on this.
Let's put it
because
another-
you went to this whole act of spatial experience of walking through the boulders and stuff like that. The chance of looking at volume or looking at this inclined wall even bending for all you know, why should it have gone straight? Right? So even if the walls bent out or if they leaned somewhere and then allowed possibilities of what the volume then would have been, the same plan would have been something else. It started off fantastically at the level of the plan, but somewhere by the time it came and met the ceiling, we evened it off. So there's a phenomenal possibility there. I mean, you picked elements, which is this wrong thing. You shouldn't have said circular skylight and clear story. That is not what it is. That is not your experience of Badami, is it? No. Is it about the circular skylight?
No.
Is it about a clear story? It's not that. Light comes from somewhere. You don't know where. Did you capture that? Quickly you went to elements. You should have stopped there and questioned, should I go the elemental route or should I go back to my first statement, the spatial experience of Badami? Your own slides, you should have gone back 2 steps back and then seen if that is what I want to create, does this plan allow me? And it does. It has all the potential to allow you to do all that. That's my comment. Sorry. Please.
So you would redesign the ceiling?
Absolutely.
Or remove it.
Okay. We have to be quick, right? Yeah.
Okay.
The drawings that you showed and the drawings, even the sketches that you have done, who did it? They're really beautiful, really, really beautiful. And it's the charcoal sketches or whatever. Just gorgeous. Keep doing that. That's, and again, a personal bias for me, design and drawing are like this, right? Okay, so I'll stop there. Your sketches are very dreamy, and I find your design also very dreamy. It's like a Frank Gehry experience, right? And the fragmentation that you've done and the way that you have linked it to the site so that it's grounded, I think is gorgeous. It's very, very intellectual, right? And yesterday I showed slides of, these sonotubes, but the sonotubes is very directional, right? You're looking this way, so the vista is already defined for you. But what you have done, the vistas are there, but I don't see a straight line pointing to it. You've just cut openings and the straight line is made by you. That's gorgeous. That's nice. I like that. And I actually like the flat ceiling because one of the things that, and again I look at like the architecture of Frank Lloyd Wright, all of his ceilings were very, very low. But part of the reason I think
is to connect to the landscape.
Exactly.
I understand.
Yeah, and to emphasize the ground plane and the fact that it's all kind of moving, right? And you're discovering it like a maze, right? And that kind of mysterious sort of way of then you make these connections is very poetic. I like it, So, I probably wouldn't redesign the ceiling. I like your project. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll have just one more before we break for lunch, because otherwise. Thank you. I'd like to invite Neil Gugari from Wadiyar College Center, Mysore, before we break for lunch. Neil Gugari from Wadiyar College.
Number क्या है? Number क्या है?
Number is 1666. 1666.
What, they're 3D? I've seen the walkthrough. I've seen the walkthrough. We've seen the walkthrough. I've seen the walkthrough.
It's a very strong.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that is not a
It's a beautiful process to how you got there. Wonderful process.
Oh, this is the online one.
No, yeah, one of them is online. So now the afternoon is starting.
Museum is the bridge that connects present to the past and the future. It is important to reimagine how our public spaces of historic importance indulge the users. In the case of Badami, the purpose of museum is not just limited to showcasing history and antiques, neither it is limited to the site boundaries. It goes beyond it, but the design should transcend to a bigger realm of providing space for the local people of Badami to gather, interact, respect and celebrate the rich heritage. All this while maintaining the sanctity and essence of what was built by what will be built. The reality of Badami does not align with its rich heritage. The town is congested and haphazardly built with no quality space for public interactions. The given site has an added potential of being the anchor point to allow the local population to use it multidimensionally, besides having a museum on the premises. Understanding the context and having sensitivity towards it, it is how I have approached the design. First slide is about the formation of a precinct to induce discipline. Alignment of the building with that of the gate 3 and the crevices ahead. Introduction of water as an element which binds the design together. Deriving important axes which are further addressed through the design. Now the question is, should the building be placed higher to give architecture more importance? But then the building can even be split in two different levels or in levels to create a sort of romanticism to it. So when I visited the site, there were two approaches I made. First was the building was quite linear and it had the backdrop of the Badami cliffs. Later on, as I developed it more, then I played in levels, created different levels. But after that, I visited the site. That's the point where I realized that the existing heritage there, plus the surrounding landscape to it, is of more importance. So why the building should be catching your eye more? So that's when I submerged the building under the ground, a conscious choice which I made to not dominate the prevalent heritage and while giving more importance towards the overpowering landscape around. Learning through these approaches, I have made these following interventions. These are the existing gates 1, 2, 3 and 4. A wall is imagined from gate 2 to gate 5 and gate 5 to gate 6, which forms a precinct. This is now the arrival plaza. The juxtaposition of gate 5 to gate 2 is homage to it. So this is the arrival plaza or the precinct by the walls and the gates, newly imagined gates. This is the gate 5. Water on the rooftop of the museum forms a foreground for experiencing the caves on the opposite side and also acts as a cooling catalyst, eventually blurring the boundaries of built and unbuilt by visually merging into the Agastya lake. This is how the water was formed on the rooftop. You can see the water merging into the lake and the caves on the opposite side. Site levels have been utilized to create hardscapes like ghats or amphitheaters, which are utilitarian in various ways for the end users. So this is just outside the exit of the museum. Plaza is created and then the ghats, and that is the gate 3 where you climb the gate 3 and enter the fort. This is the amphitheater created around the banyan tree. Also, it was important to establish a connection between the banyan tree amphitheater area with that of the Muddha Maruti temple. So I added a series of staircases there, and like it encourages the journey from ghats to the museum precinct, or you can walk down from the museum precinct and walk on the ghats and continue your journey ahead. So coming to the plan, the shape of the plan is not derived out of the freedom to design, but it is derived by the axis and the surrounding context. Upon entering the site, you arrive at the arrival plaza, which is formed by the existing gates. This is the amphitheater area under the banyan tree. The series of steps leading down to the ghats. As you want to enter the museum place, you enter through the gate 5 and are greeted by a water body on the right side, which is below a huge rock which is cantilevering over it. So you can see the reflection of the rock in that water body. Heading ahead, walking up the ramp, you enter the museum. This is the AV room. So in the AV room, it is the part of the museum's experiential program where they'll show you a short documentary and nurture or educate people more about the history, heritage of Badami. Continuing the journey ahead from the AV room, you exit and you get a small glimpse of a street, an ideological street as I call it, which lies ahead through this small opening. Then there are exhibit areas 1, 2 and 3 which will have the historic artifacts and also the Ilkal sarees displayed there, the craft and techniques. circulation in this museum is articulated by the water bodies, you can say, because when you enter AV room, then you see a water body, you roam around in the museum, then you have to cross that street, then you have water on both of your sides, and then you head ahead. It is in these moments of pause you realize the scale of the surroundings in that space, because in section I'll explain it more. So you enter the museum through this souvenir shop, and then you exit into this plaza. This is a cafeteria, and then you can head towards the fort or head towards the rooftop ghats. So these are some of the views. This is the water body when you enter gate 5. The entrance of the museum. This is the street I'm talking about. It is interpretation of the crevices of Badami. So it tapers at the top, and the way the light comes in. This is the exit where you enter this plaza again. Then there can be a series of activities happening there for the local people, or even events. This is how the inspiration was derived for the as you can see in the section, it cascades down till the water body, and then you have the rooftop ghats there, and the museum section, the street section. So even ventilation is taken care of through the wind shafts and the ventilator on the front dead wall. When you are sitting on the rooftop ghats, the water on the rooftop is like visually merging, and you can get the panoramic view of the entire Badami caves and everything. And again the view of the streets and inside the museum. This is how even the wind shafts are like two gateways from where you can see the Badami caves in front. So it also frames your view there. So even as an experiential part of the museum, there can happen a light and sound show on the opposite caves, which you can view from this side of the ghats and from even the amphitheater below. So this happens on the pyramids of Giza. So something like that can happen there. It is important to note that the height of this building, or it is partially submerged considering the levels there, but the height does not exceed the height of gate 2 or gate 3. This is to not challenge those gates. So there is a memory which I want to recall. My grandfather always wanted to take me to Badami, but due to his old age and so it never happened. But due to this drawing board thing, it was possible that I went there. So he always used to tell me that the way you actually climb up the ghats, then you descend down, then you touch the water, that whole experience that stayed with me. So when I went to the site, I again immersed in that experience. But then in this one, in this section, I actually climbed up to the water, not descend to it. So it interpretation, but then it's my way of telling that there's water there. So until and unless one goes up, they don't know there's water. But then it's like a delayed gratification. In the end, what was the narrative? Was it to create an architectural masterpiece, or was it to give back to the society? So the plazas, the precinct which I have created, I have not specifically defined any space there for maybe people to sell their goods or anything like that. I want that space just like you grow a tree, you plant a tree, and then after 10 years it suddenly it's huge, it becomes a forest. So like that, this space will be taken over the period of time, will be taken over by the local people, the villagers. It will be their own space. So maybe Mela, Ferris wheel, things like that can happen in that area. So as I said, Badami is like very congested, and even when I talked with the people there, they were like, we don't have a proper place to celebrate Dasara or Diwali, but then these areas can be their space in future. They can make it their own. So I would like to end with a small video. So in this entire process, I wanted the building to sit back. Architecturally, it is there, it is meticulously done, but I want the building to sit back and just say that use the area, use it as you like. So I question, what after the museum? I think, what if there is a journey to be discovered beyond the museum? Thank you very much.
No. Okay. There, when we were driving up here, Prashant told me something that I didn't know about the Badami site, and that is that at a certain time of the year, the temperature gets up to 45, 46 degrees, right? And so, while I was looking at your presentation, it's very slick, it's very beautiful. But what kept running through my mind is, oh my God, 45, 46 degrees, and I'm out there. How will I ever enjoy this space? I mean, I'm going to be fried because, and maybe it's the renderings that you did, and maybe it's the starkness of the renderings that you did, but it scared me. Your project, what you've done, reminds me of a project that I went and saw, the J. Paul Getty Museum, designed by Richard Meyer in Pasadena, California. And there also, he built it on top of the mountains, and you have this gorgeous view of the Pacific Ocean and Los Angeles and so forth. And he'd used this natural stone. And there also the landscape was very minimal, but in Los Angeles, this climate, it works. It really works. And with the light that you get in Los Angeles and the shadows and all of that, it really works as well. And, you can sit out there and have cocktail parties and view art, and, you can see people engaging, right? And you started out talking about the village and the community and creating a space for people, and I think that's a very, very strong start, right? You recognized a need, and you are making a conscious effort to take the opportunity of creating this museum, but creating something for that community, and that is very commendable. But I gotta ask, do you really think this community is going to be able to use the spaces that you created, right? How would they use it? It seems to me to be inhospitable, and that's the only word that I can think of. There's a simplicity to the design that is very beautiful, and the juxtaposition of the architecture against the natural rock is very beautiful, and the move of actually sinking the building is, a good move, right? But I, again, am questioning, how will this actually manifest itself if it was ever built? And that's what I'm struggling with your design.
So, regarding the climate, or how will that be controlled?
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to suggest any solutions to it, but you spoke about context, and I think context is important, but context is more than the physical context. Context is also about the sun, right? And how it beats down onto the surface, the wind, the rain, whatever, right? The ephemeral stuff, the stuff that is not so physical, that's also context. And that can sink your project just like that. And, having said what I've said, where the temperature gets up to 45, 46 degrees, did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that might not be a problem?
Maybe inside the museum, it might not be that of the big
Inside the museum, I don't think you're going to have an issue, but I'm going back to the first words that you talked about giving a space for the community, right? And for the people, and that, right now it's sort of in a dilapidated state, and this can help to read. And I think that is perfect. That's the way that's your project right there. But have you done that? That's a rhetorical question, but that is the question that I'm asking when I look at your project.
I would say that's one question to be placed on the table, and definitely needs to be addressed. But for a moment, I would say one takes another route. Yeah, the another route doesn't attempt to dilute, or I think what's placed on the table is important and something that will contribute to your own understanding. Yeah, but I am more curious about something else which we were discussing on the way to the jury. So we were having our own jury, and I want to go back to that point, because what your project does is it opens up a new problematic which the earlier projects didn't give me an opportunity to see. So I would like to situate within that. You went back to your grandfather. There's a memory, and he probably, I'm just now doing a little speculation, he probably resonates more with the community that's there. Now these are speculations, I don't know, than you as the architect. Now I'm just bringing up a problematic. I'm not saying it's happening so. Yeah, so there is a community, and there's a sense, because, and it's not as if that was right and this is wrong, or this is wrong and that is right, because things are changing, life is changing. If you get more of technology coming in with the mobile, maybe even the community is going to change. So I don't want to take it back to a nostalgia but at another level, I think recognizing the differences. Yeah, because I'll tell you what, the other thing you did was you imagined there was no difference. And I think opening up this, I'm not saying there is or not, but I think opening up this difference of how one relates to water. Now, it's not really that. It's just about generational perspectives of what life is about. Yeah, these are so my grandfather thinks about life in a certain way, I think very differently. So I used to do a project where they would compare Venice and Varanasi. Yeah, Venice and Varanasi, two water cities. Now what happens with Venice is that there's water everywhere, and I don't see any inhabitant touching the water. You can say it's climate, cold, this, that, whatever the reasons, touching the water. And I see Varanasi, and I used to say Varanasi, the river is one of the largest urban space, because no city on this planet do 1 million people wake up at 4 in the morning, walk eastward to the river, and they actually dip into urban space. The urban space is the water now. They get wet, there's an act there, and then they come out. Versus, there is water, and you say, wow, there is water. Yeah. Two very different perceptions. It's not as if one is correct and one is wrong. So to me, I'm just wondering, would you re-examine, or just keep it as an open question, not to answer, that if there is a water element which is there more symbolically, but I don't touch, I don't get into it. It's there as an artistic element which is, which kind of bridges this two. But the other water which was there, the Agastya lake, and those kind of steps which were there were not of course they had an aesthetic element, but the aesthetic element came as a byproduct of simply immersing in the water. It's a very different sense of faith. And it's just possible that your grandfather, when he went down those steps, came up, didn't notice the context of Badami, but more experienced the fact that there were these steps, he could really sink into, and that experience of water direct, going completely immersing in and coming out, which is again part of the architecture, which is again a very different way of looking at it. So from that, I would definitely commend the architectural skills with which you have carried notions of those elements and brought it together. The act of saying, okay, this is a complex site, so maybe I subdue, I go beneath. Then you say, after I go beneath, the program is so large, so let the program separate, and in the separation you rediscover the crevice of going up through. I think as an architectural process, as a thing of conjuring, of a thing of abstracting what a site is about, I personally think it's commendable. I'm just wondering whether this reconnection with your grandfather's sense of what life was versus this new sense which I have students, and I'm sure many do it, and we are from an earlier generation, so we look at it differently. I have students and I tell them, today is the full moon, and the next morning I go to class and say, now let's discuss the full moon, and I say, all of you, I'm very sure, sat in your room, did not go to the terrace and enjoyed the full moon on your iPhone. And I'm surprised all 40 say, yes sir, it was amazing. So then I say, okay, I'm not saying one is right and wrong, but I'm just saying that's what I see here. So I'm not getting into, that's what I see in this museum, that one is about immersion, the other is about drawing in from a technological world or a visual world, believing it's the real. There's a thin, very thin line, and this is a lot of learning. I'm still amazed at the manner in which you conjured those sections, thought about it, made that pathway. But then I'm just beginning to think, did it get a little more excessively gentrified than what could have been done? Because if you look at, let's say, the one example I return to all the time, I know it's an outdated example, but it remains, is the Gandhi Ashram, where Charles Correa brings in this sense of pavilion, leaves it at that, and allows the inhabitant to create the architecture. So does the architect create the architecture and give it, or does the architect create just enough so that a little less, so that the inhabitant now begins to imagine and create his own architecture in conjunction with this, because there was a site as exotic. And I think your analysis of the context was fabulous. You touched the context. Then how does that context kind of emerge within this site? By building a little less. That was the only question that came in. I don't have an answer to it, but that was the thought that came in. But I think it's a commendable architectural gesture you've done. But I think it also, that's the question we had, how relevant are we also? It's a self-questioning, because there's technology, there's, so someone sees through technology, someone has a distance with technology. And so this issue of seeing the full moon on my iPad versus this immersion of water, distant water, I think this is what your project opens up. I'll just, another sentence, because this project really brings the possibility of this conversation. Conscious, not conscious, I think it doesn't matter, because if one were to enter this, and you said after this what? So I was thinking, let's say I really came to this 100 years later. You had built it, and then what was happening? And you were not speaking, and I had to find out. I think this question raises, in this particular project, does this site, that potential was there in the site right from the beginning, and we discussed it. Does this site now belong to the settlement and one plug-in into this so-called sacred center, or does this site belong to the sacred center where two different ways of looking at it? Yeah, so if there was a sacred center there with the water and there was, I saw this more as the settlement emerging into something there and tentatively sitting, so where it grew and sat, and yet saying, no, I don't belong to this center for various reasons. This is more secular, that's more sacred, that has a religiosity to it. So come from this, because the settlement has that diversity of communities. Then what would have happened to this? But keeping in mind the other question also on the table, but I still find it commendable that it's opening so many questions. Because you have a site, everyone, because of the drawing, I think most saw it as part of the center, and the settlement was an addendum, the way the projects were done. Here I think it does open up the issue that intuitively may not have been conscious, that I don't concern myself too much of the site, and the settlement comes in and crawls and becomes this. But if it becomes that, one has to go back to the community, go back to your grandfather's generation and say, let it invite the community to inhabit this. This looks more a little gentrified, abstract, clean. Yeah. So this is all I know I've overspoken, but I think you took it to that level which you can discuss all this. I was waiting for discussing this in the last 6, and then I said, okay, there's one project which opens up. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
So personally, tomorrow is Kojagiri Purnima. So personally, I would like to go on the roof and see the moon by my own eyes.
Okay, well, I have only one or two small things. Can you go back to the plan, please?
To the
plan and the section both. Yeah, leave it there. I think of all the 6 projects that we saw so far, this is one project which has managed to do just enough of what is required. In terms of, this is the requirement, there is so much of museum activity to do and the rest of it. And with the minimum effort of putting a program together, I think it addresses it raises so many questions by doing just enough of what is required. That is one commendation, which I said, to have managed to do that with just this tiny block and raise all these questions, I think is a fantastic thing, to have managed to do that. That is one thing which I think is fantastic. 2, if you go to the views on the top, the terrace views where the water body is, this raises it to some other level altogether. Now, why people go up there, that you have not answered the question. You have made the steps to go up there, but will I go up there just to see the view, or is there something more to this? The act of bringing them up there, showing that water body and creating that connection to Agastya Lake and framing the views to the caves is a fantastic move. But I need some more reasons to be up there. It's a great architectural move, saying that I'll go up there and then this water body happens, and the reflection of the boulders and the thing is my effort of connecting without actually making a building which looks like that. The reflections do the job. My building is only there to reflect all the rest of it, and it establishes the connection. That's a fantastic move. But like what he was saying, the bareness of it is what is hitting you somewhere, saying that fantastic steps, large steps, beautiful steps to go up there, but then come up there 2 minutes in the sun, and then what next? Give me a reason to spend more time here, right? So that is the problem with that fantastic view that is there on top there. Back to the section again. Having done 2 blocks which were separated by the slit, I just felt, just to address his issue also, what if one of the blocks had actually gone a little more into the ground? Would that have opened up the possibility of the plaza becoming somehow a little more engaging with that section? Instead of keeping both of them at the same level and trying to solve it, that water body on top also would have probably stepped down at 2 levels, and then probably would have found a way for the plaza to climb up instead of finding a way around it. Just a thought. I mean, it may be. Looking at the section, it just throws up a possibility. So I was wondering, why should both of them be at the same level? Because you're anyway creating bridges and ways of connecting the two across. Could there have been ramps where one block then kind of engaged with the other block at some other level, and then would that have done some magic to the amphitheater? Because his problem with the plaza is it's too bare.
I'm a landscape architect, right? So
go to the view. Go to the view again of the plaza. Yeah, not this. Before that. Yeah, so that bare wall and the sheer expanse of the plaza and what it does, I think, is there an amphitheater there? Yeah, there are steps going down there. Yeah. Some way to soften that section, to then, because that's a beautiful move on top there, but nobody in the plaza notices it. So is there some way to engage with that section? I mean, that's the only clue I could think of.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, please.
I told you that this reminds me of the Getty Museum in California. It reminds me of another project, and that is the Aman Resort in Utah. Do you know the project?
I've seen it some.
Okay, so there's a lot of similarities between what you have done here and the Aman Resort in Utah. Basically, it's in the Utah desert, right? And there's very little landscape, and they have this pool, and the pool, it's built around a rock, and then it's just a very flat and bare. Where am I going with this? Okay, where I'm going with this is that the starkness of the landscape there has a purpose, because you actually don't go out during the day. What you do is you go out at night, you lie down and you look at the stars, which are magical, right? That night sky is stunning. And so I think Kerry Hill designed it, or might have designed it. That was the whole purpose, It's like, nobody's actually out there during the day, but at nighttime, it just becomes a magical place. So, I posed the question to you, when it's 45 degrees, what the heck do you do out there? Well, nothing. I'm not going to be out there when it's that. But at night, would I come out there and would I look at the stars? I mean, if you had sort of said that there's a connection to be made with the universe, and there was something in the story of Badami that is to the, and you created this plaza, I'll buy it, that's good. But you didn't tell me that. You told me that this was going to be
same rendering could have been 5 hours later.
Yeah, maybe. But it's and again, I'm looking at from a landscape point of view of how someone would inhabit this space, right? And take it within that context only, right? Okay. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Great work. One more.
We have 3 more to go, but I think we need a break now. 4 more, sorry. Yeah, but so we need a break now. So I think we'll take a quick lunch and come back.
This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. As a student, when you look at this, especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come through one gateway, and there is one huge rock which cantilevers out with a big tree behind, and you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum. There is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something wonderful there because it's a dream site for any architect to work on. So imagine that that structure doesn't exist there. So you come through this gateway, there is this big tree and a lake here. This ghat culminates into this small shrine. Imagine this structure not to be there with this cliff as a background, cascading terraces coming down. You have the cliff on the back. That is the existing structure which you are supposed to demolish. Then there are these levels which cascade down right up to the water. This is a physical boundary of the site which sort of encompasses all this area. So just to give you an idea, this would be the extent of the site, including the small shrine, the edge of the water, the road going through. The road has absolutely minimal traffic, so it is pedestrian dominant road. So we want you to consider the extent of the site right up to the edge of the ghat. So it's more of an experiential kind of a site. Though your built zone would get restricted more towards the upper edge, you can create an intervention right up to the water. Now, there is a physical extent of the site, but if you see the visual extent of the site, it goes all the way up to the Bhuthnath temple towards one end with the water in front. You have caves on the other side. And the third very, very important aspect is this pathway which leads up to the rocks. Now there is another gateway. In fact, there are series of gateways, and you experience this almost like a canyon kind of a structure. So you walk through these cliffs of rocks, and the way they turn, the way the light comes in, and way you climb through and discover those spaces, it's absolutely magical experience. And I had been there during just after my college days, and I have such wonderful memories of that space, and which keep reoccurring. You know, you keep remembering those spaces while designing, and consciously or subconsciously it has influence on your work. And as a student, when you look at this whole site and look at especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really sort of experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. So it's a multifaceted problem. It's not only about the site, it's about the context, it's about relating it to the water edge, relating to the temples which are far off. And there's something about materiality there. You have this beautiful yellowish brown rock which is available. So all the temples, whatever construction, what you see there is all about using that material stone which ages so well, because you see these temples of 5th century and 6th century and they still look so fresh. That material has aged so gracefully over the years. So we would like you to respond to all those elements. How do you use it? How you become sensitive to it? So the structure that you do belongs to that place. You know, it becomes part of the environment. It's not something. So that's the decision which all of you will have to debate about. Whether the structure, which the intervention that you are going to do there, does it have to really make a statement, or should it dissolve into the background and become part of the entire scenario? One more important aspect about experiencing this site is about change of eye level. If you start seeing your eye level changing, you really experience this entire bowl I would talk about in a very, very different way. When you are in these caves and looking down into the water, the whole thing looks totally different. When you are at the eye level at the site, the entire bowl looks totally different. Look at the eye level, look at the site conditions, look at the contours of the site, the trees there, the rocks there, the so many references that you have. And in all this magical space, you see the sunrise and sunset. and the way the light changes. So respond to all that and create something wonderful. All the best.
Badami, it is a state of Karnataka. So in Bagalkot district located, and this is a taluka headquarter. Badami, it is a main tourism point. In Badami is very famous for the Badami caves. Badami, it is more than 1500 years old. It's known as in India the cradle of Hindu temple architecture. The Badami monument is divided by the two parts, South Fort and North Fort. In part of the North Fort, there is an archaeological museum, lake and lake temple, and some temples are there. And that North Hill on the mountain area behind the museum, we have one inscription belongs to the first Pulkeshi. Southern part, those are the main important things to see in Badami, those are the cave temples. The 4 cave temples are there. One is dedicated for Shiva, one for 2 for Vishnu, one is a natural cave for Buddha also, and one for the Jain also. 4 are man-made and one is natural. So in Ajanta, they will be introduced the caves with a painting. But first time these are the people, they introduce the caves with a sculpture. The September to February, it is a main peak time. So that time is the climate is very good and very nice to see also. But before the lockdown, the near about 1500 to 2000 Indian tourists per day, and 50 to 75 foreigners, Europeans. And if you come to Badami, so we have 3 near airport. One, it is in Belgaum, just 180 kilometers from here, and one is 110 kilometers, that is in Hubli, there also, and just 125 kilometers we have one more airport, that is Hospet, that is called Jindal Airport, and we have lots of train facilities are there. We have train also, then the buses also. Temple architecture, we have 2 types, cave architecture and temple architecture. Cave architecture, it means the monolithic, and temple architecture means we can take some pieces of the stone and join it by one. So then we get the temple structure, that is a temple, but is everything they carved out in single rock. This is a red sandstone or sedimentary rock. It's not a metamorphic. This sandstone is a weathering with the nature, with the sunlight and water, it became a sand. the Agastya, the monk. He came here and he will be did some meditation and he will walk around here according to his memory. So they will be known as the Agastya lake. It is a man-made lake. In Badami, if you get a half an hour or 1 hour rain, so there is opposite the rock, there is a good waterfall. All water is going to be stored here. Depth is quite more, around 10 to 12 meters. During the summer, is going 4 to 5 feet is going down, but rest of the time the water level will be same. So always the women they will be came and they washing the clothes and burtan and other things. Some people they came brought that animals and they cleaning, and some people they are fishing also. So there's a wall is there now. Each wall is came from the fourth cave to continue to until that part. It means there is the original fort. So that time maybe on the 6th century, during the time of Chalukyan period also, king also they celebrated some functions. So that time the audience they can be sit no. So that's why they built a bridge as a stairs. Along with to get down, or they will be sit or they covered. And down of that north hill, there is an archaeological museum. According to the archaeological rule, they say you have to develop anything else, but don't spoil the originality and their beauty. So that's why they built the building as model of the third cave. The museum is near about 5 to 6 galleries there. We have some beautiful sculptures are there. In Badami, Aihole, Patadakal, during the excavation time, what things they found it? They kept it over there. That is the architecture museum. The visitors when they came here, so they will be know that thing also. What kind of art are there? Or might be some architecture students are going to be visited here. So that time also they studied about the sculptures also, because that is not only belongs to the Chalukyans, belongs to the different time also. These are from local area only, but they will be some different people when they conquered, they will be introduced this culture. So that time they will be have lots of things. Like we have sandstone also, and we have a black stone also. So there we found some lots of evidence of the Mesolithic period. Some prehistorical people they living over there, and they will be make the painting and other things. And we get some tools also. That thing also they will be collected. The Chalukyans, when they are going to be constructed the temple, so that time they can be used some chisels and hammers. They will be use iron, the steel, as a clamps also. That clamp also we found it in the museum. Actually, museum there is no parking. There is one road is there, but it is a very narrow road. So in front of the museum, where you get the big tree, that is a banyan tree, near about 70 years old, like that. When you going to that facing on the north direction to left side, so this is the old house in Badami. It's the old houses. These are the some they built it from the mud. So it is because this is a Deccan area. Here the temperature is more hot. So that's why when you use with that wooden roof with mud, so that time is keep it cooler. Nowadays the monkey also it is became as a part of Badami. So how the peoples they were living, how the monkeys also. Sometimes the monkeys, if they didn't found anything else, they will be went inside the houses, they will be grab and everything. So that's why they can be used with the grills. So then slowly nowadays, since from 10 years it is going to be developed. So people now they will be awareness is coming, and then there will be lots of peoples they will came, and some NSS and other groups will be came, and they have to clean that thing, and they know the value about the monument, and now they give the importance, and then how to develop and how to earn the money, how to get the business also. Now the environment is going on.
This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. As a student, when you look at this, especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come through one gateway, and there is one huge rock which cantilevers out with a big tree behind. And you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum. There is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something wonderful there because it's a dream site for any architect to work on. So imagine that structure doesn't exist there. So you come through this gateway, there is this big tree and a lake here. This ghat culminates into this small shrine. Imagine this structure not to be there with this cliff as a background, cascading terraces coming down. You have the cliff on the back. That is the existing structure which you are supposed to demolish. Then there are these levels which cascade down right up to the water. This is a physical boundary of the site which sort of encompasses all this area. So just to give you idea, this would be the extent of the site, including the small shrine, the edge of the water, the road going through. The road has absolutely minimal traffic, so it is pedestrian dominant road. So we want you to consider the extent of the site right up to the edge of the ghat. So it's more of an experiential kind of a site. Though your built zone would get restricted more towards the upper edge, you can create an intervention right up to the water. Now, there is a physical extent of the site, but if you see the visual extent of the site, it goes all the way up to the Buddhanath temple towards one end with the water in front. You have caves on the other side. And the third very, very important aspect is this pathway which leads up to the rocks. Now there is another gateway. In fact, there are a series of gateways. And you experience this almost like a canyon kind of a structure. So you walk through these cliffs of rocks, and the way they turn, the way the light comes in, and way you climb through and discover those spaces, it's absolutely magical experience. And I had been there during just after my college days, and I have such wonderful memories of that space, and which keep reoccurring. You know, you keep remembering those spaces while designing, and consciously or subconsciously it has influence on your work. And as a student, when you look at this whole site and look at especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really sort of experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. So it's a multifaceted problem. It's not only about the site, it's about the context. It's about relating it to the water edge, relating to the temples which are far off. And there's something about materiality there. You have this beautiful yellowish brown rock which is available. So all the temples, whatever construction, what you see there is all about using that material stone which ages so well, because you see these temples of 5th century and 6th century and they still look so fresh. That material has aged so gracefully over the years. So we would like you to respond to all those elements. How do you use it? How you become sensitive to it, so the structure that you do belongs to that place. You know, it becomes part of the environment. It's not something. So that's the decision which all of you will have to debate about, whether the structure, which the intervention that you are going to do there, does it have to really make a statement, or should it dissolve into the background and become part of the entire scenario. One more important aspect about experiencing this site is about change of eye level. If you start seeing your eye level changing, you really experience this entire bowl I would talk about in a very, very different way. When you are in these caves and looking down into the water, the whole thing looks totally different. When you are at the eye level at the site, the entire bowl looks totally different. Look at the eye level, look at the site conditions, look at the contours of the site, the trees there, the rocks there, the so many references that you have. And in all this magical space, you see the sunrise and sunset. and the way the light changes. So respond to all that and create something wonderful. All the best.
Badami, it is a state of Karnataka. So in Bagalkot district located, and this is the Taluka headquarters. Badami, it is a main tourism point. In Badami, is very famous for the Badami caves. Badami, it is more than 1500 years old. It's known as in India the cradle of Hindu temple architecture. The Badami monument is divided by the two parts, South Fort and North Fort. In part of the North Fort, there is an archaeological museum, lake and lake temple, and some temples are there. And that North Hill on the mountain area behind the museum, we have one inscription belongs to the first Pulkeshi. Southern part, those are the main important things to see in Badami, those are the cave temples. The 4 cave temples are there. One is dedicated for Shiva, one for 2 for Vishnu, one is a natural cave for Buddha also, and one for the Jain also. 4 are man-made and one is natural. So in Ajanta, they will be introduced the caves with a painting. But first time these are the people, they introduce the caves with a sculpture. The September to February, it is a main peak time. So that time is the climate is very good and very nice to see also. But before the lockdown, the near about 1500 to 2000 are Indian tourists per day, and 50 to 75 foreigners, Europeans. And if we come to Badami, so we have 3 near airport. One, it is in Belgaum, just 180 kilometers from here, and one is 110 kilometers, that is in Hubli, there also, and just 125 kilometers we have one more airport, that is Hospet, that is called Jindal Airport, and we have lots of train facilities are there. We have train also, then the buses also. Temple architecture, we have 2 types, cave architecture and temple architecture. Cave architecture, it means the monolithic, and temple architecture means we can take some pieces of the stone and join it by one by one. So then we get the temple structure, that is a temple, but is everything they carved out in single rock. This is a red sandstone or sedimentary rock. It's not a metamorphic. This sandstone is a weathering with the nature, with the sunlight and water, it became a sand. the Agastya, the monk. He came here and he will be did some meditation and he will walk around here according to his memory. So they will be known as the Agastya lake. It's a man-made lake. In Badami, if you get a half an hour or 1 hour rain, so there is opposite the rock, there is a good waterfall. All water is going to be stored here. Depth is quite more, around 10 to 12 meters. During the summer, is going 4 to 5 feet is going down, but rest of the time the water level will be same. So always the women they will be came and they washing the clothes and burtan and other things. Some people they came brought that animals and they cleaning, and some people they are fishing also. So this wall is there now. Its wall is came from the fourth cave to continue to until that part. It means there is the original fort. So that time maybe on the 6th century, during the time of Chalukyan period also, king also they celebrated some functions. So that time the audience they can be sit no. So that's why they built a bridge as a stairs. Along with to get down, or they will be sit or they covered. And down of that north hill, there is an archaeological museum. According to the archaeological rule, they say you have to develop anything else, but don't spoil the originality and their beauty. So that's why they built the building as model of the third cave. The museum is near about 5 to 6 galleries there. We have some beautiful sculptures are there. In Badami, Aihole, Patadakal, during the excavation time, what things they found it? They kept it over there. That is the architecture museum. The visitors when they came here, so they will be know that thing also. What kind of art are there? Or might be some architecture students are going to be visited here. So that time also they studied about the sculptures also, because that is not only belongs to the Chalukyans, belongs to the different time also. These are the from local area only, but they will be some different people when they conquered, they will be introduced this culture. So that time they will be have lots of things. Like we have sandstone also, and we have a black stone also. So there we found some lots of evidence of the Mesolithic period. Some prehistorical people they living over there, and they will be make the painting and other things. And we get some tools also. That thing also they will be collected. The Chalukyans, when they are going to be constructed the temple, so that time they can be used some chisels and hammers. They will be use iron, the steel, as a clamps also. That clamp also we found it in the museum. Actually, museum there is no parking. There is one road is there, but it is a very narrow road. So in front of the museum, where you get the big tree, that is a banyan tree, near about 70 years old, like that. When you going to that facing on the north direction to left side. So this is a old house in Badami. It's the old houses. These are the some they built it from the mud. So it is because this is a Deccan area. Here the temperature is more hot. So that's why when you use with that wooden roof with mud, so that time is keep it cooler. Nowadays the monkey also it is became as a part of Badami. So how the people were living, how the monkeys also. Sometimes the monkeys, if they didn't found anything else, they will be went inside the houses, they will be grab and everything. So that's why they can be used with the grills. So then slowly nowadays since from 10 years it is going to be developed. So people now there will be awareness is coming, and then there will be lots of peoples they will came, and some NSS and other groups will be came, and they to clean that thing, and they know the value about the monument, and now they give the importance, and then how to develop and how to earn the money, how to get the business also. Now the environment is going on.
First of all, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity and inviting us to be here. My name is Adara, and this is my partner Ladita, and today we would like to present our project called An Homage to Badami.
So this presentation is structured as follows for different aspects. There is a background study, site analysis, form findings, and finally the final design.
So first of all, to explain the overview of the design derived from historical narrative of Badami, and then that aspect is explored with potential aspects of the museum, such as the site, context, and also the typology of the surrounding to finally create the final design. So we start the design process by learning the historical narrative of Badami, learning about specifically the Chalukya of Badami. So we created this timeline, historical timeline of the Chalukya dynasty, starting from the beginning of an era that is in which the dynasty is established by Pulakeshin I, in which he built many forts and also did some rituals, and then the Badami kingdom starts to rise in power, and then the kingdom is took over by Pulakeshin II, which is also known as the greatest king due to his effort in bringing the dynasty into its golden era by defeating many kings and also expanding the kingdom. And finally, the story comes to an end when Pulakeshin II is defeated by Palava. So, and then we try to implement this narrative into our design.
So before that, we have the typology study. So in here, we try to look at our surrounding museum, and we found that there is some architectural characteristic that is very unique, such as there is the stair near the houses of the museum, and there is the gate at some point, and there is the area which is maybe the communal area where people together and chit chat in there, and it's like the Badami everyday life. So we make this typology to be applied to our museum design to create the familiar feeling. And in this site analysis and context, we have 3 different points that we want to achieve as a view. So the first is the Honkadakatte Anjaneya in the west side, and there is the Sri Botanata Gudi in the east side, and there is the Agastya Lake in the south side. And in here we have the site analysis and context too, which is courtyard placement. We implementing the courtyard into our design, and it is inspired by Indian temples, heritage sites having courtyard, and large open spaces such as these 2 temples and Taj Mahal. So there is 3 different courtyard placement. The first is at every entrance, it requires a transition which we make it into a courtyard, and there is a main courtyard in the center, and it reconnect all the faces. And there is the secondary courtyard as a space for narrative space, transition, rest, and air circulation.
So the next we're going to explain about the form finding, how our design comes into the form. First, we did our mass exploration by utilizing the contour on site. So the contour in here is used to tell the narrative or like the timeline follows the contour of the site. As you can see here, the lowest contour depicts the beginning of the dynasty, and then as the contour starts to increase, the story follows with the rising action, and then finally at the highest contour, it symbolizes the golden era of the dynasty, and then when the contour starts to decreases, it is when the dynasty is coming to an end. Other programs in here include craftsmanship workshop, also open air theater, and a cafe. So the next development is the incorporation of courtyard. The courtyards in our design act as the transition space in between each stage. So the visitors can sort of rest a bit before going forward to the next stage. When the museum starts to take form based on the historical narrative, contour, and also the courtyard, circulation is then established. And then paths are formed to allow this circulation within the space to tell the narrative. And then lastly, we also try to place some openings in order to exploit the scenery of Badami. So the visitors can see the whole scenery of Badami, including like the temples and also the lake.
And for the final design drawing here, we have the Chalukya of Badami journey, which is start from the entrance, and there is some exits in there. And as you can see too in this side plan of the final design, how people can occupy the spaces, and there is the program and courtyard diagram of the final design. And you can see that there is the access of entrance and exit and circulation of the final diagram. And in here we have the meshing form as a narrative story in the museum itself. So as you can see that there is a plan and section in every phase of the storyline. So the first phase is like the beginning of an era, and it represented it with wide space and big space. And the second one is like the phase of rising action of the Chalukya Badami. So we want to make the contour to people feel like they are going up to the rising action. And the third, we have the royal glory. So the people can, the place is like more big, more open, and provide the greatest view of the Badami itself. And lastly, we have the end of an era phase, which is the transformation from the bigger space to the smaller one. So and it defeat of the dynasty itself.
Next, I'm going to explain about the design aspects of our final design. So first aspect is one with nature. So we deliberately chose the material red sandstone in order to blend with the surrounding, creating harmony with nature. And then second point is to respond to the site, which is by positioning the building to respond to this sun path, to project unique shadows, and create to enhance the spatial experience inside the museum. And then we also overlap some of the spaces as a result of the circulation of the building that is placed following the contour. And because there are overlap spaces, it results in open spaces which can be used to connect inside and outside, creating human connection with nature. And then the last aspect is framing the views by having openings that are used to frame certain views to showcase the natural beauty of the Badami. And then we also try to celebrate the locality by celebrating the tradition and culture by having this amphitheater that can be used for cultural performances, and also having local craftsmanship area for the locals to do some craftsmanship works and also to display their works. Okay, next is the eye level view that can be seen from different points of the museum. So first of all, at the initial height, the visitors can mainly view the lake, and when it reaches the highest point, the visitors can see all the scenery that encompasses the Badami site to channel the feeling of triumph of getting on top. And then another point at the high stage, but starts to lose ground, there is a large window here placed in order for the visitors to see the whole scenery and also temple for the last time before like going down. And then at the end of the journey, there is a cafe that is placed closest to the lake, so they can enjoy it up close, to enjoy the view up close as like ending the journey. So for the materials itself, the museum mainly uses red sandstone, especially for the structure as well, like for the columns, for the slabs, and also the walls. And for the non-structural elements, like the framings or the railing, the museum uses wood and clay. And so here is the final drawing or section of the museum showcasing the spatial experience and narrative of the museum. So overall, the museum plays with the context that is immersed in the history and typology of Badami to create an experience of past continuity that can be studied for generations to come. Now, I'd like to request for the video, please. Yes. So this video will show the walkthrough of the
Moise, I was just asking you, how did you get to know about this competition?
From the internet.
From the internet.
Okay,
Actually,
internet.
yeah.
So you've seen the previous editions of this competition?
Yeah.
Last year and what had happened before that?
Yeah, like the Charles Korea, is it like the last year's competition? Yeah. I read through it briefly.
Good. For having not visited the place, to have done the study that you have done, fantastic. To have figured out the history of the place, to have connected to the history in some ways, and to have built a narrative out of it, which in so many ways responds to what exactly you've done in the planning or in the conceptualizing of the scheme. To carry that narrative forward, which is not an easy narrative for somebody from there to understand how these things work, which dynasty and what went up and what went down, and then to look at all that and somehow link it to the way then you craft your own spaces to, how do you say, respond to that narrative. I think that's a commendable effort. What it also does in the process, which I think would have been intentional, is the fact that by doing that up-down thing of climbing up and then finding a plateau and then getting down, is this amazing possibility. I only wish that this was a comment to the earlier groups also. I wish your 3D renders at the end of the video ran a little slow. Because it rushes through things where actually you should be pausing and looking at what is it that you want to see. And it opens up amazing possibilities, because as the level keeps shifting, every plateau suddenly opens up some vista, suddenly opens up some views, which it is doing in section here, and suddenly you find that you're on a terrace of something and then you went down to something. That as a possibility, because your buildings are moving up and down, is a beautiful, beautiful way of looking at how to organize these blocks. The only thing which I felt was a little off this entire thing was the amphitheater. Somewhere I felt that the amphitheater, both in terms of form as a circle sitting there closed, not looking at anything, looking into itself, next to a nice big open space which is already there. That was the only thing I felt probably could have been, should have tried 2-3 other alternatives to see how it sits in the stories of these overlapped rectangles. Because everything has this idea of the overlapped rectangle running everywhere, including your cafeteria. everywhere that the idea of the overlap is running quite seamlessly. There was a possibility of loosening up that space and then making that the connector for all these activities. Now, unfortunately, what you've done is you put a wall around it and you've insulated that space from the rest. That could have been a wonderful magnet to connect all these spaces together because you put it in the heart of everything. You put it in the middle. But unfortunately, having put it in the middle, you've closed it. If that had opened up and allowed the rest of the buildings on top and below to somehow engage with that space, it would have been a very, very, very powerful scheme then. My comments. Sorry. Next.
Can I see your plan?
Yeah.
That's your plan.
I think this is the site plan.
Yeah.
That's the final plan. Okay. Again, I just want to make sure that I understand your concept. So, how did you decide on the positioning of the buildings again?
So the positions of the building.
Yeah, the orientation. Like, why is this one tilted this way? Why is this one tilted this way? Why is this one tilted this way? Like, why did you position it the way that you did? Did you explain that and I missed it?
I think maybe I didn't explain it
Okay.
very clearly, but in the first diagram right there, it's like because it wants to follow the contour of the site.
Okay. So you're trying to follow the
Yes.
like a plateau or something. It's not to do with the view. It's to do.
No, some of them are also to do with the views. The inclined block is supposed to be looking at something.
Yes.
Am I right?
So first we did the massings based on the contour, and then also with the consideration of.
Okay.
There are views which are.
Okay, so I think the thing that I picked up from your presentation is that you've taken program very seriously, and it looks like every single building has a separate program. Was that intentional, so that you have one program for one building, another program for another building, or is it interchangeable? Like, how does that work? Because how many blocks do you have there? Six.
Like they're all interlocked, so it's very difficult to read them in blocks.
Okay.
Yeah, they overlap
So
as well.
it's actually one exhibition flowing into the next, flowing into the next, flowing into the next.
Okay.
And it's only the geometry of the overlap which kind of makes it look like a different building, but they're not.
Okay. But I thought you were actually trying to make it look like a different building purposefully.
No, it's actually one narrative, so it's like a journey, but like in between we place a courtyard as a transition place, so the visitors can take a rest before like moving up to another place or another journey.
The journey of Chalukya Badami has like 4 phases, so we divide into 4 phases as well.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to tease out of you.
Yeah.
Is that like there seems to be many different phases, and there must be a reason for it, right?
So the first one is the beginning of the era.
Yeah.
The middle one, which is facing you, is the rise of the era. Then the one which is going perpendicular to that is the peak of the era. And then when it steps down is the descent of the era.
Okay. So anyway, quite honestly, that to me that's a stretch. Okay, if I'm going to walk through these buildings, I'm never going to get that right. And if that's what helped to generate the design that you did, fair enough. That's okay. But if I'm going to experience this place, I'm never going to get that story. I will never understand that. What I will understand and what I will experience is that you're trying to take me from space to space to space to space, and that each of the different spaces has a different type of experiential quality to it, right? Whether it's a different phase or a different view and so forth, right? Now, having said that, there seems to be a very much a homogeneous feel to it. There's a homogeneity to the design, and that I think is unfortunate, because the way that you've set up your design and the way that you've set up the organization of your design I don't know if those different blocks actually need to look alike, which they do, right? Could they have been expressed in a way that maybe pushes the boundary a bit, right? Pushes the boundary in types of exploring it a bit more, right? Because if not, there's a sameness to your design that there might be an experiential quality that is quite nice, but if not, I find it boring. And I know that's quite a harsh word to say, but I'm not saying it, I'm saying it in a way that sort of, I think you missed an opportunity to actually, and I'm playing architect here now, right? I think you might have missed an opportunity to actually articulate those buildings slightly differently, to give it an expression that's slightly different. Because unless I'm missing something, there's a sameness to it, which is disappointing, right? And I fully agree with regards to the amphitheater. Again, probably over-designed, right? You probably need to step back, and it's almost like you need to put your pencil down and say, okay, I'm done, I'm finished. I don't need to draw anymore. But I don't think you put your pencil down fast enough, because that part to me feels a little bit forced and a little bit over-designed, right? But nonetheless, I'm not enamored with the storyline of the decline and fall of the empires and so forth. That's all true, but I'm not getting that. I hear it, but I don't see it. Yeah.
Yeah. I would come back to the first point, which again links to this. Here we have a condition where you're coming from a position which is very far away culturally and from even distance. So I'm just curious to see what then is this kind of a intercultural dialogue, if I can place it in that. That if you're in Indonesia and then you're looking at this, I'm curious to see what do you see. You're explaining functionally, I have a museum, I have this, I have that, but there are many other interpretations you're making about the place, about, I think, in your earlier journey and the history on why something is sacred, why something is golden, why something is, and then that is becoming a source to inform the program and do something. Then whether topography is the way to, yes, at a direct level, the rise and decline, kind of sees a topographic, but something more is, I'm just curious to see if for our own learning that you are seeing from, because when we see, we may take a lot for granted, because we are from that culture, we may take for granted. I'm just curious, what did you see and say, hey, this is really strange, if there was something like this, because then there's a cultural dialogue that can happen, that you're coming from another culture, you're coming in here. So were there things like that or aspects like that which you wondered, or was it so simple, yes, this is the ritualistic path and this is the sense of center and I arrive here and this, or were there issues where you said, why would they do something like this, and then you have to respond to that. So I think, because otherwise in the design it's more or less I would be in agreement, that the amphitheater, there's a gesture, yes, but whether that gesture sits within this context, that's the discussion. So I would go one step to the genesis of that and say, okay, when you're looking at this, can you just very spontaneously say, what did you see, how did you see this site, and what did it mean to you?
So first of all, we actually began our project by doing some studies, like research on the background of, because we didn't know anything at all about the site and everything. So we did a research on the Badami, its historical, and then we want to find something that can be translated into the design. And so we found this story of history of Badami, and we thought it was interesting. And when we think about museum, we think about a place that tells a story about the past, and why the story is important, and we want to bring that story into the museum so that the visitors can know about the past, about the place, and then from that idea we look at.
No, that idea is what I'm saying. Can you tell us what is that idea? Let's for instance say Yogyakarta. You're conversant with Yogyakarta, yeah, Indonesia. Now, let's say there's a town there. It had a very similar layering, yeah, historically very similar layering which they're looking at, but it's so different. It's so how do you, because if you convert it into a function and you say this function, this program, that program, all those other interpretations or intuitions suddenly get set aside, and which is why then you come to functions with your rooms and you say this is this and there's a topography and it looks working. But this is not that. You're making assumptions about a culture which was distant. So I'm just curious, how are you making those assumptions? Or what are you seeing in those assumptions of why those kind of, how are you, if there is something, because you're talking of how a temple is situated, how a tank is situated, how you arrive at it, why is there something on the north? Has that kind of influenced this? Or do we jump straight away to a functional idea that this is a museum, it needs X, Y, Z, and there's this topography, and so there's then it just becomes boxes, and so are you, how are you, because it's not easy, it's not easy, because so I'm just wondering if you can convey to us what that was, if it's possible. You're seeing a strange, it's like, you're seeing a side.
Or I'll rephrase this question. If you were given a similar context in Indonesia, let's say, and asked to do a project like this in school, how differently would you have done it?
I think it would be very different, because
That's exactly what you're getting at. What is that difference?
Because like after having that story that I previously explained, we try to connect it with the site itself, like the contour, the views.
No, let's for a minute forget what you did here.
Okay.
I'm saying a similar context in your country. You had a project in school. How would you have gone about it?
Like the similar brief or...
Yeah, that's another museum somewhere in Indonesia.
In Indonesia there is a temple there is different steps of contour too, and in every contour there is temples, and in the temples it more bigger, it more smaller, and it has different characteristic, and it represent the and it have different meanings, like the bigger one and the smaller one. Yeah, it has
There's a lot of symbolism.
Yeah.
So there you would have gone by looking at the symbolism of these things. Okay, and here what differently are you doing?
Because I think we're not too familiar with
with the stories and all that. So hence you have gone the historical route.
Yeah, like
what you got from the net.
Yes.
Okay.
Like we don't really understand
Yeah,
the roots, like if in India.
The stories
for
and
example,
all that you probably would not have got from the net. So the easier way was to find out the history of the place, and then see if you could find something in the history.
Yes.
It was interesting to see how this conversation happens. Seeing from a distance. I find that this idea of narrative, the idea of path, all comes. Then it's an issue of how do you perceive to kind of design that space eventually. Like the amphitheater is most evident.
Is there a location like this anywhere close to this, anywhere in Indonesia?
Sorry?
A location like this?
A location like this? Like...
From the photographs that you've seen here.
Probably not like a museum.
No, not a museum. I'm saying a location like
site.
this,
Like-
a site like this, or a geography like this.
Yeah, we have like several actually. If you know the Borobudur temple or the
correct.
Prambanan temple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a bit similar in terms of like the design. It's like having big open large spaces and then courtyard and then
temple.
And then also a temple that tells a story. Like, yeah, because like the Borobudur, if I'm not mistaken, is like telling the story about Buddha and how it reaches enlightenment. So it's like
Going
so
up,
many
yeah.
steps, and then like at the highest point it's like the enlightenment when Buddha reaches enlightenment. So that's what the narrative behind that temple in Indonesia. So that-
So in that context, I was.
Yeah, no, I've been to Borobudur, and it's now it kind of makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, I was just saying, because trying to build that. In that context, I was fine with topography and a certain rise.
Yes, because there was a thought process, right? And maybe you should have started by telling us about Borobudur,
Yeah,
right?
that was the whole.
and then presented this, because then I think it would.
No, even Yogyakarta has that sequence.
Yogyakarta, yeah, absolutely.
It has the same sequence. It has a very similar sequence where you come and then you come to that final, and topography to the river becomes the story over time. And to that I found this fascinating.
Yeah.
I didn't find it literal, because there's a historic understanding that topography is, like let's say a temple or a church or a shrine on top of a mountain, and then it does something because of elevation.
Yeah.
What was then a little paradoxical, but maybe for our times we need to do it, is decline. So you generally it is you rise and then
stop,
not say anything more, but you bring it to the decline, and I found that fascinating.
Yeah.
But I think it's a commendable, because you have to really layer it between what you're reading in Indonesia and come back here. I think it's a.
So that's your learning. So then
Yeah.
next time you enter a competition like this, first tell your Indonesian story and then talk about the rest. That's your learning.
Because we want to learn about India culture, so
But
that's
this is
why like
something you have not
focus
seen,
on-
you have not visited.
Yeah,
you have-
that's true.
Right. So start from a premise
the
which you are
landscape
familiar.
story.
So you could talk
It's a
about a site
landscape
which
story in
resembles
China.
this,
Yeah.
or a story which resembles this, which you are very well aware of or know very well. Start from there. Then see how you can bring connections. Because then you're starting with something familiar and then moving into something which is unknown, which you're not very sure of.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I wish
your
you'd
your
explain
your
that.
uh,
That
background and your
Yes,
context
but that's what I was trying to
and
get.
your
They have derived from that.
your cultural or what you are bringing to this project is going to be very different from students that are in Singapore or in India, right? Because they will all have been informed in a different way. Yes, we all study about structure and all of that, right? Which is all universal. But what is it that informs the designs that we do? And what informs your design is obviously your cultural heritage, which is also extremely rich. And so when you take that and bring it to Badami, a place in India, you're going to do something that's definitely going to be different from somebody else, right? That is from here. And it's just as valid. But it would be nice to actually tell that story, and I think that's what that was the part that I didn't latch on to, but thank you for bringing that up. But likewise, I say, very commendable project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful that you come.
Now have the last participant offline. I'd request Bhumika, Vaishnavi and Bindu from Varia Center, Mysore to please join us. The ID for this entry, Indonesian entry, was 1128. And the ID for the coming entry is 590.
You have to set up a link for the other two. You have to set up a link for the other two. For the online guys.
Are they here?
No. Wiring up. No, there's one more to go after that. No, एक और है लास्ट उसके बाद फिर
Welcome, Bhumika, Vaishnavi and Bindu.
Good afternoon, jurors and everyone listening. We are Team 590. Today we would like to take you through the journey that we had in getting to our proposal. So it's going to be focused on the larger stances and responses to those stances which led us to where we are at. Citing a quote by David Adjaye, context is so important, not to mimic but to become part of the place. Spending time at the site amplified this thought for us during our visit to Badami. It became a lens to view our observations through this and dwell on the questions that the brief posed. Through the presentation, we'll be walking through three major points: further deliberation from the site, the program, and the design strategies that led to the proposal. As we are all aware, the site where the existing museum sits on is one in which is in the middle of a vessel containing centuries of history. It becomes an important threshold, a landmark in marking one's transition from the present-day settlement to the historic precinct of Badami. To briefly summarize the experience of visiting the site, we found a few aspects to be crucial to envision our proposal. So one being the macro level experience. The entry into the precinct through the gateway gives one the experience of being within a completely different realm, having multiple elements including the Bhutnath temple, Agastya lake, Muddu Maruti temple, the sandstone cliff and the Badami caves. All these add more dimension to this entire experience. It was also particularly interesting to see how these elements sort of form a band and create this mystical enclosure, the character of which changes with every sunset and sunrise. Apart from the macro experience, another aspect that couldn't be ignored were these bite-sized micro experiences. The way the rocks keep framing views, and as you walk through the space, how these keep changing, and these also changing with change in like the season, the foliage pattern changing. and the ascending levels which keep the experience of the space very dynamic in nature.
The existing museum was one whose entire face was revealed from the road to the, yeah. So we then went on to understand the nature of the existing museum and the exhibits within it. As an archaeological museum situated in this context, it housed 7th century sandstone sculptures, paintings and information boards among a few others. So this led us to think about what our proposal could do while sitting in this context. So when this vast site has so much to offer, how can an intervention here complement it? This led us to three main questions being formed in our minds, which we kept coming back to throughout the design process. The first one being, why redesign the existing museum? Secondly, what is the vision of the redesigned museum in that context? When the site itself is a vessel within which so much history is held, what purpose can our proposal have? Could the proposal be used to not just aid its own program as a house for exhibits, but also serve as infrastructure for the other featured components? And thirdly, how does the proposal negotiate with A, the locals, and B, tourists or visitors, and how would the needs change? These questions further led us to start viewing the museum as an apparatus. So we began thinking whether the built environment can borrow ideas from the existing features in the context and create more bite-sized experiences. Additionally, we looked at an apparatus with reference to its location on the site, as it is encountered in close proximity to the gateway from the settlement. Can it be a point that serves as a point of gather and as a program-based threshold? So speaking about the entry into the precinct, opportunities have been designed to allow for the flow of activities from the road and beyond into the proposal. The idea behind this design move was to kind of allow for scenarios where one can be a part of the built environment without necessarily having to be part of the museum every time they enter into that environment. So the space proposed for the museum has been looked at to be one within which fragments of history are exhibited. We viewed an archaeological museum in a context such as this to be more of a structural frame that holds exhibits within it. And the program so laid out required us to design a café and an OIT apart from the existing museum.
As the context already offers so much, the main question that kept reoccurring was to see how minimum amount of intervention can be plugged into this site and maybe just function as last few pieces of a puzzle. Multiple design strategies were worked on and ideated, which were carried out through the process. It became important for us to be aware of the existing levels of the site, which are connected through the proposal. Adding on to this, the aspects to look at is the gateways that can respond to the connection between the fort area and the gateways that is already existing. While the pedestrian road connects different points in the site, it becomes interesting to see how proposal itself could serve as a connector. In a way, it can act as a pausing point in the proposal. The idea was to bring in continuity in juxtaposing different textures in different textures with the white plastered walls. By juxtapose it against the rock that's behind and the rammed earth walls that run in north-south direction. We could also see that the context already frames multiple views, and these views keeps changing through the day and through your eye level as well. So these these vertical planes sort of became the idea that we wanted to take forward. So the rammed earth walls, you can see it spread throughout the proposal, and these while they frame the views to all the elements that are there in the site, they also help in navigating one through different parts of the design itself. These punctures and slits are borrowed from the idea that is already existing, which are the gateways. These also help in breaking down the scale and unfolding bite-sized spaces, which become like smaller agendas to these openings. These are few zoomed in plans of each elements of the site, which is the OAT, and how it could be used through the day. This is the area near the Gateway 3. So the idea with all these is to also reach out to all these viewpoints which are already existing in the site. It frames the views and also reaches out to these views.
Another aspect was to look at the edges of the built environment. In particular, the cafe area, as also because it's beside the gigantic cliff that we see. This presents one with the opportunity to move close to the rocks, feel its texture, spend some time taking in the experience of being in close proximity to it. So the upper level of the proposal carries forward the idea of it being a simple volume. The volume of the stairwell is strategically positioned at the northeast corner, serving as a fulcrum with respect to the extent beyond this. The design of the deck is one which aligns with the idea of it also being seen as an viewing apparatus. Another idea was to also look at light with respect to the volumes. The skylights were meant to bring light into the space while also remind one of the context they're in the midst of. In contrast to the block running north-south, the west-east block becomes lighter on the upper level, forming a deck and providing glimpses of the whole context. And this particular section is in relation to the idea of nesting a volume to have a porous ground plane continuing from the road. It was seen as a comfortable space which provides respite from the harsh sun in Badami. This was also primarily to see if the light quality in this extent would get expounded by contrasting light pattern, light quality within this volume. So that would be what's seen from the banyan tree area on the south next to the road. This is the interior of the museum. There were some details that were worked out, and this is the Ilkal saree sandwich panel that we have worked on to provide these temporary separators within the museum for the exhibits. These are some stop motion walkthrough which show the flow of spaces.
the museum space.
Can you stop that moving? Yeah. Or maybe go to your site plan?
Just go to the plan, I think that's. Yeah, somewhere there. Yeah, that'll do. Then the slide after that. Yeah, leave it there. Well, that I think is the key to the whole scheme.
Yeah.
The idea that you have this one space which links water and the boulders at the back, which is what frames everything then. Everything then responds to that idea of keeping that space continuous in a way uninterrupted, and then negotiating the level from there to there and seeing what happens behind the building, below the building, in front of the building, and then in front of the water. So you have probably 4 or 5 portions of that same space. One which is the cafeteria behind, then exactly what is below the museum block, then what is in front of the museum block, and then the road, and then the amphitheater in the front. And that entire thing is like one continuous space which goes off and framing all the views that happen in front. The simplicity of the scheme is commendable. The idea that you keep a equidistant from all the important features and place yourself strategically so that you get to see everything in its proper context without being too close to it or your nose against it or whatever. So that placement is, I think, very well managed in terms of where do you place yourself, even with respect to the gateways and how people move through those gateways and find the parallel lines and do all that. I think that the placement, the size and the shape of the block and the whole idea of this continuous open space, which is then negotiated through various levels, I think is the key to the scheme, which I think is commendably done. Go to the next plan, please. Next level, the museum level plan. Yeah, what I find a little problematic here is, having done this fantastic museum space on top, which is hovering, and which will be highlighted further in the section, is that all your openings are towards the boulders. And you have such a wonderful lake here. What happened to the lake? Yeah, all that is towards the boulders. Yeah, but section back. Yeah, there.
The idea was to kind of bring the users closer to the rock, so that, like,
No, the rock I understand. I'm saying, having raised that whole thing up by so much and creating a strategic point from which then you see this fantastic expanse of water, and you don't want to see it.
So actually on the upper level, if you go to the upper floor plan.
Yeah. That blank wall is my problem.
This one.
Yeah.
I think how it started, that idea of the blank wall, initially we were thinking about it. Can you go to the elevation? The last section. As we are trying to bring all attention or sort of talk about this area of the site, which is just beside that gigantic cliff, the idea was to keep all of this very mute so that you're driven towards this. So even in plan, this volume that you see was to sort of hide the rock at the human scale a bit, but also if you go to the plan.
And that I get. There's an element of surprise when you go and find the rock. I'm okay with what you've done to the back. My only issue was, okay, even if you said I wanted a blank wall for the exhibits in your museum, one could have even gone with this parallel wall idea which you have here, which would have also resonated in the museum in some ways, that you move in and out between the parallel exhibit walls then inside the museum. And every time you do a U-turn or come towards the face which faces the water, then I get to see the water, then I go back and see the exhibits. So my only problem is if only that wall had, having lifted it up, having brought it to the level where you have this immense possibility, I find you're cheating me of a fantastic view.
I think that's when the function of the deck becomes stronger.
But that is at a lower level.
No, that's at
It's
the
a higher
upper
level.
level.
No, agreed. The ground is going up. I mean, go back to your section. I mean, you'll understand it yourself. Yeah, yeah. This is the ground going up. You get a higher level from the ground. A higher plinth looking at the water is a different thing. But having gone an entire floor up, now my eye level is entirely different. No. So the potential of that section, because it's a clean, simple block. So my only issue is, having done such a simple, easy thing there, was there a way of trying 2-3 more sections to see what is the power of this position that you are in? Can you exploit that further? Or did you stop having lifted it and then just drew it there?
I think what drove us to do that was the idea of a clean facade. So we just like kind of.
No, Prashant wants a window.
Not just a window. Not just a window.
Not just a window.
And the lower floor entirely looks at this idea, so we thought the upper floor can look towards.
My point of view. They may have a different point of view, but my first reaction to that scheme, the minute I saw it, was, I mean, if only it had a deck outside there, even if the blank wall was required for the museum, fair enough. Could I have still come out of that space and created another space there, which then had this possibility of this fantastic view?
There in the box.
Because the drawings are good, the scheme is clean, the space is at the lower level very well organized and articulated. It's just that having done the simple act on top, could it have been pushed a little more in terms of a section? No, that is at the lower level. I'm not even debating.
No, sir, it goes up
to the.
They're trying to convince you.
Okay.
There's this last frame that we want to show.
Yeah, please.
What happened? No, I want to see the last frame, right? Something's wrong? Maybe there's something they haven't presented.
No, that goes to the cafe. I'm okay with that.
Last one, this one.
Yeah, now you take me to the museum and that wall at the left is blank.
You kind of move out into space.
These are towards the boulders.
Yeah, I see your point. Guys, got a quick question. So, if we go back to the plan again, what are you doing to the existing museum? You're demolishing it.
Yeah.
So where is the existing museum? Where would it be in your plan? Can I see?
More or less where it is right now.
Is that at a lower level?
In our proposal.
In their proposal is the cafeteria.
So it goes much closer to the.
The original is a little
where
more closer to the board.
Okay, I'm struggling with this. Where does the building stop? Does it stop here or here?
There. Second point.
Here?
No, down.
Here?
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
So then what is this?
Cafeteria.
That's the cafeteria that's an open to sky.
Oh, it's open to sky?
Yeah.
So it's not a building, there's no roof?
There's nothing there.
Yeah, so the idea was to have this bigger roof shading and bringing all the light there. So when one sees it from here, you see this sort of dark volume and you move through it and come to the light.
Got it. Okay. I was misreading that. Yeah, if you go to the next, are those like people moving, those little white things?
Yeah.
Wow, very clever. Yeah. And your next slide? No, the one before maybe. The one before that? Yeah, keep going. Yeah, I think this diagram is a very, very powerful diagram.
Exactly, that's why it's stopped there.
Yeah, it's just really, really brilliant. And I think there, again, I'm showing my bias for landscape, right? I actually see this as a landscape. And a lot of it reminds me of the work that was done by Louis Barragan. Do you know who Louis Barragan?
Yeah.
You do. Okay. Do you like him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Louis Barragan is an architect, but a landscape architect as well. He made these moves where he invited the landscape into the building, and the building, was invited into the landscape, and it was seamless, right? It just and the way that the walls were done and the shadows that it created, and then he created these little windows where you could, have these moments is really beautiful. And I think Louis Barragan would have hired you. Because it's beautifully done, and it's very simple. You're making very, very decisive moves, and there's a rhythm to the moves that you made, which brings the site into play, right? Because previously the banyan tree was not in play, the mountains were not in play, the adjacent rocks were not in play. And with the simple moves that you have done, you brought it all into play. Really, really simply, but really well done, right? And you've shown a lot of restraint, which I really appreciate as well. And you said something quite important. It's like the last few pieces to add, and actually that's exactly right? Because all it needs is these last few pieces to reveal, right? And that's what you've done. With these interventions and these last few pieces, you've actually revealed the site quite nicely. And I like the idea also of that. It's at the upper level, right? That you have the terrace that has this view out. I mean, really, the one, that one. You have that terrace, and then right beside it you have the rock, and that was something that Barragan was really good at doing, right? He will like give you something to look at, and you're walking along, but then all of a sudden you look to the side and like, wow, right? You sort of discover these things, and you can't help but then notice them for the first time, like what Christo would do, right? Lovely scheme. I really like it. It's a beautiful landscape, actually. What you've done. Well done.
I would add to it that I think this is one of the challenges, if one may say, of this site was how to build and yet not disturb what's been there for 1,500 years. That was one of the major challenges as I saw it in this site. At one level, you almost feel if nothing was done there, it's ideal. And at another level, there's a program to do something. And in this project, so there were various strategies. One was subdue. We saw in the morning, subdue. Take it into the ground, make it disappear. That's one. Another one was go and attach to the rock, so become part of the rock, and then you kind of dissolve the idea of an artifact. The third, today in the morning, was this one meal and very, very tentative kind of a rise above the ground and steam. So you almost feel if you needed to take it away, you can take it away kind of a situation. So it didn't intrude while being there. What I find particularly different and exciting about this project is that it's built strong. So it's not trying to subdue and become, there is a certain gravity to how it's being built. And here the lifting above actually sets up the relationship between the rock as a back and the water, which was the original idea. If the same had sat down, so to that extent, I'm particularly okay with the blank.
Okay.
And the reason I'm okay with the blank wall is the more silent that wall, I just felt was fine, because then it moves the whole direction to that scheme of water climbing up, going, flowing through this building and coming here. So this building then is just there and not there. That kind of thing, because it allowed it to, and made the floor above blank. So you literally disappear it by not giving it any life. So to that extent, I'm okay with it. Because if one had to see water, there were enough other places to see water. This is how I see it.
We have a model to explain this.
When I see, it sometimes, it's like say Sanskar Kendra or where it's conscious. But I agree with you that then there needs to be an inspiration or motivation to have the blank wall. So suppose you said it was a requirement of the museum to do it, or something of that kind, then I think it begins to get a certain legitimacy to be there. Because then it's a blank wall, but it has so many other reasons to be there. So no one can come and say, I want a window there. It needs that reason, and otherwise it looks there, but you're not sure, and but overall commendable that you connect, because this is something one didn't think about, because the simpler way to think about is subdue, go down.
It's like what he said, no? The magic is, for the first time, you realize that there's a banyan tree. For the first time you realize that that gateway is probably in line with the line they drew.
That's right.
So there are so many things.
It's the revelation, right?
It's for the first time you suddenly start realizing that there are so many things on site which were already in line, which people were not seeing, I guess.
No, and it's like what we were discussing if we go back to the Carl discussion of the morning, that one doesn't have to make connections all the time overtly by aligning with that axis, aligning with this axis. It can be incidentally done, but the connections are done, and then what one builds begins to unify the disparity of the site. The temple, the lake, the rock cut cave, the gateways. So it starts bringing it together and unifying it, but not overtly through this axis and move the form, but is there, and then all those, if one now were to draw those lines, between the temple on the other side, or between, you would see that that flow has not got disturbed, because in ancient times, that was the way of, the reason of the tank being a void and the temple being a form, evolved from the fact that if an architect were to build, he needs to build without disturbing the ether of the galaxies. So if I build, I start blocking the energies of the galaxy, because it was not there. So if I build and I remove, that was the philosophy at that time. So I built and I removed. So you had the temple and the tank as a void, balancing the two. And then I've restored the original ether, or the balance of the universe. And here I think that happens by lifting it up, diluting the building in a certain way, and connecting. Here the banyan tree awakens, the gateway awakens, the rock gets, the rock is
the
not...
boulder in the front also, no?
Yeah, the boulder in front awakens. And I think that's something commendable.
I just wanted to say that you've made very subtle but deliberate moves, right? And you have to tell me it was purposeful, because if not, I'll be disappointed, right? So tell me you knew what you were doing, because they're very subtle but purposeful and beautiful moves. And I think also that what you've done with your project is again, it might not have been intentional, but if it's intentional, keep it to yourself. By putting this blank wall and pissing him off, you've elevated the discussion, right? And I buy your reasoning that we want, that person sitting there and looking at the rock, that's why I made it a blank wall, and he will fight you and say, no, that's the wrong move. And somebody else will say it's the right move. And I bet you could go around the room and you will divide the room probably 50-50. But then I would say, well done. You have actually caused a dialogue and a little bit of a controversy. And in a way, sometimes the projects that we do, when we do that, it elevates the project, it elevates the whole conversation, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So that blank wall, it was deliberate, right? You wanted to
Now
piss
you'll
us
say
off,
yes.
right?
Now it's smart.
Well then, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have two online presentations, but before they connect with them, there will be a very short break. You can have a cup of tea or coffee here. Need not move out here, but
Blank wall idea.
they'll be taking a little
Seen
time.
Sock. Khan originally had made openings even on this side. And then he made the blank concrete. So when you stand here, you don't see any opening. You know? Because had that wall spoken. Your mice are on. No, mine is good. No, it is okay. It's picking up. No, mine I put off. I forgot it.
Make sure that any discussions that you have.
Team 9, which is the ID group number 634, Chaitanya, Kushal, and Adishri from Sir J.J.'s College of Architecture, Mumbai. Do you hear us, guys? Yes, very good. So, okay, but now you can start your presentation. And oh, you're not audible, but I think your presentation probably will be seen here. I think just check it out. We can test it out first, right? Can you say something? No, your audio is not coming through.
So that the surrounding environment remains cool as possible. Yes. So another thing is that we see in museums is that there are artifacts which are brought from certain places and kept into glass cages without any context to them, without their original context. So we thought of keeping the artifacts in their original context so that the people can relate to them more thoroughly and understand them more nicely.
Our whole site is an experience. But by experience, what I actually mean. So if I set an example, so suppose a person is visiting the museum, he's inside the museum and he's experiencing the whole museum. But what about the people who are passing nearby? So while designing, we have kept in our mind that we will design in such a way that the person who will be walking on that road, there will be no hindrance for him, and he can clearly have a sight of a beautiful, magnificent Badami rocks. So as we know, light plays a very crucial role in our design, not in only our, but it's very crucial in almost every design. So as we walk through the site, through the Badami caves, so we can see these types of canyons. So we tried to incorporate that canyons in our design, as you can see in this picture. So let's start the site. So let us go zone wise. So first zone is entrance. So on this entrance, you can see the baggage counter, security cabin, ticket counter, and toilet. And as we move further, there will be the entrance of our museum, which we took underground exactly on our left. So after experiencing the whole museum, we exit, and the exit leads us toward the souvenir shop and the cafe with a small toilet on the right side. But we will not stop here. So when we cross the road, we have designed a beautiful sitting below that banyan tree. So actually that sitting have a magnificent view of Agastya Lake and the Badami rocks. Everything is going fine. We are experiencing the museum. But what if fire caught? So fire safety is very important factor that we should take in mind while designing the museum. So we have given 3 fire exits so that they are covering the radius, and in case of emergency, we can easily evacuate the people.
So while the people are exiting from the exits, what about the smoke? So when the smoke is entering, the people can get suffocated and they can die. For that also, we have provided exhaust system, which will break out the smoke from the museum. Also, we have also provided AC throughout the museum to have a cool experience throughout the museum. And then this is the section. This section explains our concept very well, in which you can see the magnificent rock at the back directly. And the whole museum is below the ground, which is not in the view of the overall public. As well as in the entrance of the museum, you can see there is a ramp going upward. That is to reduce the ceiling height. And then it opens up into a larger space, which is narrow, giving it a canyon effect. And as well as you can see there is a driveway, and on the right hand side of the driveway, under the banyan tree, there is a seating for the people overlooking the Agastya Lake. This is a zoom up section of the overall lighting condition of the scene, where the signage is also light up, that Badami signage, as well as the internal museum lighting up. This is another section in which we can very well see the background rock, which has not been hindered by any object whatsoever, except the Badami lettering, which is just helping it to make it a landmark. Also, this is a detail of how we have incorporated the local stone, that is the red sandstone, along with the retaining wall. So there's a retaining wall, and just cladded to it, there is a red sandstone.
So these were some of the options for the placements of the artifacts in the museum. So each artifact needs its own context and how it should be displayed. So these are some of the options that we have derived to display the artifacts throughout the museum. Yeah, an important thing in this design was the villagers which live in Badami. So it was important to consider them while designing this museum and not let them feel very left out of this space and very alien while using the space. So we have left this space open to those villagers to interpret it as they wanted and as they want to use it. So it is not restricted only for tourists, but also for the day-to-day people that live in this town.
So to achieve the canyon effect, we have kept our most of the passages narrow so that we can achieve it, or so we can see that in this view. And moving further, we have variety of display designs that we have done, and this is the one of them. And this is the another view of we have designed an informative space inside the museum, and that informative space can be used for the presentation, for the talk, and also that can use as a sitting space or spill out space. And this is the another interior view. And so this is the entrance. Here we can see that the passage is so narrow, and the skylights adding the play of lights in the whole interior of the museum. So Badami is famous for their intricate patterns that we see and in their carvings. So we have selected specific types of carving and we have incorporated them in our design. So for example, if you see on the right, so these patterns we have incorporated in our the compound of our totally site. So in this view, you can see that how we have incorporated that pattern in the compound of the site. And the another pattern, that is this circular pattern, we have used it as an entrance style, so that this is the entrance to the site. So you can see that how we have done the flooring there.
So this is the entrance to the museum, which we have made it look like a cave, like we are entering into the cave. We have made it look like that. And also, we have also followed the existing contours of the site. So according to that, we have placed things like you can see the amphitheater space, Badami cafe behind it, and souvenir shop. Also, we have kept the kund that is on the site intact as it is in the center. And this is the entrance of the view, like view from the entrance. As we are approaching to the site, we can see just a glimpse of the rocks of the Badami and the signage. Then this is a view of the ticket counter. It also follows the similar design language throughout the site, like the coffee shop as well as the souvenir shop. Also, this is another view from the spill out space of the cafeteria where seating is there along with the amphitheater. So this is a view of the seating under the tree, which is like open to everyone, and like everyone can come here and sit and gather. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Wait, Kushal. We are continuously saying everyone about experience, like we will having such experience. Do you think that only showing images will be able to show that experience?
Okay, then let's take a walk around the site. Please play the video.
Can you please play the video for us? Sorry, sir, we can't hear you actually.
Hello, thank you so much. We hope you liked our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, there is a lag.
There is an echo.
Okay, I'll start. Let's see if you can.
Excuse me, sir. Actually, we can't hear you at all now.
The voice is gone.
Hello, now can you hear me? Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thereon. Not artificial lighting, in this case you have a skylight, but having a mechanically well ventilated space, which you seem to have detailed quite a bit. Um, the museum somehow has now become disconnected totally with all the other activities around on your site. because most of them are all above ground, and this is the only activity which has gone below. So unless it's a conscious move to say that I want to give a park back to the town, or I want to give a public space back to the town without any building scene whatsoever, but that is, what you said was you want the museum going underground because you didn't want it to stand against the rocks, right? So that was the premise. So I have a problem with the way the idea continues, because I see 3-4 different things: the cafeteria sitting on the park, the ticket counter adjacent to the gateway, and the museum gone underground. So it suddenly makes this 3-4 things as disconnected experiences. Now that is.
And I'm not too sure that's a good enough reason to do it. I'll stop there.
Is it audible enough? Yes. Is it audible? Yeah. Yeah. So let's continue with that idea, because that's the prime idea or the concept that we want to sink the museum. So let's say we took that as a starting point. We accept that one wants to sink a museum. Now, if a project has to sink a museum, even in sinking, it's not possible to diminish, or disappear the context. Now let's look at it why. We have a specific site, and we are now diminishing the museum underground. But what would need to happen is the museum still needs to be seen as an integral part of that entire precinct. Now, if it has to be seen, then clues need to be provided in terms of when I arrive at the museum, I need to have a sense of connection of what this arrival is to the rest of Badami, the lake. You know, that arrival needs to be to have a connection of why I have arrived there. You know, not just a board saying this is a museum. That arrival needs to have a sense of why I arrived there. Then I can subdue it. Then I go down. When I go down, the first thing that happens when I go underground is I completely lose orientation of where I am. So if I were to lose orientation of where I am, it may have been a good idea that the skylight or some other element becomes the pause or the station or the junction to remind me of the outside world. So I'm underground, and by some means, there are moments where I reconnect with the outside world in different ways. Now, there are a million ways in which that can be done, but I think if I as an architect am to come there, because otherwise I could build that underground Badami museum in Bangalore, or I could build it in Delhi and say I walk around. You know, but it has to be part of that experience. Yeah, so that's one. The other thing that gets set up with this is that the roof of that museum now becomes a very volatile architectural element. It's not something that can get subdued suddenly with a lawn, or I know that's generally heritage sites have been done, but I cannot subdue it with a lawn and just say because that roof now has got activated as a new arena for thinks that there's a site and I'll escape everything and go underground. Trust me, it to connect rather than having gone under. Yeah? Especially in a context like Badam. So it's a great idea to go underground, say I'm respectful, I would like to subdue, but having done it, recognize that a series of the issues are now emerging because it's Badami and because it's music. That road, you know, I saw some huge cars now going, SUVs driving on that road. Would you accentuate the road or would you dilute the road? Yeah, because the more you accentuate the road, that much one disconnects the water from the mountain, the path. Yeah, because the again the museum is like not knowing where it's sitting. So I think your original idea of subduing it is wonderful because, but in this case, it kind of generates so many other architectural issues to be addressed, responded to. This is what I would say in conclusion.
I would like to just add one more to that, and that is that instead of burying the museum, did you consider burying the road. And if you buried the road, would you not, like, it would seem to me that I would rather bury. But you see the issues that are being brought up, and I think that's really right, and make it and take advantage of it. And I think your proposal doesn't take advantage of it fully, and you need to dig deeper, I think, to really take advantage of the move that you made.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You want to say something? Do you want to say something?
No, sir, we are just thank you for letting us present in this online mode. We are really sorry that we could not be there offline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Number 10.
Can you hear us? I think you have to remove the mute.
Should we present? Are we audible?
Hi, Mustafa, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, that's. Can you hear us? If yes, please acknowledge.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, can you hear your voice? Hello, hello. Okay, you may start your presentation.
Okay, we may start our presentation.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we would like to mention that we are very grateful for this opportunity to present today. We are from the University of Karachi, Pakistan. Now let's. Wait a second, they can't. Mute.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Continue the presentation.
Continue the presentation.
So can you hear us now?
Hello.
Yes, continue.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we are very grateful for this opportunity to be presenting here today. We are from the University of Karachi, Pakistan. Now we would like to begin our project. So beginning with this concern that states that Badami has been undergoing.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay. Start it. Hello. Yes, we can start. Can you hear it now? Okay. Okay, we'll start.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we are very grateful for this opportunity to be presenting here today. We are from the University of Karachi, Pakistan. Let's move on to our project. We would like to begin with this concern of ours that states that Badami has been undergoing a process of potentially attaining the status of World Heritage Site. This prompts our concern towards the modern phenomenon of heritageization, which refers to heritage management done in a corporate manner and the consequences it can entail. If we want to have an inclusive and sustainable model, understanding the relationship the local people have with their surroundings is very important. It is also necessary to acknowledge the role that the locals can play in terms of conservation and preservation. A model that synchronizes the sociocultural aspects of the site as well as while educating them towards the significance and protection of their heritage, making them more responsible towards it ultimately. Weaving the threads, respect, embrace, and aware. Our site is like a fabric woven with many different threads. Using the metaphor of weaving, it is intended to connect different threads of time and community and reinforce the idea that these elements are intricately interwoven. The Archaeological Museum at the Sacred Heritage Temple Complex aims to create a harmonious coexistence between the historical, and the contemporary. The architecture emphasizes on the interconnectedness of heritage and culture as a sustainable way to move forward.
So now I will talk about the intent of our project. So the design of the museum is based upon the idea that it should not take itself away from the experience of the site, its natural beauty, and the artifacts existing on the site. The architect ensure that its forms and character should no way diminish the monumentality and experience of the existing site. The project focuses on the aspects of community and draws its inspiration from the local jaglis or the seated porches. It also incorporates the idea of thresholds as communal entity existing within the village and emphasizes on transition between the private and public realms. The structure is made from wood. It is lightweight and it's meant to be reversible, not like scarring the site in any way. The architecture uses the existing steps and follows the natural slope of the terrain. And so these are the design strategies on the left. So I will go through each one of them. The first one is placing lightly on the ground. The design is meant to be reversible. Second being podiums or the jaglis, an element of local Badami homes. And third being respecting the notion of a threshold. And fourth being irregular clusters, informal sitting spaces. And fifth being water channel, which unifies the whole project. So we wanted to create a space that was local. We looked in towards the town of Badami for inspiration. Zooming into an element existing in the town, the Mallikarjuna, these are the seated porches or platforms of the local homes. These become the source of our inspiration for the project. They act as social and multi-purpose space, serving as an extension to their home. A transitional space between the public and private realms. Locals use them to socialize or carry out their daily activities like washing, cooking, crafting, or etc. By incorporating a similar language in our project that is easily recognizable for the locals and they can inhabit that comfortably. So moving along to the site considerations, a few things that while designing our project, as our site is an important archaeological heritage site, we did not want to have a really large footprint, and we also tried to incorporate and retain the existing features on the site, considering the natural topography and the historical elements present, natural and historical. So this is the existing site. We have highlighted a few features that we actively considered in our design process. First one being the main access road. The second being the existing gateways, third being the levels of the terrain, fourth being the rocks and the sandstone cliff, fifth being the 70-year-old banyan tree, and lastly the lake. And finally the existing museum, which we will have to redesign.
Okay, so for the design development stage, we modified the site subtly to maximize and optimize its potential with the surroundings. These changes were made with a keen focus on maximizing the use of the terrain that was naturally present there, while also ensuring that the site could effectively accommodate the intended functions of the museum. To minimize the need for extensive excavation and construction on the site, existing levels, steps, and pathways were integrated into the design. A step terrain was introduced for the construction of an amphitheater near the banyan tree space, under its shade, basically, and the width of the existing parapet by the road and the banyan tree was slightly increased to allow people to occupy it more comfortably. So, moving on to our interventions on this side, number first intervention being the threshold. So enhancing the experience of crossing a gateway or existing threshold by passing through a compressed space before the site is revealed to you. Moving on to the second one is the community aspect of our project. Being the heart of the museum, the community space is centrally organized, gesturing itself as a welcoming and inclusive receiving space, dedicated for the people to inhabit and engage in local crafts. And the nature of this space is inspired by the seated porches, the Katte, which the locals are accustomed to occupying in the flow of their daily lives in the town of Badami. Moving on to the third space, which is the gallery space. Separated into two, the gallery spaces serve dual purposes. The open gallery at the front acts as a veranda-like space. It opens up to the community court and maintains its visual connection with the street. The closed gallery at the back is more secluded in nature, and it faces the red stone cliffs present at the back of the museum. And it houses artifacts that require a more controlled environment at the back. Moving on to the amphitheater space, the fourth one. So we tried to translate the organic morphology of the village here. The slabs were slightly irregularly placed onto the sloping terrain. The space makes use of the existing tree as a shading device, allowing passerbys to rest and activate the space. One can also imagine these slabs using by craftspeople or sellers occupying them to carry out different activities. Number fifth, the last intervention being the water channel. So water serves as a unifying element in our project. Forming a strong axis, a narrow channel flows through the entire project, creating a moment of pause at the community court and under the banyan tree as it fills a shallow pool. It also channels the water from the rocky cliff towards the lake, cascading and following the natural contours of the land. Together, all these interventions try to weave the landscape. So on this slide, you can see a sectional perspective drawing of our project. You can see how the levels of the terrain are used as the project gradually descends from the cliff towards the lake. The gallery is placed at the topmost level. In the center, you can see the community space with some people activating it, the locals especially, which is connected to the street as well as the gallery spaces. At the back, you can see that gateway being compressed by that intervention, the shade. And finally, you can also see the amphitheater space that is shaded by the banyan tree. So we'll now move on to our plans and sections for the design. On the left, you can see the upper level plan, and on the right is the lower level plan. So we have tried to highlight these elements that we would like to emphasize upon. Firstly, these gateways, the gate number 1, gate number 2, and gate number 3. And then we have tried to mark on the other plan, the primary accessways or the pathways. The red line shows it takes you up to the fort, and the blue line takes you up to the gallery spaces. In the center is the community space. You can also see the two gardens. On the left is the inner garden and the outer garden space on the right. Moving on. So the community space is highlighted in yellow, and you can also see now the secondary accessways. So for example, the gallery space is cantilevering another existing pathway. So you can pass through underneath it. And also you can see another secondary accessway that is marked near the cafeteria and the washrooms. So the veranda, the cafe permeates, spills out into the veranda, and also the outer garden space on the extreme right. So here we have marked these local activities happening around in the site, how it will be used, the concentration, and also on the plan on the left, you can now see the views you are getting from the open gallery, which is maintaining its connection with the street, and on the back, how it's looking over the rocky cliffs at the back. And you can see the stage and finally the lake. Also the ghats and the parapets being occupied. So coexistence between the visitors and the locals. Okay, so this is the section. For the section, this is a longitudinal section. You can see in the key plan how it's cutting through the gallery spaces, the courtyard, the street, and finally the amphitheater space. If you can zoom into it, you can also look how the people are occupying it. At the very back, you can also see the ghats where the washing activities is happening. This is another section that we made. In the key plan, you can see how it cuts through the street, and you can see the front elevation of the museum and how it sits with this majestic backdrop of this very organic rocky cliff at the back.
So in the end, we will show some project visualizations. So this is the view from the entry gate looking through the passageway. In the left, you can see we have marked where the view is taken from. And this is the view from the veranda space, framing the pre-existing gateways. And this is looking into the community space and the gateway leading up to the fort at the background. And the view of the water channel going through the courtyard space. And this is view from the inner garden looking east. And this is view from the inside of the first open gallery spaces, inside the open gallery spaces. And this is from the closed gallery spaces. And this is the amphitheater under the banyan tree, the museum front, and the golden sandstone cliff at the back door. And then lastly, we are looking at the amphitheater space towards the lake. Thank you. This will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah. They can hear us. They're not there.
Hello? Audible? Audible? Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you for coming in from Karachi all the way for this online call and for having participated in this competition. A big thank you for that. A loud applause for that. And thank you for the wonderful presentation also. Two or three small things as observations in terms of the scheme that you have presented. One, as a commendation, it is a very light, a very simple scheme which kind of recognizes certain small interventions at the level of the town in terms of identifying this thing called the juggling or the entrance platform to a house, which I think was a very smart move to have identified something which is that local. I don't know where you got it from. Is it from the net or where did you get it from? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So anyway, so the idea of catching the small intervention called the juggly and then expanding on that as an idea, I think was interesting. The idea of putting up a very simple, ordinary, easy structure sitting on stilts, on timber, and keeping it lightweight, not treading too heavily on the ground was also a smart move. Issue was when you broke the two blocks, one on the top and one at the bottom. I mean, this is a personal opinion. I just felt if the two blocks had slided against each other, instead of sitting exactly one behind the other, probably the blocks at the back and the block on the side would have opened up and responded or connected to your amphitheater a little better. And it would have created that community space which you're calling under the roof, a little more active, a little more. Right now, it's stopped from becoming a community space. It just became a pause point. It became just a veranda. It caught on to the idea of your juggly, which you said, but it stopped there. It doesn't go beyond that. If these two blocks had kind of slided against each other, probably there would have been a little more tension, a little more possibility in terms of how these blocks then step down to the water, or from block one, an open space, and then block two, and then how it flows down to an amphitheater and then moves on further. So there was a little possibility there. I think just overlapping the blocks one in front of the other kind of loses that opportunity in some ways. The other thing, as an observation, was when you raised the block behind on the platform, how do you decide how much do you want to raise it? Because you seem to have raised it at a point where one can't actually access the bottom. It is just raised off the ground. I guess because it's timber, you've raised it off the ground. But in section, do you think there was a possibility that you could have raised it just enough so that it could have been also a usable space? Just a thought. Because right now it is sitting somewhere between a meter or a meter and a half or somewhere there, where you're not sure whether you want to raise it higher or you want to keep it purposely at that level. So it was not very clear about why that halfway mark and not more. So if that could have been addressed somewhere. And the other fact was the museum somehow doesn't seem to come across very clearly in this layout. You understand the two boxes, one being the cafeteria and one being the museum, but how does the museum function in that box seems a little unclear. So I wish the plans were a little more detailed at the level of the museum to understand how the museum functions actually. Right? Yeah, I'll just pass it on to.
Can you show us the plan, please?
Yeah. So there is that rectangle at the bottom, and then there's a rectangle on the top. And they're split by a level like that. So when I'm actually on the top, where it creates the gallery to look out, we're actually looking at the terraces of the building in the front.
Okay.
So if
I didn't quite understand that. Yeah.
This block in the front is exactly in front of the other one.
Yeah.
You can ask him, can you go to section, please? Yeah. Right. So the block in the front is exactly one floor below the block above. It's got that stagger, but when I stand there, that terrace is kind of coming in the way. Terrace of the block in the front.
Yes.
So in plan, if you had kind of slided them against each other instead of keeping them exactly in front of each other.
Yes.
If you just moved them probably.
Then you get a different experience.
Then it would have probably been a little more exact. Right now they're exactly one behind the other.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I just have a few comments to make, and one is the references that you made to the architecture within the community. The idea of the social spaces and the verandas, and how you took that as a clue to then inform your design, and how you incorporated into the spaces. I think that was a good move. It was very sensitive, right? And I'm sure doing things like that is definitely going to resonate with the community. And I think that was one of your stated goals, was to try to make an intervention here that would, in a way, have outreach to the community. So that's good. And also, I think, as Prashant had said, the way that you have touched Are we back online? Can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So to continue on the point that I was making, that if you could have explored options for maybe moving the masses to take better advantage of the axes or the vantage points to better ground your buildings and your interventions, that might have helped you. And I like the idea of the water channel, the water that sort of connects it all together, right? A lot of people have made the visual connection, but you've actually made a physical connection, and in a very deliberate way. But even that, I think you could have probably pushed it a little bit further. You were that's a good thing, but then the expression of that water itself, and how that expresses itself relative to where it's coming from and where it's going, could also tell a story, right? And right now it seems to me to be a little bit static, and that's too bad, because I think it could have been a little bit more dynamically engaging, and engaging the site and engaging the architecture, right? And then, of course, when you do that, you engage the whole axial relationship that you were trying to create. Thank you.
I think commendable intervention here. And I'd like to build or continue upon what is just discussed. There's a wonderful flow here happening. This is one of the few projects now that we are seeing is making making more active the elements of the site. And I think it goes back to looking at the fact that the competition also chose a very appropriate site. In fact, this project gives us a new idea of what is the site potential, which I had not seen till I saw this project. So let's be clear on what's happening here. And then it means that that could become, let's say we have a site, and this is the first project I see recognizing the fact that there is a water body the lake. The tree becomes a kind of a center and not the center in a certain way, but the tree suddenly gets a certain location from there. And so that the banks of the lake get another kind of space as a threshold between the museum or the cafe and the water. Now in the plan, if you see, and I'll take from where Sherman was talking, that what do we mean by static? What do we mean by dynamic? And I think if we took that idea of what do we mean architecturally as something static and dynamic, you have acknowledged all the elements of the site and then decided you will override it with a geometry. Yeah. But suppose you had said, we have acknowledged, and now we'll loosen the geometry to start responding to why you located what is where, because the site that you have seen right now is very dynamic, and then you've gone and made a very static kind of a building, very geometric onto it. Now let's look at what were the triggers or inspiration for making it dynamic. Otherwise, what happens is we can, as architects, fall into the risk of making something dynamic and then begin to turn, twist, without any anchor, without any source. This is one of the few projects I see. Let's say the arrival comes and then you get a tree, and it also opens up the fact that there are 3 gateways sitting in a certain way, and that the 3 gateways sitting in a certain way when I come to arrive and the other gateway, and it makes me turn into the surprise of that crevice. Yeah. And
can you just go back to the plan, please?
Yeah, so if you came here, you arrive here, and it makes us turn into the crevice between those 2 rocks. Yeah, and so you located your open space fabulously. You arrived into a certain zone, and you activated the tree now by the way you placed it with this lake and those 2 forms. So I go back to what Prashant said, that if you had the second block at the back, now I'm just giving certain speculations. I see the second block at the back belonging to the crevice, and the first block at the back belonging to the lake and the Bhutnath temple. Then what happens is, like what Frank Lloyd Wright does in Robbie House, the 2 have to slide. They cannot be one, because one is pulling with the Bhutnath temple. It's trying to link with the rock cut cave on this side, and the other is getting drawn to make us move up this crevice and move, to make the turn. That would have brought, because that's the dynamism I see in the plan, and then overriding geometry comes and sits and doesn't respond to this dynamism. So I think it was a small gesture of, when Prashant was saying slide, I was just wondering what is missing, and it kind of turns, which means then that open space, if you can go back to Robbie House someday and have a look at it, Frank Lloyd Wright uses that gesture in a very different way, that if you slide, then the point of meeting of these 2 sliding become important, which means it starts conversing with the tree, with that space, how you came in, and the archaeological museum actually becomes this threshold between community and an ancient city center. It becomes more than just an archaeological museum, and you get a wonderful space there, which you've already done. Maybe it just needs a little defining, and then you separate the 2.
But they call it the community space.
Yeah, they called it the community. I think then coming to the section, I'm just enjoying doing the design, sorry. Then coming to your section, if you come to that section which Prashant was saying, and let's say the flow of that crevice came and hit this building which you've moved, the building at the back, you may have excavated something within the lower portion of that building, that's the opportunity, and then connected it back to the lake, So because then what would happen is your design would would appear grounded, born from the site, which it has done. But I think a small gesture of overriding a geometry versus respecting the fluidity and dynamism of the site. I think that's where the conversation is, So if I build on what Sherman said in terms of the dynamism and look at the section, and then again look at the fact that this, and in fact, I think now one begins to wonder what the 1500 years ago, what they may have planned on this site. I'm beginning to think maybe it's an incomplete story. And this kind of activates why that site at that location becomes so important, because it's linking the lake, it's linking the temple, it's linking the excavation, and it's giving, because I was through the day wondering what is it that's going to unify all this, and it was not coming. And I think when I saw this plan and when Prashant said skew it, I think it kind of opens the idea of the dynamism, the arrival. The arrival gets a meaning. The arrival gets a meaning for the settlement, and it's probably in ancient times that's what was meant, because otherwise right now the settlement is sitting so awkwardly to the center. It is there, but it's very awkward. And this kind of is seeming to give a resolution to it. I hope I'm not fabricating some reality which doesn't exist there. But I'm just saying that it kind of, gave these kind of possibilities into what that design could be. And the fact that you kept it ephemeral, you kept it wood, which means the wood could decay in 200, 300 years. There's no fetish for stone that should last for 4,000 years. I think that also kind of lends itself to another kind of a story here. And thank you. I think it's wonderful. But it's really building on these two ideas of the dynamism and the section and the fact that there is a movement happening there, and I think it came out. So it's good that yours was the last jury, otherwise it would have kept nagging me also on how these situations needed to be connected. Thank you. Well said.
Thank you so much for participating. Would you want to reply to any of these things?
No, would you like to respond?
The one where you are mass, like a puzzle kind of thing. Tell me what they're doing.
There are a lot of opportunities that can be explored.
Thank you. I don't think the sound is going.
Mic issue. Somehow is
This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami. Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. As a student, when you look at this, especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. I'm Sanjay Mohe from Mindspace Architects. This is the 8th edition of the drawing board competition. There has been wonderful response all these years, and more and more participation happening every year. This year we have a wonderful site for you. This is in Badami, and Badami is known for its rock-cut caves dating back to about 5th to 7th century. So it's not only the rock-cut caves, but there are temples around, and there is a huge lake called Agastya Lake. So our site is in a proximity to that. So if I show you the site, that's the Agastya Lake. We have these rock-cut caves. It's a kind of a cliff. So on this cliff, you have this series of caves overlooking into the water and the temple. Our site is on the other side, towards the northern side. Towards the west of the site is a huge ghat, a series of steps. What you see towards the eastern side is Bhutanath temple. Now, the approach to the site is something interesting. You sort of come through this series of houses, low-scale houses with winding roads. And when you come up here, because of the embankment of the lake, with the houses skirting that embankment, you're not even aware of it. So you drive through these smaller lanes and come
The relative study program is envisaged as a guided learning process where a student is put in a learning environment and encouraged to experience the concepts taught in the classroom. The first relative study program tour was to Badami. Mythologically, Badami is said to be the place where Vatapi, the Asura brother of Ilvala, was consumed by Rishi Agastya before he was called out. Once known as Vatapi, Badami is fortified by the sandstone hills on two sides, with the serene Agastya lake in between. Badami was the capital city of the mighty Chalukyas who ruled between 5th and 7th century AD. It's the very same rulers who developed the architectural models of a temple, from the cave form to the celebrated Shikara and Vimana forms. The study tour to Badami was intended to serve two purposes. One, a guided tour of Aihole, Badami and Pattadakal to introduce history of Indian architecture as a part of the curriculum of the second semester, and two, to initiate the students to the skills of observing, measuring, understanding and documenting the scale and proportions as a part of the basic design program. The town of Badami, with its indigenous architecture, served the second purpose. The tour proposed to introduce and illustrate the primary elements that make architecture, like the people, lifestyle and space, activity, facility and the form, anthropometry and the ergonomics, climate and adaptation, material and construction, scale and proportion, culture and history, society and the community. Emphasis was on recording contextual, spontaneous and indigenous architectural elements. The study exposed the students to understanding the construct of both private and shared spaces like the house, cluster of dwellings, community space, street and public square. The documentation is coincidentally precious as the town's days are numbered. The area will soon be cleared to comply with the United Nations World Heritage Monument Preservation Charter.
Badami in Karnataka is a very interesting town for various reasons. It is probably one of the few towns in Karnataka which is almost frozen in time. A lot of traditions, culture, the way of building, a lot of these things look like they have been around for centuries. And for students to be exposed to this kind of an environment, to go and study and live in this kind of environment is probably a wonderful learning experience.
And this is where they can actually see architecture as something which is more circumstantial, which is evolved out of place, and also evolved out of other consequences, events, acts. And this also been a place which is also associated with other nearby places like Pattadakal, Aihole, which has been the cradle of Indian temple architecture.
The trip revolved around two ideas.
One was to get a physical familiarity with Chalukyan architecture, which is being taught as part of history this semester, and the other to get an intense hands-on experience on measure drawing. There were 5 groups. Each group was assisted by faculty, and all the students together measured from the scale of residence to the temple square of Badami town.
Badami is located in the foothills of this red sandstone with the bund on this side which forms the Agastya lake. The whole village is set in white with the caves and the temples facing this Agastya lake. The sequence of spaces within the village itself is very interesting. The transition between the public to semi-public to the private houses and the way they live, the activities generated actually as on the facade of the street.
We went to Badami at the end of February, and as we had heard a lot about the caves there, we went to look at them. And as we ventured out into the streets, we were just walking around and we observed how different the streets were when compared to the urban cities that we're used to, because they're not very structured and they're very organic. They're not designed as if to accommodate motorable vehicles.
I think only 2 people can stand on the street.
Yeah, it's so narrow.
So
And
narrow.
then you suddenly open up into wide courtyard space.
It was a common gathering space where they came out of the house for everything. Like they were so interactive. All the people lived in harmony without any kind of conflict.
The street was the main utilization at any part of the day.
Yeah.
And as the shadows played a major role, most of the activities that the people carried on were towards the shadow parts.
Yeah, created by the building.
And even the places like jaglis and other courtyard kind of things, and how the people use it for many purposes, like doing puja, chit-chatting,
Cutting vegetables.
many multi-purpose functions.
And they were also designed in a way that accommodated all these activities. They were high enough for people to sit on. They were wide enough for people to wash utensils and clothes. And we found some men shaving over there. And
people were lying down in the evenings.
And in the evenings, it just
chit-chatting.
became like a chit-chat place.
We started from measuring the basic elevations of the houses.
There was a kind of a chaurasta, and that's where we started from. So we measured, like, there's this method, the triangulation method.
But before all this, we started with analyzing how the street traverses along.
Yeah.
Like it has a bend over. So like even if we stand at the starting of the street, till the end, you can see.
And the street had a slope which started from the measuring place.
We had to learn a lot of new methods to document the slope and how the street bends, because we didn't know any of that before. On the second day, on the morning, we started walking among the streets, and there were many, many narrow lanes that we walked through, and suddenly we came to this really big opening.
Yeah, it was a straight road. Suddenly there's an opening. It opens towards a courtyard, which had a temple structure there. In front of the temple, there is a huge tree which stands on the podium, and the shadow which comes from that tree, they used to keep the domestic animals like some cows, and they have actually kept it.
And this temple was somehow central to everything that happened in that small square. So in the morning, the temple would be used for a different purpose, and by evening, there would be a totally different set of people there.
Not only tapes are required, but human height is also efficient in the way.
Not only the human height, the other aspects surrounding the building, like it was surrounded by the Badami caves, rocks, and rest other buildings are surrounded. So we were able to proportion the temple heights with the other buildings and other stuff surrounded by it.
And even at the starting of the street, if you look at the right, you have a great view of the mountain.
Every conversation what they have is related to the caves. So they say when this was developed in that portion of the caves, this building was built. So they relate everything to the monument.
While we walk also, we relate to the Badami caves, which is in the backdrop, and we navigate better.
All we had to do was look up and we would see the mountains behind, and we would know where we were.
ಇದು ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಐತಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಯಾರನ್ನು ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಮಣೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಜಮಖಾನ್ ಹಾಸಿ ಮಣೆ ಹಾಕಿ ನೆಂಟರು ಬಂದರೆ ಮಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ತೋರಿಸು. ಇದೇ ಪದ್ಧತಿ. ನಾಮಕರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ತೊಟ್ಲ ಇಡಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನೆಂಟರು ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಜನ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಕಟ್ಟೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಗಸಿ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ, ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಗಸಿ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಹಚ್ಚಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹುಳ ತಿನ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ.
They had a tulsi plant where they at least used to wash it twice a day, and they had the garden, remember?
Yeah.
And the sunlight used to directly fall only on the plants because of the alignment of the roofs.
You know, the door height keeps decreasing, and you understand like how much a person needs to actually enter the house, because towards the interior you kept bowing down.
They said that it would show some respect towards the house.
ಇದು ಬಾಗಿಲು ಹಿಂಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಗ್ಗಿ ಬಗ್ಗಿ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಡಿಬಾರ್ದು ಮನುಷ್ಯ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಗ್ಗಿ ಬಗ್ಗಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಬಾಗಿಲ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
The stove where they cook is like inscribed within the niches of the walls.
ಒಲೆ ತಗ್ಗಂದ್ರೆ ತಗ್ಗಿರ್ತೈತಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಲೆ ತಗ್ಗ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ. ಇದು ಕೈ ಬಚ್ಚಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಕೈ ಬಚ್ಚಲ ಪಾತ್ರೆ ತಿಕ್ಕೋದು, ಪಾತ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಇವು ಕಣಕ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿ, ಕಣಕ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರ, ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲ ಕಣಕ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ದೇವ್ರ ಮನೆ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಮುಂದೆ ದೇವ್ರು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗ ಒಂದು ಬಾಗ್ಲು ಕಟ್ಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇರ್ತೈತಲ್ಲ, ಕಪ್ ಬಸ್ಸಿ ಚಹಾ ಕುಡಿತೀರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಹಸಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ತೆಗೆದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಚಳಿಗಾಲ ಬೇಸಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ, ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮತ್ತು ಮಳೆ ನಿಂತ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿಸ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ತಂಪರಿ ಮನೆ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ತಂಪದು. ಮೇಲ್ಮುದ್ದೆ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಬನಶಂಕರಿ ಜಾತ್ರೆ ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಗೆಲ್ಲ, ಜಾತ್ರೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ. ಆಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ರಿ, ತಿಂಡಿ ತೀರ್ಥ ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಟ್ನಿ ಪಲ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಿನ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಿನ್ನಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದೇ ಮನೆಗೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಈ ಮನೆಯಾಗಿರ್ತೈತೆ. ಈಗ ಆಶಿಸಿರ್ಲಿ ಅವ ಮಗನ ಬೇರೆ, ಸೊಸೆ ಮನೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಅತ್ತೆ ಮನೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಒಂದೇ ಥರ ರೀ.
These houses were mostly very old, like almost 200 years. Most of them were above 50-60 years old. But there was one house which was only 6 years old, and it was built in the same way as the 100-year-old houses. So the mode of construction still remained the same over the years there.
But most of the houses were mainly built with the locally
available material. All the houses had small openings, though it was a larger space outside. They all had small openings to balance and resist the heat.
They also had small ventilators like skylights for ventilation,
which was made of mud pot,
which was on the top of the roof. We had to relate each house to the next house, and then to the street, and then to the courtyard. So it was difficult to get all the angles right.
As it is a large area to cover with the measurements, and we first did a proportional drawing which shows all the temples where it is located.
And one interesting to notice was the small lanes which led to the hill and the lake, and the routes also led to the market of that town. The entrance of the complex was not aligned to the center line of the big temple, since the temple complex was only around one compound and had only one plinth level, which automatically made people to understand that the upper plinth level is only meant for worshipping, and the bottom plinth level is only meant for social works.
The rocks and the temples, everything is built with sandstone, which is a huge contrast element to the white plaster houses.
And we learned how to measure vertical spaces for the first time. We had to climb on the roofs.
We were not allowed to climb on the roof because it was very delicate there, and they were afraid of that it might fall because it was made of mud.
One of these challenges gave us a vague idea of how these people even live among such situations, because the climate there is like so high, and even in that climate the construction is done in such a way that the house remains completely cool throughout the day.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದ ಮನಿನ ಇದು ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಮನಿ. ನೀರು ಕೂಡ ತಿಂದು ಬೆಳೆದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ದೇವ್ರದ್ದು ತನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾನ, ಗೊತ್ತೇನ? ಅಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ರಿ ದೀಪ ಇದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ದಿಡಿಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಡ್ಡು ಕುಂಟಿ ದೀಪನ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಹಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣರಿದ್ದಾಗ. ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಾಂಗ್ಳು ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಒಂದು ಲಾಟನ್ ಹಚ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದು ಆರ್ಸಿಸ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ಚಂದ ಅಂತಾರ್ರಿ. ನಮ್ಮಂತ ಅವೇನು ಸಗಣಿ ಮನ್ಯಾಗ ಅದ ಅಂತಾರ, ಪಾಂಡವ್ರ ಮನ್ಯಾಗ ಅದಾರ ಅಂತಾರ. ನಮಗೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀ ಪೂಜೆ ದಿವಸ, ದೀಪಾವಳಿಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ 15 ದಿವ್ಸ ಗಂಟ್ಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ತೂತು ಬಿಡುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡುದ. ನಾವು ಅದು ಒಡೆದೈತಿ ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಿಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೆತ್ತಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸುಣ್ಣ ಹಚ್ಚಿದಾಗ ಸಮಾಧಾನ. ಆ ತೂತು ಬಿದ್ದೈತಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬೀಳಿ ಬಿಡ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಂಗಿಲ್ಲ.
At the bottom of the stairs you see a small tree, and then as you climb up you start seeing more of the tree, and then there's a low wall at the end, and then the more you climb you see the mountains in the distance, and then suddenly when you come to the end of the courtyard you see the wall, and then there's a sudden drop in the lake that was like totally unexpected.
How this would help us in the future is perhaps we saw what measurement would facilitate what kind of activity in that space. So we documented it, we observed it, we stayed 2 days there, and now we know that if there's a podium of a certain size, then maybe during the day some sort of activity could happen there. And if we wanted to recreate that activity in one of our designs, we know what size of podium to put in front of the house.
Not only does it go to the intangible elements of identification of a space, but also the physical measurements of a space, which is very important for them to visualize properly what kind of a space that they want to design or evolve. Or when somebody talks about a closed space, what are the size and proportions of it? What are the other qualities that affect that particular space when you talk about scale and proportion?
The street was called as Nekaravoni, which was also called as Weavers Colony. It had a cattle shed, and which was in the day it was used for domestic activities like washing the clothes, washing the utensils and such, etc. After 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock p.m. they started using it for a cattle shed.
They were using for their general gathering space. They washed utensils, they washed their... And the most amazing part was the smaller courtyard in the bigger courtyard. Which had five small houses in between, and which is always shaded. And it was a dead-end street, so it created more privacy compared to other streets.
And also just how spaces affect people and how people can use the same space more efficiently.
And how the activity changes throughout the day depending on the sunlight and the shade and the temperature.
I know they're just in first year and they'll take a lot more years to understand the whole process, but this was an initiation as to appreciate any lifestyle.
We even understood the space utilization of public around. Like, we don't want large space for our activities. We could even, in limited space also, we could practice some of the activities which could be done.
That was the main contributor for their lifestyle and how they shape their lives, the humbleness that they shape people. It all was just because of the narrow of the street and the way they sat along the contours of the street and spoke around.
Overall, this trip meant a lot to us. We learned about an entire new type of geography, an entire new lifestyle of the people there and their houses.
It was beyond just an architectural documentation, so I'm sure they would also learn to appreciate a lot of things eventually when they go on in their lives.
We would definitely continue to encourage the relative study programs right from semester 1 to semester 10 as a way of engaging and as a way of experiencing architecture firsthand, because learning through experience or learning through being in a place or learning through living in a place is probably the best teacher.
ನಾವು ಬಂದಾಗ ಹೊಲಸು ಮಣ್ಣು ಕಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಈಗ ಕಾಯಿಗೆ ಮಣ್ಣು ಹತ್ತುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ತಿಕ್ಕಾಕ ಮಣ್ಣು ಸಿಗುದಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಅವಾಗ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇದು ಚಲೋ ಅಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮಣ್ಣು ಸಿಮೆಂಟು ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜಂತಿ ಜೋಡಿಸೋದು ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಹಾಳೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಮಣ್ಣು ಹಾಕೋದು ಕೊಂಬಿ ಕಟ್ಟೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಹರ್ಕುರ್ಕಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಹತ್ತು ಸಿಗ್ತೈತೆ ಆ ಮಣ್ಣು ಹಾಕೋದು ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ತಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬೀಳ್ತೈತಿ ಯಾವಾಗಾರ ತೂತು ಬಿದ್ದರ ಈಗ ಈ ತಂಪಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಸಿಲಿಗೆ ಶಿಷ್ಟಾದ ಮನೆ ರೀ ಅವು 100 ವರ್ಷದಾಗ ಮುಗಿತಾಯಿನ ಹಾಕಾವು ಇವು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ದೌಡ್ ಮುಪ್ಪಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಮನೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಹಂಗಿರ್ತೈತಿ
Tree behind, and you just turn around and this entire lake opens up with a temple sitting at the end, almost like a jewel there. What we want you to do is to design an archaeological museum. There is this archaeological museum which is existing on the site, which is about 6,000 square feet of very, very low-key structure. But looking at the potential of that site, we thought that you can do something wonderful there because it's a dream site for any architect to work on. So imagine that structure doesn't exist there. So you come through this gateway, there is this big tree and a lake here. This ghat culminates into this small shrine. Imagine this structure not to be there with this cliff as a background, cascading terraces coming down. You have the cliff on the back, that is the existing structure which you are supposed to demolish. Then there are these levels which cascade down right up to the water. This is a physical boundary of the site which sort of encompasses all this area. So just to give you idea, this would be the extent of the site, including the small shrine, the edge of the water, the road going through. The road has absolutely minimal traffic, so it is pedestrian dominant road. So we want you to consider the extent of the site right up to the edge of the ghat. So it's more of an experiential kind of a site. Though your built zone would get restricted more towards the upper edge, you can create an intervention right up to the water. Now there is a physical extent of the site, but if you see the visual extent of the site, it goes all the way up to the Buddhanath temple towards one end with the water in front. You have caves on the other side. And the third very, very important aspect is this pathway which leads up to the rocks. Now there is another gateway. In fact, there are series of gateways. And you experience this almost like a canyon kind of a structure. So you walk through these cliffs of rocks, and the way they turn, the way the light comes in and way you climb through and discover those spaces, it's absolutely magical experience. And I had been there during just after my college days, and I have such wonderful memories of that space, and which keep reoccurring. You know, you keep remembering those spaces while designing, and consciously or subconsciously, it has influence on your work. And as a student, when you look at this whole site and look at especially that experience of walking through those rocks, that's something which is an unforgettable experience, and I think all of you should really sort of experience that. And how do you sort of relate that experience into this built environment? And that's a challenge. So it's a multifaceted problem. It's not only about the site, it's about the context, it's about relating it to the water edge, relating to the temples which are far off. And there's something about materiality there. You have this beautiful yellowish brown rock which is available. So all the temples, whatever construction, what you see there is all about using that material stone which ages so well, because you see these temples of 5th century and 6th century and they still look so fresh. That material has aged so gracefully over the years. So we would like you to respond to all those elements. How do you use it? How you become sensitive to it? So the structure that you do belongs to that place. It becomes part of the environment. It's not something. So that's the decision which all of you will have to debate about. Whether the structure, which the intervention that you are going to do there, does it have to really make a statement, or should it dissolve into the background and become part of the entire scenario? One more important aspect about experiencing this site is about change of eye level. If you start seeing your eye level changing, you really experience this entire bowl I would talk about in a very, very different way. When you are in these caves and looking down into the water, the whole thing looks totally different. When you are at the eye level at the site, the entire bowl looks totally different. Look at the eye level, look at the site conditions, look at the contours of the site, the trees there, the rocks there, the so many references that you have. And in all this magical space, you see the sunrise and sunset and the way the light changes. So respond to all that and create something wonderful. All the best.
Badami, it is state of Karnataka. So in Bagalkot district located, and this is the taluka headquarter. Badami, it is a main tourism point. In Badami, is very famous for the Badami caves. Badami, it is more than 1500 years old. It's known as in India the cradle of Hindu temple architecture. The Badami monument is divided by the two parts, South Fort and North Fort. In part of the North Fort, there is an archaeological museum, lake and lake temple, and some temples are there. And that North Hill on the mountain area behind the museum, we have one inscription belongs to the first Pulkeshi. Southern part, those are the main important things to see in Badami, those are the cave temples. The 4 cave temples are there. One is dedicated for Shiva, one for 2 for Vishnu, one is a natural cave for Buddha also, and one for the Jain also. 4 are man-made and one is natural. So in Ajanta, they will be introduced the caves with a painting. But first time these are the people, they introduce the caves with a sculpture. The September to February, it is a main peak time. So that time is the climate is very good and very nice to see also. But before the lockdown, the near about 1500 to 2000 are Indian tourists per day, and 50 to 75 foreigners, Europeans. And if we come to Badami, so we have 3 near airport. One, it is in Belgaum, just 180 kilometers from here, and one is 110 kilometers, that is in Hubli, there also, and just 125 kilometers we have one more airport, that is Hospet, that is called Jindal airport, and we have lots of train facilities are there. We have train also, then the buses also. Temple architecture, we have 2 types, cave architecture and temple architecture. Cave architecture, it means the monolithic, and temple architecture means we can take some pieces of the stone and join it by one by one. So then we get the temple structure, that is a temple, but is everything they carved out in single rock. This is a red sandstone or sedimentary rock. It's not a metamorphic. This sandstone is a weathering with the nature, with the sunlight and water, it became a sand. The Agastya, the monk, he came here and he will be did some meditation and he will walk around here according to his memory. So they will be known as the Agastya lake. It's a man-made lake. In Badami, if you get a half an hour or 1 hour rain, so there is opposite the rock, there is a good waterfall. All water is going to be stored here. Depth is quite more, around 10 to 12 meters. During the summer, is going 4 to 5 feet is going down, but rest of the time the water level will be same. So always the women, they will be came and they washing the clothes and burtan and other things. Some people they came brought that animals and they cleaning, and some people they are fishing also. So this wall is there now. Each wall is came from the 4th cave to continue to until that part. It means there is the original fort. So that time maybe on the 6th century, during the time of Chalukyan period. So king also they celebrated some functions. So that time the audience they can be sit no. So that's why they built a bridge as a stairs. Along with to get down, or they will be sit, or they covered. And down of that North Hill, there is an archaeological museum. According to the archaeological rule, they say you have to develop anything else, but don't spoil the originality and their beauty. So that's why they built the building as model of the 3rd cave. The museum is near about 5 to 6 galleries there. We have some beautiful sculptures are there. In Badami, Aihole, Patadakal, during the excavation time, what things they found it? They kept it over there. That is the architecture museum. The visitors when they came here, so they will be know that thing also. What kind of art are there? Or might be some architecture students are going to be visited here. So that time also they studied about the sculptures also, because that is not only belongs to the Chalukyans. belongs to the different time also. These are the from local area only, but there will be some different people when they conquered, they will be introduced this culture. So that time they will be have lots of things, like we have sandstone also, and we have a black stone also. So there we found some lots of evidence of the Mesolithic period. Some prehistorical people, they are living over there, and they will be make the painting and other things. And we get some tools also. That thing also they will be collected. The Chalukyans, when they are going to be constructed the temple, so that time they can be used some chisels and hammers. They will be use iron, the steel, as a clamps also. That clamp also we found it in the museum. Actually, museum there is no parking. There is one road is there, but it is a very narrow road. So in front of the museum, where you get the big tree, that is a banyan tree, near about 70 years old, like that. When you going to that facing on the north direction to left side, so this is the old house in Badami. It's the old houses. These are the some they built it from the mud. So it is because this is a Deccan area. Here the temperature is more hot. So that's why when you use with that wooden roof with mud, so that time is keep it cooler. Nowadays the monkey also it is became as a part of Badami. So how the peoples were living, how the monkeys also. Sometimes the monkeys, if they didn't found anything else, they will be went inside the houses, they will be grab and everything. So that's why they can be used with the grills. So then slowly nowadays, since from 10 years it is going to be developed. So people now they will be awareness is coming, and then there will be the lots of peoples they will came, and some NSS and other groups will be came, and they to clean that thing, and they know the value about the monument, and now they give the importance, and then how to develop and how to earn the money, how to get the business also. Now the environment is going on.
day for me and for us. The quality of the submissions, all 10 that I looked at, were really, really, really good. And each one, the way you approach the project and the seriousness with which you took this project and the solutions that you came up with were really brilliant stuff. I mean, it's very, very high quality work. So big round of applause to all of you. Really well done. It's a shame that we actually have to somehow say this is 1, 2, or 3, because in a way you're all winners here. It was alluded to that. Suffice it to say, I just wanted to keep this very brief. Yesterday, for those of you that were there at the auditorium and the talk that I gave, I said that for me to digest this brief and then to also to be able to come to some kind of a conclusion of how successfully the schemes have addressed this site, I needed to have my own criteria, which was reveal, inform, and inspire, right? And so for every single scheme, I kept going back to that. Did you reveal? Did you inform? And did you inspire, right? And I think to a great extent you all did. You all did that, right? Which is really, really commendable. And going from there, the next criteria for me is, and again this goes back to the presentation that I made yesterday, is that design always starts with trying to do just one thing. Just one thing. Don't try to do too much. Of course you have a program. Of course you have layers and layers and stuff. But start your design by trying to do one thing. And when you start there, then the other stuff gets layered on. But what it does give you is clarity. And it gives you a clarity and a purpose to your project that will basically hold it tight. So always come back to that. What is the one thing that you want to do? And start there. And I think to a great extent, some of you maybe got overwhelmed, right? And maybe you tried to do too much, or you couldn't decide on what that one thing was. And it's something that you're going to struggle with for the rest of your careers. It doesn't end at school. I still struggle with it as well. But I always come back to that. Peel it down and try to bring it to that. And then layer it. And then it will help to guide you. And that's a process. Well done. Congratulations.
I'll just add to what I think it was a commendable effort. And I think what was amazing about this whole thing was each project had a different perspective, and if each project has a different perspective, it really opens up opportunities for cross learning, and so for us it was a cross learning because there are so many gestures now which are possible in what looks like an otherwise simple site, So if we were to look at it, and I thought we'll just briefly look at what the criteria was, since they wanted to, that there was a context, that there was a program, that there was a specific site, and that site had a certain location and relationship, with an ancient cave temple or the settlement, the fact that there was a movement to the top of the hill. There was a fort, there's a history. So there were actually several layers that what looked like a simple site was actually trying to condense or speak or meet, you know. So the reason it became complex for us was we as a jury had to open up all the layers for a conversation. You know, we couldn't say and then if there are so many layers, if a single gesture can respond to several layers at the same time, that's a call that we took, that maybe that with a single gesture so many layers are being addressed rather than trying to address each thing fragmented, you know, and so that was the idea behind looking at it. So I'll quickly brief this because I think at the end of the day we can look back at what. So one option was subdue the project and go beneath ground and make it disappear. And you saw what happened, that if you do it, architecture is a slightly mean discipline. When I say mean, it doesn't let you go so easily. I'm sure you all know it. That if you try to subdue it, new issues generate. You cannot escape it. So the act of arrival or the act of how does it relate, all that came up, you know, for those who are trying to subdue it below ground. The other gesture that was possible was make the project an extension of the rock. And to that extent, the existing one there, I'm not saying it was a great, the existing museum at least did that. You know, it became like part of the rock. It didn't kind of disturb something. So that was another gesture. But if that happened, it still had to relate to the context of the lake. And so many of the projects subdued it, but in subduing and dealing with the project, forgot that there was a site around, you know, when you subdued it below ground or subdued. So that was a difficult decision for us to say, yes, it's successful at subduing, but these other 4 or 5 layers have not, you know, so that it becomes complex. These are subjective issues, even between ourselves, I'm sure we have. So it's not gospel truth at one level. But I think nonetheless we can have a qualitative discussion on what these may be, you know, so that we as architects then open up our intuitions on it. The other way was make something so temporary that you feel it's not going to affect the site, so be it here, and it can go away. Yeah. Having said it's temporary, having said it's subdued, I think the manner in which it is detailed also matters. I cannot say I've subdued, or I cannot say I need to look at how then that program starts relating to everything else, the water, the topography, the history. So it was not, I would still go back and say these 10, I'm sure all the 10 will be compiled at some point in time, become a wonderful diversity of how one can respond to a site of that nature, you know. And each one is a potent idea. You cannot say one idea was better, but in the layering of this idea, you know, of responding, subduing, the concept, the materiality, I think from there we said, okay, maybe these 3. I think it's maybe these 3, but that is not really, as we saw last year also in the drawing board, this is really a beginning, you know, this is not the end of a competition. I hope you all have been inspired now to say, okay, and for us it was very gratifying because then you know schools of architecture in good health, you know. If students can come up with this kind of a response to a very complex site which pretends to be simple, I think it's a commendable task. So at the end of the day, I think we have more energy than the beginning of the day because of the jury and having to talk to so many different ideas. So thank you. I thank the jury. I thank Suhas ji for giving us this opportunity. Rohan Builders has done it every year. And Mindspace for kind of conjuring this idea in such a, you know, it's like a site given starts provoking our own learning, our own, someone called inner thinking or inner voice. It does that. So Mindspace and the whole team, that Mahesh and Professor Rajay, Rucha, everyone, thank you very much. Thank you.
You guys anything that
this is for you.
No.
Anything that comes to mind.
Of course, as you say, like, and no schools will allow like do this explorative design. And of course, we had like huge fights and arguments within us. Like everyone are like totally different, and it's really difficult for us to choose one. Okay, we have to do this. We quite learned a lot. Yeah.
Can you imagine our plight?
Yes, of course.
I think one thing I really enjoyed about the competition was the idea of collaboration. In studio, it's a very individual experience. It's just my design. I want to do this. My idea is this. And obviously that won't happen in practice. And this was such a lovely way of trying to negotiate ideas and trying to put something on paper that not 3 people agreed to, but 3 people wanted to do. So putting our differences aside, calling something that is bad, something that we like. It was a really fun experience just trying to be honest with each other, because in studio if you don't like something, you'll sugarcoat it. You won't say I don't like this. You'd be like, it's interesting. But this provided us such a great opportunity to collaborate, which is something that studio in architectural design doesn't allow. So.
Like when we first got to know the site, we thought like these are the things that we have to address. But then after coming here, we understood that like the same things only people are seeing at different times and different kind of way. Like the same kind of curiosity and mystery only we also took. The other teams also took the same thing, but the amount of work they did to make it different, like the same concept, but the way they have come up with the building is like so different from each other that I was so surprised. We didn't find this in the studios that we worked. Like we have different concepts, different things, but the same site. But here also it's the same site, same concept, but like there were too many different type of way the thing reacted. That is a nice learning that I learned from it.
One or two more. Anybody else? Back.
So the results were announced and everything was done, and this experience of yesterday and today really made us feel very special, because for some reason all of the competitions or juries which we experienced, they were different. Here we were really made feel special that yeah, you 10 are something, you know, the whole treatment by the staff and everyone, the way the things have been, it was very unique and very unexpected. So that kind of boosted at least my confidence to, you know, participate in kind of this competitions more, because the respect and acknowledgement when you receive in such stage, it really helps us to build such kind of community, talk to juniors, tell them also that come and do this and do that. So the whole facility, the treatment, everything was very, very special. So I really wanted to thank each one of you.
Thank you, Rohan.
I think for us it became an escape. So from the normal academic, the thesis that we were doing, it was very monotonous, and I think this particular competition became an escape in the regular life that we were actually living. I think it sums up the entire experience that we had, and it was a lot of fun to do this, I think. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Can we have a round of applause for all the jury members and the students as well? Another round of applause, please. Yes. All right. Moving on. the last segment of TDB 2023. Before we formally announce the winners, I'm going to invite Medappa sir from Mindspace Architect to do the formal vote of thanks to the jury members and participants, and then I'll invite Rucha from Rohan Builders to do the formal vote of thanks for the entire event as well. So over to Medappa sir.
Thanks, Mahesh. I have been given this task of thanking everyone. This event from last evening has been very enriching, high energy event, and this event is happening because of the vision of Mr. Suhas Lonkat, and along with Mohe. We have to give a big round of applause for Mr. Suhas Lonkat. He's not here? Okay. Yeah. One more round of applause for
Thanks. Thank you.
This year's program, like Prashant was saying, it was a fantastic sight, and actually we should be thanking Hubli Triple ID, right, Mohe? Hubli Triple ID, who invited Mohe to give a talk, and then from there he went to Badami. He came back and he was so excited. He next day only put up all his photographs and started showing in the office. And then he was choosing some projects to start, and then he was proposing something in Trichy and then something else, and then he was asking us, what do you think about this and all that. And we said yes, no, and we were not very sure of other things. And the moment he proposed this site and the program, all of us said yes. There was no second thought about this, and it had this context, it had this time of connecting the past to present to future. It had everything in it. So, and we have seen the results which we saw today. I would like to thank all the jurors from last evening, wonderful presentations. From morning we have been talking about your comments, which was very enriching, and Mr. Sharman is from the heart, frank comments. Durgananji is the way he would tangentially go to some examples, and then we were really floored by his circus comment, and it was really, really nice. And then my friend Prashant, he would just give a overall perspective, and then precisely point out what is required and what questions can be posed. It was really, really fantastic, and we, from the organizing side and from Mindspace, we thank you so much for coming and being part of this. I would like to thank Rohan side, Rucha, Prajakta and team. They were really pushing us from beginning, from June onwards, with deadlines. Deadline for selecting the project, deadline for selecting the jurors, deadline for selecting the shortlisting the participants. Shweta had some 2-3 sleepless nights selecting from 261 to 10, but they were really, I mean, they know that we are architects and we procrastinate, but they kept pushing us and really got us to do this, and they have really worked behind and then done all this work. A good round of applause for them, for the Rohan team. I would like to thank the students. I'm sure for you it was this, like Mohe always says, that for one problem, we are actually today we are seeing some 10 different approaches, and that is for you a real good exposure from each of those projects. You are learning a different way of looking at the same problem. But you guys have really put effort, and that is seen in what we saw today. Thank you for your participation, and I'm sure you all would be looking forward for the final judgment. I mean, I'll be repeating this, but the winners are not the criteria. All of you are winners, and it's only some of you get chosen today. All the best to you. That I think Rucha will do the. Rucha will do the.
Hello everyone. I just wanted to say that, as kids we've seen Mohe sir and Suhas sir get along as friends. Firstly, developer and client and architect, and they've become friends eventually. We've seen them fight, we've seen them argue, but they have immense professional respect and they're really good friends, and this is an output of their friendship, and it's something that we've never seen before. We were not anticipating this kind of response, and it's just grown to some other level now. We are already thinking about how to take this forward next year. We were just having the discussion with Mahesh sir. So I would like to thank Mohesh sir, Suhas sir, of course. Apart from that, all the jury members who came in on the first phone call, really grateful for that. Medappa sir, Shweta from Mindspace, especially Rajesh sir, who came in last minute and was willing to be able to moderate this entire session. Mahesh sir, his energy is almost contagious, and all the other partners that Rajesh sir mentioned in the morning, without which the reach wouldn't have been possible at all. Most importantly, everyone at Rohan, I'm really, really grateful. Without all of y'all, it would be an impossible show. I'll just enlist everyone apart from Ankur, so there are quite a few people behind the scene. Prajakta, Ankur, Shubham, Kiran, Vidya, Deepa, Sagar, Sachin, Vishal, Praveen, Sandeep, Chandrasekhar, Kanchan, Yogesh, Sagar, Mangesh, and Anand. This includes everyone who are behind the scenes and actively participating towards making this event one big success. I'm so glad to hear that you felt taken care of. I think our job is half done there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rucha. I must say, it's a job well done. As always, every year, it just keeps getting bigger and better. I have with me the results, of course. I'm going to invite all three jury members here in the frame. Durgananji, please join us. Prashantji and Shaman, please join us here. And inviting Mohe to join us. And Suhas sir, please. Yes. So, to put it on record, there's a Viewer's Choice Award, and then there is 3, 2, 1. We are giving away the certificates here. There's an award. There's so many things. All the goodie bags and everything, as promised, will be given to the winners soon. It's almost customary, and it's always a pleasure and honor for me to do this. I would like to take the excitement high. I don't know about the 3, 2, 1, but the Viewer's Choice was a neck-to-neck kind of a voting, and with 1,071 votes, the Viewer's Choice Award goes to Team 261, RV College of Architecture, Bengaluru. And I'm going to invite the three ladies here to take their certificates from the jury. Maybe each one of you could give one to each one of them. three ladies there, yes. That's team 261 with 1,071 votes. They have, the second in the race was just 50 votes behind when we closed the voting lines. So it was a tough one. Yes. Could you just move in a little front? Yes, for a group photograph. All smiles. All right. So to the third one, I'm not going to ask you guess karo vagare and stuff. But when the jury deliberations happened and when they all sort of agreed upon and had a consensus over the top three, I could see a different sort of smile on the face of each one of them. I was like, okay, great. They're all happy about what they've agreed upon and what they've seen all through the day. But of course, before that, before they agreed upon the top three, there was a lot of deliberation, I must tell all of you. And there was this constant sort of an argument, let's say, which what was better in one and what was, I think all three of them spoke while they were telling the students a while ago. What separates the winners from the other seven is that one little bit extra something that adds value to the design, which probably goes due to lack of time or because of the sort of orientation with which we start approaching our design, we miss out on. And that is the only thing that separates you. I think otherwise, like sir mentioned a while ago, all 10 are winners. These are three prizes that are to be given as because it's already announced. So the third place, the team that has made it to the top three, third place is team 318, Wadiyar Center for Architecture, Thiruvananthapuram. All right, it's Mysore itself. All right, lovely. So I'll request you to give away the certificates. They can hog the limelight here now. Team 318, the third position is Wadiyar Center for Architecture. Round of applause, all of you. All right. Thank you, team. Inviting the second prize winner on this TDB evening. That's team, again, 302, Care School of Architecture from Trichy. Right. And the winners, okay, we can make the photograph, group photograph. Lovely. Congratulations, team Care School of Architecture. And I'll come center stage to announce the winners this evening of TDB 2023. Team 590. Team from Wadiyar Center for Architecture. Team 590, Vaishnavi, Bhumika, and Bindu. Please. Right. Yeah, I must put this on record. The sort of argument that went on during the jury, and then when we were again looking at the model, we understood why you were so adamant about your point being, and I think that really set that thing apart. The entire idea of being reluctant to not give up on your points of argument. Congratulations, Team Wadiyar Center for Architecture. Round of applause, Team 590. All right, congratulations. Thank you. I'll invite all the winners to quickly join us for a photograph. All the winners, 4 teams total, to join for a group happy family photograph of TDB 2023. All 4 teams, you could, yeah. Yeah. Like this, all of you, all the other team members, participants, please join. Like I said, you all are winners. It's just they were a tad too better this evening. Love you can sit down. Perfect. And with sort, I would still want to put this on record. Yesterday I missed putting this on record. 76 countries. Entries from 76 countries for TDB 2023. And it's only gets better every year. Everyone, thank you winners, thank you participants, thank you the jury members, and of course thank you the organizers. It's me, Mahesh Bangat, signing off. Thank you everyone. See you at TDB 2024.